Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Daily Buzz. I am your host, Rachel, and it is a wonderful morning to dive into everything the celebrity world is talking about right now. Sitting with me on our live panel, as always, we have Bianca, who never holds back her honest opinions, and Dee, who brings us all the detailed reporting straight from industry insiders. Today, on our first block, we are digging deep into the British royal family. There was that quiet family reunion in Britain recently, but now we are learning how Princess Kate really feels about welcoming Prince Harry and Meghan Markle back into the fold. Is forgiveness actually on the table, or is trust completely broken? And later this morning, we are looking at Salma Hayek and her daughter Valentina, who just turned 18 and is showing us a whole new side of their hilarious mother-daughter dynamic. Bianca, Dee, good morning. Are we ready to jump straight into this?
Good morning, Rachel. You know I am always ready, especially when it comes to royal drama. Because let us be honest, every time someone claims the family is healing, 5 minutes later we find out nobody is actually talking in the same group chat.
That is so true, Bianca. And what is really fascinating about this latest turn of events is that on paper, things looked like they were finally thawing out. On July 10th, Prince Harry, who is 41, and Meghan Markle, 45, brought their two children, 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lidjip, to Britain. They stayed at Highgrove House in Gloucestershire with King Charles, who is 77, and Queen Camilla, who is 79. That was a huge deal because it was the first time in 4 years that they were all back under the same roof, and the first time the king got to spend extended quality time with his California-based grandchildren since Harry and Meghan stepped back from royal duties in 2020.
4 whole years, Dee. That is a massive milestone for a grandfather. So when people heard about that visit, the immediate assumption online was that the entire family was getting ready to put the past behind them. But what did your reports actually say about William and Kate?
Well, Rachel, this is where the split in opinion gets really clear. While reports indicate that King Charles has always hoped the family could slowly repair the damage built up over recent years, palace insiders are making it very clear that the king's willingness to reconnect does not mean everyone else feels the same way. Specifically, Prince William and Princess Kate are extremely hesitant. An insider revealed that William and Kate strongly believe reconciliation has to be earned through actions over time. Their verdict is that trust was broken, and you cannot fix years of hurt overnight simply because everyone shared a roof for a few days.
And honestly, can you blame Kate? Let us look at the history here. They stepped away in 2020, which was already a massive storm. But then came that explosive tell-all television interview with Oprah Winfrey. Then the 6-part streaming documentary series, Harry and Meghan. And then Prince Harry dropped his memoir, Spare, in 2023. Putting personal family arguments and private conversations out there for the entire world to read. You cannot just air all your family laundry on a global stage and then show up 4 years later expecting a hug and a clean slate.
That is a strong point, Bianca. But Kate has always been known as the mediator, right? She is usually the person who avoids confrontation. Dee, what are the insiders saying about her personal stance right now?
Exactly, Rachel. Kate is widely known for having a very calm demeanor and actively avoiding family feuds. Sources close to the situation say that whenever possible, she prefers to draw a line under difficult situations and just move forward. But this time, she feels it is fundamentally different. The insider shared that because deeply personal family issues were played out on a world stage, it left wounds that simply do not disappear with the passage of time. Kate is not completely opposed to reconciliation, but her big condition is that trust must be systematically rebuilt first.
What does rebuilding trust even look like in a royal family, though? If every private phone call ends up in a book chapter 2 years later, how do you even talk about the weather without worrying it is going to be quoted somewhere?
That is precisely Kate's biggest concern, Bianca. The report highlights that Kate wants complete confidence and total assurance that private conversations, quiet family moments, and personal exchanges will stay exactly that, private. She reportedly feels that forgiveness does not automatically erase the emotional hurt or instantly restore the level of trust they had before everything became so public. Some of the damage from these years of estrangement just cannot be overlooked without real proof of change over time.
It really makes you think about how hard it is to navigate private family hurt when the whole world is watching and taking sides. For everyone watching us live at home right now, we want to hear your take on our live question. Do you agree with Kate that trust has to be earned through time and privacy, or should the family move past it for the sake of the kids? Share your thoughts on our show page right now. But Bianca, do you think Charles moving ahead with his own reunion puts pressure on William and Kate?
Oh, absolutely! Charles is in grandfather mode. He is 77, he wants his family around, and he wants to see Archie and Lilibet. That is completely human and understandable. But William is the heir, and Kate is going to be queen. They have to protect the institution as well as their own household. You cannot force someone to forgive on a monarch schedule just because a weekend visit at Highgrove House went smoothly.
And remember, this was the very first time Archie and Lilibet spent proper extended time with the king since the big move to California. So while the king is looking at it through the lens of a father and grandfather wanting peace, William and Kate are looking at the long-term track record since 2020.
It is a fascinating dynamic because it shows how different roles in the family create completely different perspectives. But while we keep an eye on how that royal situation unfolds, we have another major celebrity family story that everyone is talking about this morning. And this one is a lot lighter and very relatable for any parent out there. Dee, tell us about Salma Hayek and her daughter Valentina.
Yes, Salma Hayek, who is 59, and her daughter Valentina Paloma Pinot, who just turned 18 back on September 21st, have been making waves online recently. Valentina made a rare public appearance alongside her mother in a new video series centered on parents and teenagers navigating the digital age. They went on a boutique clothing shopping trip together, and the dynamic between the two of them was absolutely delightful and hilarious.
I saw clips of that. Valentina literally looked at Salma during their shopping trip and told her, "I am cooler than you." I laughed out loud because Salma Hayek is an Oscar-nominated global superstar, married to French businessman François-Henri Pinault, and her 18-year-old daughter still critiques her fashion choices without skipping a beat.
That is classic teenager behavior. Bianca, Dee, what else did Salma share about raising a teenager in 2026?
Salma actually admitted that parenting a teenager right now comes with some really unexpected perks. She said she got into social media quite late in life and was never tech-savvy to begin with, so her kids actually make fun of how behind she is with technology. But Salma loves it because it keeps her young and keeps her relevant in their universe and in their daily conversations. She shared that Valentina helps her navigate the internet by introducing her to new music, explaining current online trends, and even taking Salma's phone to block questionable accounts before Salma even notices them.
Wait, so Valentina is acting as Salma Hayek's personal digital bodyguard. That is incredible. Imagine Salma Hayek getting protected on social media by her own 18-year-old daughter.
Literally. Salma said she was confused about why certain accounts were popping up, and Valentina grabbed her phone and said, "No, Mom, let us block this, and that." Salma mentioned how safe she feels knowing that teen accounts now have built-in automatic protections, but having her daughter curate her digital space is definitely an added bonus for her.
It is so sweet to see how close they are. But Bianca, they have also stepped out on major fashion carpets together recently as well, haven't they?
Oh, absolutely. They recently attended a high-profile gala in Venice, organized by the Pinot family and a cultural arts foundation, and they brought out total elegance. Salma, Valentina, and her stepdaughter, Matilda Pinot, all matched in sleek black gowns. Salma wore a fitted, sparkling off-the-shoulder gown, while Valentina matched her in an off-the-shoulder semi-transparent dress with a slit up the leg and silver heels, wearing her honey blonde hair straight. They looked stunning, but what I love most is that despite all that luxury, when they are just shopping at a boutique, Valentina still gives her mom blunt critiques on her choice of shirt.
It really goes to show that no matter how famous or wealthy you are, an 18-year-old is always going to tell her mom the brutal truth about her wardrobe. If you are watching us live right now, tell us. Does your teenager help you manage your tech, or are they constantly mocking your online posts? Drop your stories in our chat. Now Dee, Salma also talked about how watching Valentina grow and discover her own artistic style through the years has been a sentimental journey for her.
Absolutely, Rachel. During that boutique shopping trip for their joint social media series back on August 4th, Salma talked about how watching Valentina experiment with fashion online was such a beautiful, sentimental journey to witness. Salma said that even when Valentina was younger, seeing her build her own online feed helped her create a totally unique, artistic style.
Beautiful, yes. But let us not forget that while Salma was pouring her heart out with all that sentimental praise, Valentina immediately looked at the shirt her mom picked out and gave her a complete fashion critique. She literally told her mother, "I am cooler than you."
That is the ultimate teenage confidence, Bianca. But what really cracked me up, Dee, is what Salma revealed about how they handle the online world at home. Salma is 59, and she readily admits she was never tech-savvy to begin with and got into social media platforms quite late.
Exactly, Rachel. Salma admitted that her kids constantly make fun of how far behind she is with technology. But the sweetest part is that Valentina actually stepped in as her mother's digital bodyguard. Salma said she would get weird messages or accounts popping up, and Valentina would literally take her phone and start blocking accounts for her, saying, "Mom, let us block this, this, and that."
Imagine being an Oscar-nominated global icon and needing your 18-year-old daughter to filter your direct messages. But honestly, I respect it. Salma said the built-in automatic protections on teen accounts give her peace of mind. But having Valentina physically curate her digital world is top-tier parenting in reverse.
It really is. It shows that beneath the red carpets and high society galas, like that gorgeous Venice event where Salma, Valentina, and her stepdaughter Mathilde Pinot all wore those stunning black gowns, they have a genuine everyday bond built on protecting each other and keeping things grounded.
And speaking of keeping things grounded versus keeping things private, Rachel, that brings us right back to the royal family. Because while Salma and Valentina can laugh off public comments and poke fun at each other on camera, the Princess of Wales is drawing a very firm, serious line when it comes to family privacy.
You are so right, Bianca. Let us pivot back to that massive royal development we touched on earlier, because the contrast in how different families handle trust and privacy is huge right now. Dee, walk us through where things stand between Prince William, Princess Catherine, and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex following that private gathering in Gloucestershire.
Right, Rachel. So on July 10th of 2026, Prince Harry, who is 41, and Meghan Markle, who is 45, brought their 7-year-old son Archie and 5-year-old daughter Lilibet to Highgrove House. They were hosted by King Charles, who is 77, and Queen Camilla, who is 79. It was the very first time in 4 years that the Sussexes brought their California-based children over to the United Kingdom, marking the first time the king got to spend extended time with his young grandchildren since Harry and Meghan stepped back as senior working royals in 2020.
And of course, the moment everyone shared a roof for a few days, rumors exploded that the entire royal feud was magically healed. But let us be real here. King Charles might be 77 and eager to see his family reunited. But that does not mean William and Kate are ready to roll out the red carpet.
That is precisely what the reports from palace insiders are confirming, Bianca. A royal insider revealed that while King Charles has always hoped the family could begin repairing the damage built up over recent years, there is a clear understanding that the king's willingness to reconnect does not automatically reflect everyone else's feelings.
That source was very specific, Rachel. They stated that Prince William and Princess Catherine firmly believe reconciliation has to be earned through actions over time. Their verdict is that trust was completely broken, and rebuilding it cannot happen overnight simply because everyone shared the same roof for a few days.
Exactly! You do not get a clean slate just because you shared a weekend cup of tea at Highgrove House. Harry and Meghan spent 4 years airing out private family grievances on the world stage. We had the explosive sit-down television interview, the 6-part documentary series, and Harry's 2023 tell-all memoir. You cannot broadcast intimate conversations and then act surprised when your family hesitates to share a room with you.
That is the core of Catherine's stance. Bianca. D. What did the palace source reveal about the Princess of Wales' personal approach to resolving this family rift?
Well, Rachel, a palace insider emphasized that Kate has never been someone who enjoys confrontation or family feuds. In fact, her natural instinct is usually to draw a line under difficult situations and move forward whenever possible. But she feels this situation is completely different because deeply personal family issues were played out publicly, leaving emotional wounds that simply have not disappeared with the passage of time.
She is being totally pragmatic, D. Forgiving someone in your heart is one thing, but restoring them to a place of complete trust where they have access to private royal moments is another thing entirely.
Absolutely. According to the report, Catherine is not opposed to reconciliation, but she does not believe forgiveness automatically erases the hurt or restores the level of trust that existed before everything became so public. Her one key condition before any meaningful reconciliation can occur is having complete confidence and assurance that private conversations, family moments, and personal exchanges will stay strictly private.
That really is the non-negotiable factor for her, Rachel. The insider noted that Catherine believes trust has to be rebuilt systematically over time, and that will only happen when there is complete confidence that personal family interactions will remain behind closed doors.
And can you blame her? William and Kate are protecting their children and the future of the monarchy. If Harry and Meghan want a genuine place back in the family fold, they have to demonstrate through consistent action that private moments will never end up in another book or television special. Words are cheap. Actions over time are the only currency that matters here.
If you are watching us live right now, we want to hear your take on this. Do you agree with Princess Catherine that reconciliation must be earned through actions and strict privacy over time? Or do you think King Charles's approach of opening the door at Highgrove House is the right way forward? Drop your thoughts in our live chat right now.
It really highlights the split in perspective inside the royal family, Rachel. King Charles is focused on bringing his family together and spending time with his grandchildren Archie and Lilibet, while William and Catherine are taking a much more cautious, long-term view on security and trust.
Look, Charles is a grandfather who wants his family under one roof, and at 77, you can understand his emotional impulse. But William and Kate are the ones who took direct hits from those public statements. You cannot build a relationship if you are constantly wondering whether a personal phone call is being noted down for future publication.
D, do the reports say whether Prince William and Princess Catherine actually sat down with Harry, Meghan, Archie, and Lilibet during that July stay at Highgrove House?
That is a crucial detail, Rachel. The reports indicate that while the Sussexes stayed with King Charles and Queen Camilla, any direct interaction between the Prince and Princess of Wales and the Sussex family remains unconfirmed and tightly guarded. The focus of the visit was firmly on King Charles spending time with his grandchildren for the first time in 4 years.
And that silence tells you everything, Rachel. If William and Kate had spent warm, cozy family time with Harry and Meghan during that trip, we would have heard about it. The fact that the focus was strictly on the king proves that the wall between the brothers is still firmly standing.
It really underscores the distinction between a private grandfatherly visit and actual structural healing between the royal couples. Trust broken on a global scale takes more than a single weekend in Gloucestershire to fix.
Exactly, Rachel. And as the palace insider pointed out, Catherine firmly believes that some of the damage caused by years of estrangement cannot simply be overlooked or brushed aside without proven long-term change.
She is standing her ground, and honestly, it is the only logical choice. You do not rebuild a house on a shaky foundation. You make sure the ground is solid first.
And that foundation is precisely what Catherine is protecting, Bianca. When you look at the actual timeline, Prince Harry, who is 41, and Meghan, 45, brought 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lilibet back to British soil on July 10th for the first time in 4 full years. That private reunion at Highgrove House in Gloucestershire was a huge moment for King Charles, who is 77, and Queen Camilla, 79. But as Dee was explaining, a cozy family afternoon with the grandparents does not automatically translate to a fresh start with the Prince and Princess of Wales.
Not at all, Rachel. In fact, people close to the situation emphasize that while King Charles has always held out hope that time would ease the rift, William and Catherine view the entire situation through a completely different lens. What I am hearing from industry sources who monitor the palace closely is that Catherine is not holding a personal grudge for the sake of drama. She genuinely dislikes confrontation and family feuds. Her core stance is that genuine forgiveness cannot simply erase deep wounds when private family moments, confidential conversations, and personal exchanges were aired on a global stage for millions to dissect.
And can you really blame her, Dee? Let us be completely honest here. We are talking about a televised tell-all interview, a 6-part docuseries, and a detailed memoir like Spare, coming out in 2023. You cannot broadcast intimate royal household friction to the entire planet and then expect to sit down over tea a few years later and pretend it never happened. William and Catherine are taking the position that trust is earned over time through consistent actions, not granted instantly just because you spent a few days under the same roof in Gloucestershire.
Exactly, Bianca. The palace insider made it very clear that Catherine's one non-negotiable condition for any real moving forward is absolute unconditional privacy. She needs total confidence that whatever is said behind closed doors stays strictly behind closed doors. That brings us right to a message popping up on our show screen right now from someone watching us live at home.
Hi, I am Clara from Chicago, and I watch you every single morning while getting ready for work. Honestly, if I were Kate, I would just forgive them already, because life is far too short to keep holding on to old hurt over books and interviews. Why cannot they just sit in a room, squeeze each other's hands, and choose family over pride?
Oh, Clara, my sweet, naive friend in Chicago. It sounds so simple and beautiful when you put it on a greeting card, does it not? But in the real world, especially inside a high-profile institution where every single word spoken can end up on a front-page headline tomorrow, trust is not a light switch you just flip back on. If someone burned down the fence, you do not just hand them a box of matches and say, "Welcome back to the yard."
Bianca is right about the sheer caution involved here, Clara. What our reporting shows is that Catherine is not refusing to talk out of malice. She simply believes that long-term change has to be demonstrated first. For 4 years, since Harry and Meghan stepped back from senior royal duties in 2020, the gap between California and London has been filled with public commentary. King Charles might be ready to focus strictly on his role as a loving grandfather to Archie and Lilibet, but the future king and queen have to safeguard the privacy of their immediate circle.
Tell us in the comments on our live stream right now, do you side with Clara's optimistic view on immediate family forgiveness, or do you think Catherine is entirely justified in demanding proven privacy over time? It really opens up an intriguing question about how public figures handle family dynamics under intense public scrutiny, which actually brings me to another mother-daughter bond that has been turning heads for a very different reason today. Dee, what can you tell us about Salma Hayek and her daughter Valentina?
Well, Rachel, this is a much warmer tale of navigating family life in the public eye. Salma Hayek, who is 59, and her daughter Valentina Paloma Pinol, who turned 18 on September 21st, recently gave everyone a rare, hilarious look into their everyday relationship. They took part in a special social media video series called Conversations, filmed while they were out shopping together at a fashion boutique in early August. And the dynamic between them is practically like watching best friends or sisters bickering over clothing racks.
Oh, I watched that clip, Dee, and Valentina completely stole the spotlight. Here is Salma, an Oscar-nominated global icon, giving this sweet, emotional speech about how wonderful it has been to watch her daughter grow up, change, and discover her own artistic style through vintage fashion. And without missing a single beat, 18-year-old Valentina looks right at her mother, critiques the shirt Salma is holding up, and plainly tells her, "I am cooler than you." I nearly lost my breath laughing because every parent of a teenager recognized that exact look on Salma's face.
It was priceless, Bianca. But beyond the playful teasing, Salma actually opened up about what it is like raising a teenager in this fast-moving digital age, especially having had Valentina later in life, and admitted herself that she was never tech-savvy to begin with. Dee, what did Salma share about how Valentina actually protects her online?
That was the most fascinating part of their conversation, Rachel. Salma admitted that when she first joined social media, she was totally overwhelmed by how technology works. Valentina stepped in and started literally managing her mother's digital space. Salma revealed that when strange or questionable direct messages or accounts popped up, Valentina immediately grabbed the phone and said, "No, no, no, Mom, we are blocking this, this, and that." So instead of the parent policing the teenager was actively safeguarding her mother from internet weirdness.
Talk about a role reversal, Dee. Usually, parents are the ones worrying about setting up online boundaries, but Valentina took charge of her mother's digital security. And Salma mentioned how relieved she feels now that platforms have built-in teen accounts with automatic protections, because it gives her peace of mind while Valentina continues developing her own private taste. It is so refreshing to see a celebrity parent admit, "Hey, my kid knows way more about this universe than I do, and I am humble enough to let her guide me through it."
They really do seem to share an incredible bond, both in private and on the red carpet. We saw that exact same effortless elegance back when Salma, Valentina, and Valentina's stepdaughter, Mathilde Pinot, all attended that lavish cultural gala in Venice, organized by Salma's husband, Francois-Henri Pinot. All three of them stepped out in those perfectly coordinated, stunning black gowns. Salma in that glittering off-the-shoulder gown, Valentina in semi-transparent black with a thigh slit and silver heels, and Mathilde in a gorgeous cutout dress.
Exactly, Rachel. Whether they are rubbing shoulders with high society guests like Zoe Saldana in Venice, or just riding in a car arguing over vintage shirts, Salma and Valentina have managed to build a public dynamic that feels genuine, grounded, and fiercely protective. Salma mentioned that staying involved in Valentina's music and social media trends keeps her young, even if her kids constantly mock how behind she is with technology.
Look, if my mother were Salma Hayek and my father were running a global luxury empire, I think I would still find a way to make fun of my mom's tech skills. That is just the universal job description of an 18-year-old daughter. But what gets me is how seamlessly Valentina handles the fashion world. She does not look overwhelmed by the photographers or the heavy luxury branding at all.
She really carries herself with remarkable confidence, Bianca. And when you compare how Salma and Valentina protect their private world while leaning into lighthearted public moments with the ongoing walls inside the royal household, it shows just how complex family life becomes when the whole world is watching your every move. But speaking of high fashion and unexpected teenager moments, Dee, there was another detail from that boutique shopping trip that raised a few eyebrows regarding Valentina's future fashion plans.
Exactly, Rachel. During that boutique shopping trip back on August 4th, Valentina did not hold back at all. Salma was admiring garments and complimenting how Valentina had used social media from a young age to develop her own artistic taste and explore her style. But the second Salma held up a shirt she liked, Valentina immediately gave her a blunt critique right there in the store. And then she straight up looked at her mother and said, "I'm cooler than you." Salma actually did not disagree. She just laughed it off, admitting that she loves discovering new fashion trends through her daughter.
Can you imagine telling Salma Hayek that you are cooler than her? But honestly, Dee, that is the exact charm of their dynamic. Salma is 59. Valentina is 18, and they act more like sisters teasing each other in the fitting room. What I respect is that Salma lets her have that voice. She acknowledged that Valentina has a genuine artistic eye. We saw it at that grand gala in Venice with the Pinot family, where Valentina stepped out in that sleek, semi-transparent black gown with the leg slit and silver heels, right next to her stepdaughter's sister Mathilde Pinot, who wore that midriff cutout look. Valentina knows luxury fashion inside and out because she grew up around it, but she still gives her mom honest, unvarnished feedback.
It really is a fascinating dynamic, Bianca, especially when you look at how different fashion-focused, high-profile families handle those public and private moments. Think about the Beckham family history, for instance. Back in January 2026, Brooklyn Beckham, who is 26 now, went public with a 6-slide statement detailing how he felt controlled by his parents, David and Victoria, growing up. He brought up how at his April 2022 wedding in Palm Beach, Florida, to Nicola Peltz, where Nicola famously chose a custom Valentino gown rather than one from mother-in-law Victoria's label, there was all that drama surrounding their first dance being hijacked. When personal family grievances spill out into the public eye like that, it changes the relationship entirely.
That is precisely why Kate Middleton is holding such a firm line when it comes to Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, Rachel. The contrast couldn't be sharper. While King Charles, who is 77, is eager to heal the rift and spent time with his grandchildren Archie, who is 7, and Lilibet, who is 5, at Highgrove House in Gloucestershire on July 10th, Kate and Prince William have a completely different verdict. Our reporting shows that Princess Catherine feels deeply that trust was broken over those 4 years since Harry and Meghan stepped back from royal duties in 2020.
And who can blame her, Dee? Rebuilding trust is not something you just turn on like a light switch because everyone spent a few days under the same roof at Highgrove House. Harry, who is 41, and Meghan, who is 45, put their deeply personal family issues on the world stage. We had the Oprah Winfrey interview, the 6-part docuseries, and then Harry's memoir Spare in 2023. You cannot broadcast private conversations to millions of people and then expect the Princess of Wales to just smile and pretend nothing happened without solid proof that it won't happen again.
That is the exact core of Kate's position, Bianca. What our sources emphasize is that Catherine is not naturally someone who seeks out confrontation or wants to prolong a family feud. Under normal circumstances, her instinct is always to draw a line under a difficult situation and move forward. But this situation is different because those personal exchanges were published and broadcast globally, leaving deep wounds. D, what are insiders saying is Kate's non-negotiable condition before any real reconciliation can take place?
It comes down to one fundamental requirement, Rachel: absolute certainty regarding privacy. Kate is not completely opposed to reconciliation in the long run, but she believes forgiveness does not automatically erase the hurt or magically restore trust. Her condition is that there must be complete confidence that future private conversations, quiet family moments, and personal exchanges will stay strictly inside the family circle. She and William firmly believe that reconciliation has to be earned through actions over time, rather than assumed just because a private meeting took place with King Charles and Queen Camilla.
Look, asking for a guarantee that private family chats won't end up in a chapter of a future book or a television special is the absolute bare minimum. If you are sitting across from someone at a dinner table and worrying whether your casual remarks are being noted down for a media deal, you cannot have a genuine relationship. King Charles might be driven by a grandfather's heart. He wants to see Archie and Lilibet, which is completely understandable after 4 years of separation. But William and Kate are looking at the long-term integrity of their personal lives. You have to prove you can keep a secret before you get invited back into the inner sanctuary.
That question of earning trust back over time is something so many families navigate, even away from royal palaces. If you are watching us at home right now, we want to hear from you on our show's social feed. Do you think a single family reunion can wipe the slate clean after years of public division? Or do you side with Kate's view that trust must be built step by step through proven privacy? Send us your thoughts live using our show hashtag. Now Dee, looking back at how Harry and Meghan's relationship started, from that first mutual friend introducing them in July 2016, their secret date at Dean Street Townhouse in Soho, to going public in November 2016, they have always done things on their own terms. But how is the royal household interpreting this recent UK visit?
Well, Rachel, that July 10th meeting at Highgrove House was significant because it marked the first time in 4 years that Harry and Meghan brought Archie and Lilibet back to the UK together. King Charles has always maintained hope that the family could repair the damage built up over recent years. However, palace insiders are making it clear that the king's willingness to reconnect does not represent a unified royal consensus. William and Catherine's position remains resolute. Sharing a roof for a few days in Gloucestershire is a start, but it does not erase the years of public statements, nor does it guarantee that the breach of trust has been healed.
Exactly. And let's be realistic, Dee. It is one thing for King Charles and Queen Camilla, who is 79, to host a private visit at Highgrove to see their grandchildren. It is an entirely different thing for William and Kate to reopen their private home life to a couple who spent years airing grievances. Kate's calm demeanor has always been her trademark. But calm does not mean naive. She knows that once private trust is shattered on a global stage, you cannot rebuild it with warm intentions alone. It takes years of consistent, quiet respect.
And that contrast between public exposure and strict personal boundaries is precisely what makes these family dynamics so compelling to unpack. When Salma Hayek lets 18-year-old Valentina filter her social media feed, block suspicious accounts, and tease her outfit choices, it works because there is an underlying foundation of absolute protection and shared trust. But when that trust breaks down, whether in high-fashion empires or royal dynasties, the boundaries have to become rigid. Returning to Valentina Pinot for a second, her mother also mentioned how digital safety plays into their bond.
Yes, Rachel. Salma highlighted that because she had Valentina later in life and was never tech-savvy, Valentina actually takes the lead in managing online privacy for her mom. She goes into Salma's account to block questionable profiles before her mom even notices them, while keeping her own account private under automated teenager protections. So while Valentina feels confident enough to tease her mom's fashion choices in boutiques, she is fiercely protective of her mother's digital space.
Which proves my point, Rachel! Even an 18-year-old high-fashion teenager understands that protection and privacy are the foundation of any healthy family relationship. If Valentina can protect her mother's personal space while keeping their public banter fun and lighthearted, surely grown adults can manage to keep family matters behind closed doors.
That is a point that resonates far beyond the red carpet, Bianca. Rebuilding trust isn't about grand gestures. It is about consistent respect over time. And as we continue to track these developments within the royal household following that July 10th visit, the real test will be whether privacy can truly be maintained in the months ahead. But speaking of long-standing relationships under the public microscope, there is another angle emerging about how Prince Harry and Meghan's initial step back in 2020 laid the groundwork for where things stand today.
That step back in 2020, Rachel, really marked the point of no return for how private communications were handled. Prior to that, internal disagreements were kept behind palace walls. But the moment public interviews and memoirs entered the equation, the rules changed forever.
Exactly, Dee! When you put your private family matters into a television interview or a published memoir, you simply cannot show up 4 years later for afternoon tea at Highgrove House on July 10th and expect everyone to act as if the slate has been wiped clean.
That Highgrove House visit on July 10th was certainly a significant step for King Charles, Bianca. At 77, hosting Harry, who is 41, Meghan, who is 45, and spending extended time with 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lilibet in Gloucestershire for the first time since 2020 matters immensely to him as a grandfather. Queen Camilla, who is 79, was also there hosting them. But for Prince William and Kate, the situation is viewed through a completely different lens. What are palace insiders emphasizing about their position, Dee?
Palace sources are making it very clear, Rachel, that the king's personal willingness to re-engage does not speak for the Prince and Princess of Wales. A royal insider noted that William and Kate firmly believe reconciliation has to be earned through consistent actions over time. Their exact verdict is that trust was deeply broken, and simply sharing a roof for a few days does not erase 4 years of severe estrangement.
And that makes total sense! Kate has a well-known reputation for avoiding confrontation and family feuds. She usually prefers drawing a line under difficult situations and moving forward. But when deeply personal family issues are played out on a world stage through that 2021 television interview, their documentary series, and Harry's 2023 memoir, Spare, those are wounds that do not simply disappear just because time has passed.
That distinction between forgiveness and total trust is something so many families navigate. For everyone tuning in this morning, if you had a family disagreement play out publicly, would a single short reunion be enough for you to rebuild full trust? Drop your comments for us on our show's page right now. But Dee, tell us what Kate's specific condition actually is for any future moving forward.
According to sources close to the situation, Rachel, Kate's primary condition before any meaningful reconciliation can occur is complete confidence and assurance that private conversations, family moments, and personal exchanges will remain strictly private. Sources pointed out that while she is not opposed to reconciliation in theory, she refuses to overlook the damage caused over the years. Rebuilding that original level of trust takes time and proven discretion.
It all comes down to privacy and boundary. Look at their history from when Harry and Meghan first met back in July 2016. Introduced by a mutual friend at a private club to their first date on Dean Street in London, going public in November 2016, and then stepping back in 2020. They built an entire life in California. But if you want to rebuild a relationship with the family back in the United Kingdom, private conversations cannot become public material.
And that exact tension between public statements and private boundaries is something we see across so many high-profile families. Bianca, look at what unfolded with Brooklyn Beckham earlier this year.
That statement from Brooklyn Beckham in January really demonstrated how public declarations alter family dynamics forever, Rachel. At 26, Brooklyn published a 6-slide statement on social media detailing his choice to step away from his family to find peace, writing that he had lived with overwhelming anxiety from feeling controlled by his parents, Victoria and David Beckham.
And the tension surrounding his April 2022 wedding to Nicola Peltz in Palm Beach was right at the center of it. You had Nicola wearing a custom Valentino gown instead of a dress designed by her mother-in-law, Victoria. And then Brooklyn alleging in his statement that his mother hijacked their planned romantic first dance. According to him, Mark Anthony called him up to the stage in front of 500 guests for a dance with his mother, completely taking over the scheduled moment with his new bride.
Whether it is royal households or celebrity weddings, Bianca, once personal grievances become public statements, repairing trust becomes infinitely more complex. But what is so fascinating today is seeing how another high-profile mother and daughter manage public visibility with a totally different dynamic. Dee, you were looking at Salma Hayek and her daughter Valentina Paloma Pinot.
Salma Hayek, who is 59, and her daughter Valentina, who turned 18 on September 21st, recently appeared together in an August 4th episode of the video series Conversations While Boutique Shopping. Salma opened up about raising a teenager in 2026, admitting that because she had Valentina later in life and was never tech-savvy, navigating social media was a brand new universe, and surprisingly, Valentina actually acts as her mother's digital protector.
That was my favorite detail, Rachel. Salma admitted that when questionable accounts show up, Valentina literally takes her phone and starts blocking them right then and there before Salma even knows what is happening. That is incredible boundary management from an 18-year-old taking care of her mother online.
It shows such a protective and mature dynamic, Dee. What else did Salma share about how Valentina manages her own digital footprint?
Salma highlighted that Valentina maintains a private account with automatic teen account protections built in, which gives Salma complete peace of mind. But beyond digital safety, Salma spoke warmly about how lovely it has been to watch Valentina grow, explore her identity, and build her own artistic taste over the years through fashion and vintage shopping.
Although Valentina certainly keeps her mom grounded. While they were out shopping at that boutique, Valentina looked straight at her Oscar-nominated mother and said, "I'm cooler than you," before immediately critiquing the shirt Salma had picked out. You have to love an 18-year-old who treats an international superstar like a regular mother who needs fashion advice.
That playful mother-daughter banter is so relatable, Bianca. For our viewers watching at home, who in your family is the designated fashion critic or tech support? Tell us on our show's page right now. But Dee, this artistic flair from Valentina isn't new. We saw it during that major appearance in Venice as well.
Absolutely, Rachel. At that lavish gala in Venice, organized by the Giorgio Cini Foundation and the Pinot Family Foundation, Salma and Valentina made a stunning impression alongside François-Henri Pinault and his daughter Mathilde Pinault. Salma, Valentina, and Mathilde all coordinated in elegant black gowns. Valentina chose an off-the-shoulder gown made of semi-transparent fabric with a high leg slit, paired with silver high heels and her honey blonde hair, styled sleek and straight.
She looked incredible and completely held her own at an event filled with high-profile figures. And what makes their relationship work so well is that Salma isn't afraid to let Valentina guide her when it comes to new music, trends, and internet culture. Salma embraces being teased about being behind on technology because it keeps her connected to her daughter's world.
Salma mentioned that her own parents never had to deal with social media algorithms or online trends, but keeping up with those conversations allows them to share playful jabs, music recommendations, and continuous banter that keeps their bond so strong.
Exactly, Rachel. Salma emphasized that while her parents' generation never had to navigate digital spaces, staying engaged with Valentina's universe keeps her young and brings so much joy to their everyday relationship.
And let us not forget that while Salma is busy letting 18-year-old Valentina block questionable accounts for her, Valentina is also out there telling her mother, "I am cooler than you," right in the middle of a boutique shopping trip.
She really did. Salma was giving her all this sweet, sentimental praise about watching her grow and rediscover herself over the years, and Valentina immediately turned around and critiqued her mother's choice of shirt. Bianca, you have to admire that level of unfiltered honesty between a mother and daughter.
Oh, absolutely, Rachel. If my mother tried to pick out a shirt for me when I was 18, I would have had a few sharp words too. But it shows how genuinely close they are. Salma openly admits she came to social media late and was never tech-savvy. So having her teenager guide her and set digital boundaries actually brings them even closer together.
It really does, Bianca. Reporting indicates that Valentina still maintains a private account, and having those automatic built-in safety protections gives Salma real peace of mind while they share fashion tips, music recommendations, and lighthearted teasing. It is such a stark contrast to how stressful things become when family privacy is breached on a massive scale.
That transition from private family humor to public family friction brings us right into what our viewers are discussing today. We actually just received a live message on our show's feed regarding this exact contrast.
Hi everyone, I am Brenda from Ohio. I love how sweet Salma and Valentina are together. But looking at the royal family, shouldn't Kate just forgive Harry and Meghan already, since life is way too short for long grudges?
Brenda, my dear, forgiving someone is one thing, but handing over your private life to people who wrote a tell-all book about your family is an entirely different story.
You hit the nail right on the head, Bianca. Palace insiders have made it very clear that while King Charles, at 77, was happy to host Harry, 41, and Meghan, 45, alongside Archie, 7, and Lilibet, 5, at Highgrove House on July 10th, Kate and William have a much more cautious perspective.
D. What are sources close to the Princess of Wales actually saying about her specific conditions for moving forward? Because Kate has always had a strong reputation for being calm and conflict avoidant.
That is completely accurate, Rachel. Sources close to the family emphasize that Kate has never enjoyed confrontation or family feuds, and her natural instinct is always to draw a line under difficult situations and move on. However, those same sources explain that she feels this situation is fundamentally different because deeply personal family issues were played out on the world stage through that famous Oprah Winfrey interview, the Netflix documentary series, and Harry's memoir Spare.
Which completely blew up the trust. You cannot just roll up to Highgrove House for a few days in Gloucestershire, share a roof, and expect 4 years of intense public estrangement to vanish into thin air.
Exactly, Bianca. The key word coming from palace sources is that reconciliation has to be earned. The Prince and Princess of Wales reportedly believe that broken trust cannot be rebuilt overnight, simply because everyone spent a little time together under one roof.
Spot on, Rachel. According to a royal insider, Kate is not completely opposed to reconciliation in the long run, but she firmly believes that forgiveness does not automatically erase the deep emotional hurt or restore the level of trust that existed before everything became so public. Her ultimate condition is complete confidence and ironclad assurance that private family moments, intimate conversations, and personal exchanges will remain strictly private going forward.
And can you really blame her, Dee? Look at how public statements destroy trust in other high-profile families, like when Brooklyn Beckham posted that 6-slide statement in January about his parents David and Victoria, claiming he felt controlled his whole life after his April 2022 wedding to Nicola Peltz.
That is such a relevant comparison, Bianca. When Brooklyn publicly alleged that Victoria hijacked his first dance at his Palm Beach wedding, it showed how once personal grievances are put out in public, repairing those bonds becomes a massive uphill battle.
And that is why Kate is standing her ground so firmly, Dee. She knows that once private conversations are leaked or published, you can never truly unring that bell.
Exactly, Rachel, because how do you sit down for tea with someone when you are sitting there wondering if your private words will end up published on a global stage next year? You just cannot. You would be on guard the entire time, and that is no way to rebuild a genuine family bond.
And that contrast between King Charles and the Prince and Princess of Wales is so clear right now. Our reporting shows that when Prince Harry, who is 41, and Meghan Markle, who is 45, brought 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lilibet to Highgrove House back on July 10, 2026, it was a major step for the king. King Charles, at 77, and Queen Camilla, at 79, were hosting them in Gloucestershire, marking the first time the monarch had spent extended time with his California-based grandchildren since 2020.
4 whole years, Dee. That is a huge milestone for a grandfather. But as you mentioned, the king's desire to reconnect does not mean William and Kate are ready to throw open the doors just yet.
Not at all, Rachel. Sources close to the palace emphasize that William and Kate firmly believe reconciliation has to be earned through actions over time. Their view is that trust was deeply broken, and simply sharing a roof at Highgrove House for a few days does not instantly fix years of damage.
Look! Kate is famous for being calm, patient, and completely conflict avoidant. She is usually the first person to want to draw a line under drama and move forward. But when you look at what happened, the massive television interview with Oprah Winfrey, the multi-part streaming documentary series, and Harry's memoir Spare, those were personal family issues put out for the whole world to analyze. You cannot pretend those wounds vanish just because time passes.
That is precisely Kate's core condition, Bianca. The reporting indicates she is not completely closed off to healing, but her non-negotiable demand is absolute confidence that private conversations, personal exchanges, and family moments will stay strictly private going forward. She feels forgiveness is one thing, but restoring that original level of trust requires real proof over time.
And honestly, good for her for sticking to that boundary. You cannot have a real relationship without privacy.
What about you watching at home? Do you believe trust can be rebuilt after deeply personal family matters are made public? Or do you side with Kate on needing time and proven actions first? Send us your comments on our official show page right now. Now, speaking of family dynamics, trust, and managing life under the public eye, let us turn to a mother-daughter pair who handle public life and digital exposure in a totally different and absolutely hilarious way. Dee, bring us up to speed on Salma Hayek and her daughter Valentina Paloma Pinal.
Oh, this dynamic is so fun, Rachel. Salma Hayek, who is 59, and her daughter Valentina, who just turned 18 on September 21st, recently did a joint appearance in a charming video series where they went shopping at a fashion boutique together. And let me tell you, the chemistry between them is more like sisters or best friends than a traditional parent and teenager.
Oh, Valentina did not hold back at all, Dee. Right in the middle of boutique shopping, 18-year-old Valentina looks at her Oscar-nominated mother and quips, "I am cooler than you." And then she immediately starts critiquing the shirt Salma picked out. I was dying laughing. Imagine having Salma Hayek as your mother and telling her you are the cool one in the family.
But Salma actually loves it. Bianca, Salma was so sweet, telling Valentina how much she enjoys discovering new styles and music through her. Salma mentioned that even when Valentina was younger, watching her explore her artistic taste on social media feeds was amazing. Salma said it has been lovely watching her grow, change, and rediscover herself over the years.
And what is so interesting, Rachel, is how their digital roles are completely reversed. Salma admitted that because she had Valentina later in life, she was never tech-savvy and joined social platforms quite late. She said her kids make fun of how behind she is with technology. But Valentina actually steps in as her mom's digital guardian.
Yes! Salma revealed that whenever questionable or strange accounts show up in her messages, Valentina literally grabs her phone and starts blocking them for her. Salma did not even know how to block people online, so her teenage daughter had to step in and protect her mom's feed.
That is priceless, D. Valentina keeps a private account herself, which has built-in digital protections for teenagers, while Salma stays connected just enough to understand the jokes, the music, and the online trends her kids talk about. Salma says having a teenager keeps her young and brings so much energy into her life.
And we really saw that stylish, artistic connection come to life at that gorgeous gala in Venice, organized by the Pinot Family Foundation alongside the Giorgio Cini Foundation. Salma, Valentina, and Salma's stepdaughter, Matilda Pinot, all stepped out together in matching black gowns, and they completely stole the spotlight.
They looked incredible, Dee! Salma wore a tight, fitted off-the-shoulder gown embedded with sparkling stones, with her hair loose and wavy. And Valentina matched her mom in an off-the-shoulder black gown made of semi-transparent fabric with a high leg slit, showing off these gorgeous silver heels, with her honey blonde hair styled super straight.
And Mathilde Pinot chose a sleek, long-sleeved gown with a low cut and a cutout at the midriff, paired with a delicate gold necklace. They were taking photos alongside major star guests like Zoe Saldana and her husband Marco Perego. It really showed how Valentina has evolved from a quiet kid into this confident, ultra-fashionable 18-year-old standing right beside her mother.
It really is a complete transformation. Does your teenager roast your outfit choices or manage your phone settings like Valentina does for Salma? Jump onto our live show page and share your funniest mother-daughter stories with us.
I think what I love most about Salma and Valentina, Rachel, is that Salma actually listens to her daughter's feedback. When they were in that boutique, Salma was genuinely curious about what Valentina thought of the clothes, even when Valentina was bluntly turning up her nose at Salma's pick.
That is what makes their bond so strong, Bianca. Salma mentioned in that interview that nothing Valentina says can surprise her anymore because she is so used to hearing the unexpected from her. She said she is always surprised, so she is never surprised by being surprised.
But let us be real for a second. Would you let an 18-year-old completely restyle your wardrobe, Rachel? Because as much as I love youth trends, some of these new digital fashion crazes are questionable at best.
Well, Bianca, if my daughter had the kind of sharp artistic eye that Valentina has developed over the years, I might actually give her full control of my closet. But when you look at that boutique trip, you could see Salma holding up a shirt, waiting for the verdict, and Valentina just giving her that classic teenage side-eye.
That classic teenage side-eye is absolute perfection, Rachel. But you have to admit, Valentina saying, "I am cooler than you," right to her mother's face in the middle of a clothing boutique is pure comedy. What I love most is that Salma did not even argue with her. She just laughed and admitted that she genuinely loves discovering new fashion trends through her daughter.
That is because Salma truly respects Valentina's creative eye, Bianca. During that same video conversation, Salma was opening up about how she actually entered the digital world quite late in life, being 59 years old now and having had Valentina when she was a bit older. She confessed that her kids constantly tease her about how far behind she is when it comes to technology.
That is so relatable, D. Even Hollywood icons get gently roasted by their teenagers over app updates. But what really fascinated me, D, was how Valentina actually takes on the role of digital protector for her mother. What did your reporting show about how Valentina handles Salma's online safety?
Rachel, it is a complete role reversal. Salma revealed that when questionable messages and unexpected accounts started popping up on her profile, she had no idea how to deal with them. Valentina literally stepped in, grabbed her mother's phone, and started manually blocking those accounts one by one to keep her safe. Salma admitted she did not even know how the blocking function worked at first, so Valentina became her personal digital bodyguard. And even though Valentina turned 18 back on September 21st, she still maintains her own private account with automatic teenage account protections built in, which gives Salma total peace of mind.
See? Now that is real family loyalty. Valentina is out here providing tech support and safety detail for an Oscar nominee. But let us look at the contrast here, because while Salma and Valentina use humor to navigate their bond and protect each other's privacy, other high-profile families are playing out their deepest friction on the world stage.
You are steering us right back to the royal family dynamics, Bianca, and the timing could not be more intense. Dee, you have been tracking the insider reporting following that July 10th visit at Highgrove House in Gloucestershire, where Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, 7-year-old Archie, and 5-year-old Lilibet stayed under the same roof with King Charles, who is 77, and Queen Camilla, who is 79. What is the latest on where Princess Catherine stands regarding a full reconciliation?
Rachel, the position held by the Prince and Princess of Wales is very distinct from King Charles's hopeful outlook. While 77-year-old King Charles has always hoped that the family could gradually repair the damage accumulated over recent years, William and Catherine firmly believe that reconciliation has to be earned through actions over time. Insiders report that their verdict is clear. Trust was deeply broken, and simply sharing a roof for a few days does not mean everything is repaired overnight.
And why should it, Dee? You cannot spend 4 years giving explosive television interviews, releasing a 6-part streaming documentary, and publishing a detailed tell-all memoir filled with private details, and then expect one short family visit to Highgrove House to reset the clock. Trust is built over time, not handed out just because everyone ate under the same roof for a weekend.
That is the exact dilemma facing the monarchy right now, Bianca. And to everyone watching us live right now, do you think Catherine is right to demand proven actions and absolute guarantees of privacy before opening that door? Or should family automatically forgive after a reunion? Drop your comments online right now. D, bring us deeper into Catherine's exact perspective, because she has always been known as someone who avoids conflict, hasn't she?
Absolutely, Rachel. Every insider report stresses that Princess Catherine is naturally conflict avoidant. She does not enjoy family feuds or confrontation, and her instinct is usually to draw a line under difficult situations and move forward. However, sources reveal she feels this situation is entirely different because deeply personal family exchanges were played out on a global stage, leaving wounds that do not simply disappear with time. Her non-negotiable condition before any relationship returns to what it once was is complete confidence that private conversations, family moments, and personal exchanges will remain strictly private.
Which is entirely reasonable. Forgiveness is one thing, but restoring full access to your private life is another. If you are constantly worried that a personal conversation over morning coffee could end up cited in a future interview or publication, how can you ever speak openly?
It really demonstrates how public statements leave long-lasting damage in high-profile families. Bianca, we saw a very similar dynamic play out with the Beckham family back in January of 2026, when 26-year-old Brooklyn Beckham published that 6-slide public statement addressing his parents, Victoria and David Beckham.
Oh, that Beckham statement was a massive moment of public family tension. Brooklyn wrote publicly that he felt controlled by his parents for most of his life, suffering from overwhelming anxiety, and that stepping away from his family finally brought him peace and relief. And when you look back at where so much of that public friction reached a boiling point, it traces right back to his April 2022 wedding to Nicola Peltz at her family's Palm Beach estate.
That is right, Bianca. Brooklyn alleged that his mother hijacked his first dance with Nicola, which had been planned weeks in advance to a romantic love song. Instead, Mark Anthony called Brooklyn to the stage for what was supposed to be his romantic moment with his bride, but Victoria danced with him instead, in front of 500 guests, including Venus and Serena Williams, Eva Longoria, Rashida Jones, and Kiernan Shipka. On top of that, Nicola wore a custom Valentino gown instead of a dress designed by Victoria's fashion house.
When family grievances are voiced publicly, whether through memoirs, major broadcasts, or social media statements, the road to rebuilding trust becomes extraordinarily long, which brings us right back to how Salma Hayek and her family choose to handle their public image. D, look at how Salma, Valentina, and stepdaughter Mathilde Pinal presented such a united front at that gala in Venice.
It was a striking family appearance, Rachel. The gala was organized by the Pinot family alongside a cultural foundation in Venice to celebrate the arts. Salma, Valentina, and Mathilde all coordinated in elegant black gowns. Salma wore a tight, off-the-shoulder gown embedded with delicate glittering stones, styling her hair loose and wavy. Valentina matched the dark color palette in an off-the-shoulder semi-transparent gown with a leg slit and silver heels, wearing her honey blonde hair straightened. They stood united with François-Henri Pinault, posing alongside high-profile guests like Zoe Saldana and Marco Perigo.
Look at the difference in how they navigate public life. Salma builds genuine bonds with her daughter Valentina and stepdaughter Mathilde, sharing fun digital moments and glamorous red carpet appearances without exposing personal family drama to the public. They keep their private life grounded while still letting the world see their strong connection.
And that brings us right back to what we are asking all of you watching live. When a boundary is broken inside a high-profile family, can private trust ever be fully restored, or do public statements change things forever? Because as Princess Catherine holds her ground on privacy before any royal reconciliation, everyone is waiting to see who takes the next step.
That boundary question is everything, Rachel, because you cannot simply hit a reset button after 4 years of heavy public commentary. When deeply personal family exchanges are broadcast to the entire world, you cannot act like a 4-day stay under the same roof automatically erases all that hurt.
Exactly, Bianca. And what my reporting shows is that while King Charles, at 77 years old, wants nothing more than to heal the rift and spend quality time with his grandchildren Archie, who is 7, and Lilibet, who is 5, Princess Catherine has a completely different perspective. A palace insider emphasizes that Catherine is naturally a conflict-avoidant person. She is not someone who enjoys confrontation or family feuds, and she usually prefers to draw a line under difficult situations and move forward. But this situation is entirely different for her.
Because the private details went public. What did the insider specifically say about her conditions, Dee?
The key condition is total confidence that private conversations, family moments, and personal exchanges will remain strictly private. The insider noted that William and Catherine both believe reconciliation has to be earned through actions over time. Trust was completely broken when personal grievances were played out on the world stage in major television interviews, that documentary series, and Prince Harry's memoir Spare. So just sharing a roof at Highgrove House in Gloucestershire on July 10th with King Charles and Queen Camilla, who is 79, does not automatically erase years of strain.
And can you blame her? Look at the difference between having a quiet conversation over tea and knowing that whatever you say might end up analyzed by millions of people. Rebuilding trust takes time and real proof. You cannot just jump back to how things were before they stepped back in 2020. Catherine is holding a firm line because once privacy is breached, it takes consistent behavior over years, not days, to rebuild that foundation.
That is such an important distinction, Bianca. Forgiveness is one thing, but restoring full access and trust is another. And on that exact point, we have a viewer jumping into the conversation right now.
Hi panel, my name is Teresa from Ohio, and I just feel like life is too short not to forgive your family. If King Charles can open his home at Highgrove House to his grandchildren after 4 years, why can't Kate just give Harry and Meghan another chance? Family should always come first, no matter what happened in the past.
Oh, Teresa, I love your heart, but family coming first is exactly why Catherine is protecting her immediate family. Opening your door for a visit is easy when you are the monarch trying to see your grandchildren, but when your personal life has been laid bare, protecting your children and your peace becomes the top priority.
And Teresa's point about King Charles hosting them at Highgrove House on July 10th is so warm. But the reality behind palace walls is layered. The reporting is clear. Charles hosting 41-year-old Harry, 45-year-old Meghan, Archie, and Lilibet was a major step for him personally, but a royal source explicitly stated that the king's willingness to reconnect does not automatically reflect the feelings of everyone else in the family.
Right. The source said Catherine is not opposed to reconciliation, but she believes forgiveness does not automatically erase the hurt or restore the previous level of trust. Now, Bianca, when you compare that intense public scrutiny with how other high-profile figures manage their family dynamic, the contrast is night and day, especially looking at Salma Hayek and her daughter Valentina.
Oh, completely! Salma and Valentina show us how you can exist in the public eye, have fun, show your bond, and still keep your private world totally secure. Valentina just turned 18 on September 21st, and their dynamic in that recent digital shopping video was pure gold.
It really was. In that new episode of a digital series, Salma, who is 59, and Valentina went boutique shopping together. Valentina literally looked at her mother and said, "I'm cooler than you," and then she immediately started critiquing the shirt Salma picked out.
I love that playful banter. What else did Salma say about watching Valentina grow up, Dee?
Salma laughed it off. She told Valentina that she loves finding new fashion pieces through her, especially since Valentina was younger and using social media to build her artistic style and taste. Salma mentioned that it has been lovely to watch her daughter grow, change, investigate herself, and rediscover who she is over the years. But behind all that banter, there is a very real protective dynamic happening.
Yes! Valentina is actually the one protecting her mother on the internet. Salma admitted that because she had Valentina later in life and was never tech-savvy, the digital universe was totally new to her. Valentina literally went into Salma's private social media messages and started blocking questionable accounts for her before Salma even knew what they were.
That is amazing! A teenager acting as the digital bodyguard for her famous mom.
Exactly. Salma explained that Valentina keeps her young by introducing her to new music, explaining social media trends, and making fun of how behind she is with technology. But at the same time, Valentina maintains her own private account and uses built-in teen safety protections to keep her own boundaries secure. They have that balance of lighthearted public moments and strong private boundaries.
Which is precisely what keeps a family grounded. Compare that to public family breakdowns where grievances are posted online for millions to read. We saw it with Brooklyn Beckham back in January of 2026 when he posted that 6-slide statement about his parents, David and Victoria.
Oh, that 6-slide statement made massive headlines. Dee, refresh everyone on what happened there with Brooklyn and his family timeline.
Brooklyn, who was 26 at the time, posted on his social media story claiming he had been controlled by his parents for most of his life and grew up with overwhelming anxiety. He said that since stepping away from his family, that anxiety disappeared and he found peace. He traced part of that tension back to his April 2022 wedding to Nicola Peltz at her family's Palm Beach estate,
where he claimed his mother hijacked his first dance with Nicola. He alleged that Mark Anthony called him to the stage for what was supposed to be his romantic dance with his wife, but it turned into something else entirely in front of 500 guests.
When personal moments at a wedding or inside a royal residence become public statements, the ripple effects last for years. Bianca, how does a family recover when those public lines are crossed?
They recover only when everyone agrees to put down the microphones and do the quiet work behind closed doors. Look at Salma and Valentina. They joke they go to galas in Venice with Francois-Henri Pinault and stepdaughter Mathilde in matching black gowns organized by the Pinault family and the Giorgio Cini Foundation, alongside guests like Zoe Saldana and Marco Perigo, but they never betray each other's trust for public attention.
and that is the core difference. Whether it is a royal family in Britain or a Hollywood star in Venice, trust is built in private and tested in public.
Exactly. And as we watch whether Prince Harry and Meghan Markle can meet Kate Middleton's condition of proven privacy over time, we want to know what you think live on air.
Send us your messages right now, because let us be real, setting strict boundaries with family after years of very public noise is something millions of people understand in their own lives.
That is the exact dilemma facing the royal family right now. Bianca, Dee, walk us through what is actually happening behind those high walls after that quiet gathering in Gloucestershire.
Well, Rachel, what we know from individuals close to the situation is that King Charles, who is 77, hosted Prince Harry, who is 41, Meghan Markle, who is 45, and their 2 children, 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lilibet, at his private residence, Highgrove House, on July 10th. This was a major milestone because it marked the first time the monarch spent extended quality time with his California-based grandchildren since Harry and Meghan stepped back from senior royal duties back in 2020.
But having tea together for a few days under one roof does not magically erase 4 years of tell-all interviews and memoirs. King Charles might be eager to smooth things over as a grandfather, but you cannot blame Prince William and Kate Middleton for keeping their distance and demanding proof of change.
Exactly, Bianca. Those close to the palace explain that while the king has always hoped the family could begin repairing the damage over time, his willingness to reconnect does not automatically reflect how the Prince and Princess of Wales feel about the situation. Their position is crystal clear. Reconciliation is not a gift you just hand out on demand. It has to be earned through actions over time. Trust was broken, and spending a few days under the same roof at Highgrove House does not rewrite history overnight.
And Dee, what is Kate's personal stance on all of this? Because she has always had a reputation for avoiding conflict whenever possible.
That is what makes her position so significant, Rachel. Sources familiar with her perspective emphasize that Kate has never been someone who enjoys confrontation or family feuds. In normal circumstances, she prefers to draw a line under difficult situations and simply move forward. However, she feels this situation is fundamentally different because deeply personal family issues and private conversations were played out on a global stage, from that high-profile television interview with Oprah Winfrey to their 6-part documentary series and Harry's 2023 memoir, Spare.
Exactly! When you write a whole book laying out personal family arguments and private phone calls, you cannot expect people to just invite you back into the living room without absolute proof that those conversations will not end up in another chapter. Kate is completely right to hold the line and demand guaranteed privacy.
So, Bianca, you think her condition is entirely fair under the circumstances?
It is not just fair, Rachel. It is common sense. Kate's condition is simple and non-negotiable. Complete confidence that private exchanges, quiet family moments, and confidential discussions remain strictly inside the family circle. She is not opposing reconciliation out of malice, but she recognizes that forgiveness does not magically erase emotional wounds or restore the deep level of trust that existed before everything became a public spectacle.
We want to hear from you at home. Do you think trust after a massive family rift has to be earned through years of silence? Or should families forgive as soon as everyone sits at the same table? Let us know what you think live on air.
It really highlights two completely different approaches to family conflict, doesn't it? Look at what happened with Brooklyn Beckham, who is 26, when he posted that dramatic 6-slide statement on his social media stories back in January 2026. He explicitly detailed how he felt controlled by his parents, Victoria and David Beckham, for most of his life, and how his anxiety only vanished after stepping away from his family.
And do not forget how he brought up his April 2022 wedding to Nicola Peltz at her family's home in Palm Beach, Florida. He alleged that his mother hijacked his planned romantic first dance with Nicola in front of 500 wedding guests, including Venus and Serena Williams, Eva Longoria, Rashida Jones, Kiernan Shipka, and Mark Anthony. He claimed Mark Anthony called him up to the stage during what was supposed to be his romantic moment with his bride. That kind of public airing of grievances creates permanent scars, just like the royal situation.
That is why privacy is the golden rule, Dee. Compare those public explosions to how Salma Hayek and her daughter Valentina Paloma Pinol handle their bond.
It is night and day, Rachel. Valentina turned 18 on September 21st, and their relationship is built on humor, mutual respect, and genuine boundaries. During their August 4th appearance on that digital shopping series, they showed how close they really are. Valentina was picking on her mom's style, telling Salma, "I'm cooler than you," and bluntly critiquing a shirt Salma picked out. But it was all done with affection and zero public drama.
And let us talk about how Valentina actually protects her mother on social media. Salma has openly admitted that because she had Valentina later in life and was not tech-savvy when she joined social media, she was overwhelmed by random messages. It was 18-year-old Valentina who stepped in and physically started blocking questionable accounts on her mother's phone to keep her safe.
Absolutely, Bianca. Salma explained that while her kids tease her for being behind on technology, she loves learning about music, trends, and digital culture through Valentina. Plus, Valentina uses private social media accounts with automatic built-in protections for teenagers, which keeps her personal life completely out of the tabloid gossip pipeline while still having fun with fashion and self-expression.
That private foundation is why they can step out together on the biggest stages in the world and look totally united. Dee, remind us about that stunning appearance in Venice.
Oh, it was breathtaking, Rachel. Salma, Valentina, and Salma's stepdaughter Mathilde Pinot attended that high-profile gala organized by the Pinot family and the Giorgio Cini Foundation in Venice, wearing gorgeous matching black gowns. Salma wore a fitted off-the-shoulder dress embedded with delicate sparkling stones, while Valentina wore a sleek off-the-shoulder semi-transparent gown with a leg slit and silver heels, with her honey blonde hair styled straight. Mathilde wore a long-sleeved cutout gown, and they took photos right alongside guests like Zoe Saldana and her husband Marco Perego.
Notice how they can attend a massive international gala with movie stars and business leaders, look incredible, and never throw each other under the bus for headlines. They keep their family moments sacred, which is why their trust is unbreakable.
Dee, when you look at how Kate Middleton is handling her boundaries versus these other high-profile families, what is the bottom line for the royal household moving forward?
The bottom line, Rachel, is that while King Charles wants his family reunited under one roof, William and Kate are making it clear that rebuilding trust takes time, consistent effort, and absolute discretion. A single visit to Highgrove House in July was a positive first step, but the Princess of Wales will not compromise on protecting her family's privacy before taking any major steps forward.
And honestly, good for her. If you want a real relationship with people you hurt publicly, you have to prove that you can keep your mouth shut when the microphones turn off.
How do you balance forgiveness and protecting your personal boundaries when family trust is broken? We want to hear your live take.
Because at the end of the day, Rachel, setting a boundary is not about being cold or bitter. It is about self-preservation. When you have spent years watching your private conversations and sensitive family struggles broadcast on every headline across the globe, you do not just throw the door wide open because of one nice weekend in Gloucestershire.
Exactly, Bianca. The reporting from Palace insiders makes it clear that while King Charles, who is 77, was eager to host Prince Harry, 41, Meghan Markle, 45, and his two grandchildren, 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lilibet, at Highgrove House on July 10th, William and Kate view the situation through a very different lens. That visit on July 10th, 2026, was actually the first time in 4 years that the monarch had spent extended time with those grandchildren since Harry and Meghan stepped down from their senior royal roles back in 2020.
And Dee, that clear contrast between King Charles's desire to reunite his family under one roof and the Prince and Princess of Wales's caution really highlights the core issue here, doesn't it?
It really does, Rachel. Sources emphasize that while the king has always hoped time would repair the accumulated damage, his personal willingness to reconnect does not automatically reflect how everyone else feels. Kate, who is naturally conflict avoidant and prefers to draw a line under difficult situations to move forward, feels that this fallout was fundamentally different. We are talking about deeply personal family matters played out on the world stage, from that famous sit-down television interview, to the 6-part streaming documentary, to the tell-all memoir released in 2023. For Kate, forgiveness might be possible down the road, but trust has to be earned through consistent actions over time.
And honestly, can anyone blame her? Let us be completely real here. Rebuilding trust after someone writes an entire tell-all book detailing private family arguments is not like fixing a flat tire. You cannot just say, well, everyone shared a roof for a few days in July, so let us pretend nothing happened. Trust takes years to build and 5 seconds to destroy. If Kate is demanding complete confidence that future conversations, private family moments, and personal exchanges will remain strictly private, that is simply the bare minimum standard.
Bianca, you make a crucial point about the difference between public exposure and private healing. If family members cannot speak without worrying if those words will show up in another broadcast or chapter later on, real reconciliation cannot even begin.
That is precisely what the palace sources are stating, Rachel. The Princess of Wales is not completely opposed to reconciliation, but she firmly maintains that forgiveness does not automatically erase past hurt or restore the level of trust that existed before everything became public knowledge. Her main condition is absolute privacy and discretion moving forward, until there is total certainty that private family interactions stay behind closed doors. Her cautious approach will not change.
Which is just smart. Look at how other prominent families manage their privacy under the relentless glare of the spotlight. You do not have to parade every disagreement online or in books to deal with it. In fact, keeping personal matters quiet is usually how you protect the people you love.
Speaking of high-profile families who navigate that exact balance between public visibility and strong personal boundaries, Dee, let us talk about Salma Hayek and her daughter Valentina Paloma Pinel. They have such an engaging dynamic when it comes to social media and family protection.
They really do, Rachel. Salma, who is 59, and Valentina, who celebrated her 18th birthday on September 21st, appeared together in a social media video series released on August 4th. They went boutique clothing shopping together, and what stood out to viewers was how relaxed, affectionate, and humorous their relationship is. Valentina teased her mother about her shirt choices during the shoot and playfully claimed she was cooler than her mother. But behind the fun teasing, there is a very real protective dynamic at work.
I loved watching that, Dee, because Salma freely admits that she was not tech-savvy and joined social media quite late in life. So her daughter has basically taken on the role of her digital security officer. Valentina actively goes into her mother's social accounts and blocks questionable or invasive profiles before Salma even has a chance to see them.
Exactly, Bianca. Salma explained in a recent conversation that she relied heavily on Valentina to help her navigate the online world safely. While Valentina maintained a private account while growing up, benefiting from built-in automatic safety features for teen accounts, she also made sure to shield her mother from uncomfortable online interactions. Salma mentioned that her children often make fun of how behind she is with technology, but she loves how it keeps them connected through music, trends, and daily conversations.
It is a wonderful example of a mother-daughter bond where digital boundaries are used to protect one another, Dee, and we saw that same close-knit unity on display when the whole family attended that glamorous cultural event in Venice, didn't we?
Absolutely, Rachel. At that elegant gala organized in Venice by the Pinel family and the Giorgio Cini Foundation, Salma, Valentina, and her stepdaughter, Mathilde Pinel, stepped out in coordinated black gowns. Salma wore an off-the-shoulder fitted gown embedded with sparkling stones. Valentina chose a matching off-the-shoulder semi-transparent dress with a leg slit and silver heels, and Mathilde wore a long-sleeved gown with a cutout design. They posed together alongside distinguished guests like Zoe Saldana and her husband Marco Perigo, showcasing a remarkably united and stylish family front.
Now see, that is how a family handles public life. You show up looking incredible, you support each other, and you keep your private life secure. Contrast that respectful, protective dynamic with what we saw earlier this year when family issues were broadcast publicly in the Beckham family.
That contrast is so striking, Bianca. When family grievances are published for the world to see, the consequences look entirely different.
It really highlights the difference, Rachel. Back in January 2026, 26-year-old Brooklyn Beckham posted a 6-slide statement online addressing his parents, Victoria and David Beckham. He publicly claimed that he had been controlled by his parents for most of his life, that he suffered from overwhelming anxiety, and that stepping away from his family finally brought him peace. He even brought up specific details from his April 2022 wedding to Nicola Peltz at the Peltz family estate in Palm Beach, Florida, alleging that his mother hijacked his planned romantic first dance in front of 500 guests when Mark Anthony called him to the stage instead.
And that is a textbook lesson in what happens when private boundaries break down on a massive scale. Once you release statements like that into the public domain, you cannot take them back. It creates deep public fractures that take years, if not decades, to repair. That is exactly why Kate Middleton is holding such a firm line on privacy before even considering opening the door to Harry and Meghan.
When family trust has been broken on a global stage, can a relationship ever truly recover without complete discretion behind closed doors? Jump into the live chat and share your perspective with us.
It is going to take consistent effort, time, and proven privacy over months and years, Rachel. A single July visit to Highgrove House in Gloucestershire was a small step, but royal insiders agree that true recovery requires absolute confidence that private family moments will stay private.
And if you cannot guarantee that privacy when the microphones are off, do not expect the family to welcome you back with open arms.
That is the bottom line, Bianca and Dee. From what the palace insiders are saying, Princess Catherine is holding that boundary very intentionally because those public interviews and that tell-all memoir left serious wounds.
Exactly, Rachel. People close to the family say Catherine is naturally someone who dislikes confrontation and prefers to draw a line under conflict. But this situation is different for her because deeply personal exchanges were played out on a global stage over the last 4 years. While King Charles is eager to repair things after hosting Harry, Meghan, 7-year-old Archie, and 5-year-old Lilibet at Highgrove House in Gloucestershire on July 10th, William and Catherine firmly believe reconciliation cannot happen overnight just because everyone shared a roof for a few days.
And why should it? You cannot spend years dropping bombshells in documentaries and books and then expect a quick reset over tea in the countryside. Rebuilding trust takes consistent action over time.
It really does, Bianca. And our viewers are feeling this deeply this morning as we talk about boundaries. Let us look at a message that just came into our live stream feed.
Hi everyone, I am Chloe from Chicago and I have been watching all morning. I completely understand why Kate wants privacy, but life is just too short to hold grudges against family. After 4 years apart, shouldn't love and forgiveness take priority over past mistakes?
Oh, Chloe, my sweet, naive friend. Forgiveness is lovely in theory, but when your private conversations end up broadcast to millions, strict boundaries are not a grudge. They are basic protection.
And that is the core distinction, Bianca. The reporting shows Catherine is not opposed to forgiving, but she feels forgiveness alone does not instantly restore trust. For her, true healing requires absolute confidence that future family moments and personal exchanges will stay completely private.
Which brings up such an interesting contrast, Dee, when you look at how different high-profile families navigate public life and the digital world. Think about Brooklyn Beckham publishing that 6-slide statement about his parents David and Victoria in January, versus how Salma Hayek and her 18-year-old daughter Valentina handle social media together.
Now that is a night and day comparison, Rachel. One family uses social media like a public battleground, while Salma and Valentina use it to tease each other about boutique fashion.
It really is a completely different dynamic, Bianca. Salma, who is 59, recently spoke about raising a teenager in the digital age. She admitted she was never tech-savvy, but 18-year-old Valentina actually steps in to protect her. Valentina routinely goes into her mother's account to block questionable profiles before Salma even sees them.
I love that, Dee. A teenager actively protecting her mother's digital space. And in that recent video series where they went boutique shopping together, you could see how close they are. Valentina literally told Salma, "I'm cooler than you," and then started critiquing her mother's shirt choices on the spot.
That is just honest parenting in reverse, Rachel. If your 18-year-old daughter is not roasting your fashion choices while shopping, is she even your daughter? But jokes aside, Salma mentioned how lovely it has been watching Valentina grow, investigate her style, and rediscover herself over the years.
And we saw that incredible visual evolution firsthand at the cultural gala dinner in Venice, organized by the Pinal family. Rachel, Salma, Valentina, and her stepdaughter Mathilde Pinal all stepped out in coordinated, breathtaking black gowns.
That red carpet was stunning, Dee. Valentina wore an off-the-shoulder dress with a high slit and silver heels, looking so elegant next to Salma and Mathilde, with stars like Zoe Saldana attending the event as well.
It showed real maturity. Valentina turned 18 in September, and seeing her go from having a private account guarded by her mom to stepping out alongside major international stars shows a young woman who knows how to handle the spotlight without creating unnecessary drama.
And Bianca, when a young adult manages public attention with that level of poise, does it come down to how much their parents shield them early on? Jump into our live chat right now and tell us what you think.
It definitely plays a huge role, Rachel. Salma shared that even when Valentina was younger and had a private account, social media helped her cultivate her own artistic taste, and now they genuinely enjoy discovering trends together.
Exactly, Dee. But let us be real about what happens in that video series when they are actually out shopping at that boutique. Valentina looks right at Salma and says, "I am cooler than you." And instead of getting defensive, 59-year-old Salma just laughs it off and agrees. She literally tells her daughter how wonderful it has been to watch her grow, change, and rediscover herself over the years, even when Valentina immediately turns around and critiques her mom's choice in shirt.
That gives you such a clear window into their real relationship, Bianca. It is not just about glamorous red carpets in Venice with Matilda Pinot and stars like Zoe Saldana and Marco Perego. It is about that day-to-day humor where an 18-year-old takes her mom's phone to block unwanted accounts, because Salma admits she was never tech-savvy and had her daughter at a later age.
And Salma openly admits that. Rachel, she said her kids make fun of how far behind she is with technology, but she loves keeping up enough to stay relevant in their universe, whether that is learning about new music, understanding social media trends, or just joking around together. Salma explained that her own parents never had to navigate a digital universe, but having a teenager keeps her feeling young and excited.
It is refreshing because there is zero ego there. How many celebrity parents try to act like they know everything? Salma lets Valentina teach her, shield her DMs, and tell her what shirts not to buy. Compare that level of healthy boundary setting with other famous families where public statements and social media become battlegrounds.
You mean like what we saw with the Beckham family timeline, Bianca, when Brooklyn Beckham at 26 went on social media in January with that 6-slide statement about his parents David and Victoria?
Precisely! When Brooklyn posted that he felt controlled for most of his life and had overwhelming anxiety until stepping away, and claimed his mother hijacked his first dance with Nicola Peltz at their April 2022 wedding in Palm Beach with Mark Anthony on stage. That is what happens when boundaries are not established privately.
It really shows the two extremes of growing up under famous parents, Rachel. While Salma and Valentina built this protective bubble where the daughter actually guards the mother's digital space, other families end up having their deeply personal friction spilled out onto global platforms for millions to read.
And that exact tension between public exposure and private boundary setting is what brings us right back to the royal family. Dee, let us review what actually happened on July 10th, 2026, because people who are following this want to understand the exact timeline between King Charles, Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, and Princess Catherine.
That date is central, Rachel. On July 10th, Prince Harry, who is 41, and Meghan Markle, 45, returned to the United Kingdom with their two children, Archie, who is 7, and Lilibet, who is 5. They stayed at Highgrove House in Gloucestershire with King Charles, 77, and Queen Camilla, 79. It was the first time in 4 years that the Sussexes brought their kids back, and the first time the king had extended time with his grandchildren since Harry and Meghan stepped down as senior working royals back in 2020.
And while 77-year-old King Charles is eager to play the doting grandfather and heal the rift, let us not pretend everyone in that palace is handing out olive branches. The Prince and Princess of Wales are taking a completely different stance. And honestly, can you blame William and Kate?
That is the heart of the matter, Bianca. Dee, what are sources close to the family revealing about Kate Middleton's specific verdict on this Highgrove reunion?
Statements from royal insiders make it very clear, Rachel. While the king hopes to repair the damage that built up over recent years, there is a distinct understanding that Charles' willingness to reconnect does not reflect William and Kate's feelings. Insiders emphasize that William and Kate firmly believe reconciliation has to be earned through actions over time. Their view is that trust was completely broken, and sharing a roof at Highgrove House for a few days does not instantly fix years of strain.
Boom! That is real talk! You cannot just roll up after 4 years in California, spend a weekend at a country estate, and expect everyone to forget the explosive interview with Oprah Winfrey, the 6-part Netflix documentary, or Harry's 2023 memoir, Spare. Words were spoken, books were published, and claims were made on a global stage. You cannot just hit a reset button overnight.
And Bianca, if you were in Kate's shoes after having your personal family life discussed globally, would you demand strict proof of privacy before opening up again? Hop into our chat and weigh in. We want to read your perspective on whether trust can really be earned back after public fallout.
That point about privacy is actually Kate's #1 non-negotiable condition, Rachel. Those close to the palace describe Princess Catherine as someone who genuinely dislikes confrontation and family feuds. She naturally prefers to draw a line under difficult situations and move on. But in this case, personal family issues were played out on the world stage, leaving deep wounds that time alone does not erase.
She is being completely pragmatic. Kate is not saying she will never speak to them again, or that reconciliation is impossible. She is saying that forgiveness does not erase the hurt, and trust cannot return until there is total, absolute confidence that private conversations, family moments, and personal exchanges stay inside those palace walls.
D. Did the sources indicate whether Kate is actively opposing King Charles' efforts to spend time with Archie and Lilibet?
No, Rachel, not at all. The insider noted that Kate is not opposed to family reconciliation itself. She understands why King Charles wants to see 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lilibet. But her boundary is clear. Charles' desire to reconnect is his choice, while she and Prince William maintain that genuine effort, consistent behavior, and total respect for privacy must be proven over time before their personal relationship with the Sussexes can return to what it once was.
And that shows incredible emotional intelligence from Kate. She is allowing the king to have his relationship with his grandchildren without compromising her own boundaries or rushing into fake smiles for photos. It takes real discipline to stand your ground like that when the world is expecting an instant fairy tale reunion.
It really highlights the difference between short-term public appearances and long-term private rebuilding, D. When you look at how Prince Harry and Meghan stepped back in 2020 and established their independent life in California, it took years for this Highgrove meeting to even take place.
Exactly, Rachel. Since stepping down as working royals, their public commentary repeatedly brought royal inner workings into the spotlight. That is why palace sources stress that a single reunion at Highgrove House with Charles and Camilla, as warm as it might have been for the grandchildren, is only a small first step in a very long process.
Look, trust is like fine glass. Once it shatters on international television and in best-selling books, you cannot just stick it back together with tape. Kate knows that if private chats start leaking again, the damage will be permanent. She is protecting her nuclear family, her children, and her peace of mind.
D, let us retrace the exact timeline of events that led up to this position, because the distance between London and California is not just geographical, it is deeply personal.
It goes back to July 2016, when Harry and Meghan first met in London through a mutual friend at Dean Street Townhouse, before their relationship went public later that November. They built a life together, welcomed Archie and Lilibet, but after stepping back in 2020, the rift widened with every public release, culminating in Harry's memoir Spare in 2023. So when July 10th marked their first UK visit as a 4-person family in 4 years, expectations were sky high.
But managing expectations is key. King Charles hosting them at Highgrove House in Gloucestershire was a private, grandfatherly gesture. It was never a seal of approval from William and Kate, and people expecting a joint appearance or a happy family photo shoot were clearly not paying attention to how deep these wounds actually go.
And Bianca, when you compare the way Salma Hayek handles digital boundaries with her daughter Valentina, guarding privacy seems to be the ultimate lesson for public figures navigating high-stakes relationships in 2026.
Absolutely, Rachel. Whether you are an Oscar nominee raising an 18-year-old who filters your social media DMs, or the Princess of Wales protecting the privacy of the royal crown, control over your personal space is everything. Salma and Valentina laughed through it because they built trust quietly, while the royals are trying to rebuild trust after it was scattered across the globe.
And that contrast is why this topic resonates so strongly, Rachel. people recognize that forgiving someone is not the same thing as giving them immediate access back into your private life. Kate is making sure that if a bridge is built, it is built on solid ground, not on temporary promises.
D, are there any indications of further UK visits planned for Harry, Meghan, Archie, and Lilibet in the coming months?
At this moment, representatives have not confirmed any additional travel plans or follow-up meetings. The focus remains on whether the privacy around that Highgrove House visit holds firm over time, which palace insiders say will be the true test for future interactions.
And that test is running right now. If details of private chats at Highgrove stay private, that is step one. If they show up in another interview down the road, you can bet those palace doors will remain firmly shut.
That is the bottom line, Bianca. When personal family grievances play out on a global stage, you cannot simply press a reset button and pretend nothing was said. D, what are royal insiders saying about how Princess Catherine is actually viewing this entire situation behind closed doors?
What palace insiders emphasize, Rachel, is that Princess Catherine is naturally someone who dislikes confrontation and avoids family feuds whenever possible. She prefers to draw a line under difficult situations and focus on moving forward. However, reports indicate she feels this circumstance is fundamentally different because deeply personal family issues were played out on the world stage. Between that television interview with Oprah Winfrey, the 6-part Netflix documentary series, and Prince Harry's 41-year-old memoir, Spare, the wounds have not simply disappeared with the passage of time.
And honestly, who can blame her, Dee? You cannot write a tell-all book detailing private conversations, step onto global platforms, and then expect everyone to sip tea together as if nothing happened. Trust takes 5 seconds to shatter into pieces and years to rebuild. King Charles might be 77 and eager to heal the damage across the family, hosting Harry, 45-year-old Meghan, 7-year-old Archie, and 5-year-old Lilibet at Highgrove House back on July 10th. But William and Catherine are being realistic. Rebuilding trust cannot happen overnight just because everyone shared the same roof for a few days after 4 years of estrangement.
Exactly, Bianca. Sources close to the palace explain that while King Charles was delighted to spend extended time with his grandchildren alongside 79-year-old Queen Camilla, the Prince and Princess of Wales firmly believe reconciliation has to be earned through consistent actions over time. Princess Catherine's primary condition is total confidence that private conversations, family moments, and personal exchanges will remain strictly private. She is not against forgiveness, but she does not believe forgiving someone automatically erases the hurt or restores the level of trust that existed before everything became so public.
It really highlights the distinction between having forgiveness in your heart and giving immediate access back into your personal life. And that brings us to our audience watching live right now. Do you agree with Princess Catherine that family trust has to be earned through time and strict privacy, or do you believe families should just forgive and start fresh? Head to our show's social page and share your thoughts with us.
It is an ongoing lesson in public life, Rachel. Once you take family friction into the media, the dynamic shifts permanently. Look at what happened with the Beckham family back in January 2026. 26-year-old Brooklyn Beckham posted that explosive 6-slide statement on his Instagram stories regarding his parents, Victoria and David Beckham. He claimed he had been controlled for most of his life and suffered overwhelming anxiety until stepping away. He even claimed that during his April 2022 wedding to Nicola Peltz in Palm Beach, Florida, in front of 500 guests, his mother hijacked his first dance with his bride by taking the stage with Mark Anthony.
That comparison illustrates the point so well, Bianca. Whether it is a published memoir or 6 Instagram slides, airing family matters publicly alters the foundations of trust. Rebuilding that requires quiet consistency and strict boundaries over time, not quick gestures.
Absolutely. Maintaining private boundaries within a high-profile family is a delicate balance, which leads us directly, Bianca, into another story today, showing a completely different side of family trust and privacy in the public eye. Salma Hayek and her daughter Valentina Paloma Pinot.
Oh, I adore this mother-daughter dynamic, Rachel. Salma is 59. Valentina turned 18 in September, and their relationship is packed with humor and complete honesty. In their Conversations episode from August 4th, while boutique shopping together, Valentina looked at her mother and blurted out, I am cooler than you. And Salma did not even disagree. She admitted she loves discovering style, music, and new trends through her daughter.
What makes their dynamic even more interesting is how they navigate the digital age together. Salma admitted that because she had Valentina later in life and was never tech-savvy, jumping onto social media was like entering an entirely new world. Valentina actually acts as a protector for her mother online. She goes into Salma's Instagram settings and blocks questionable or unwanted accounts before her mother even knows they are there.
Having your 18-year-old daughter double as your personal digital security guard is brilliant, Rachel. Salma is an Oscar-nominated global star, but in boutique fitting rooms, Valentina is critiquing her shirt choices and teasing her about technology skills. But Salma embraces it because it keeps her connected to her daughter's universe and modern trends.
Plus, social media platforms now offer teen accounts with built-in automatic protections, giving parents added peace of mind about digital boundaries. That mutual closeness and trust really shone through when the Pinal family made a rare public appearance together at a luxe gala in Venice. Organized by François-Henri Pinal's family and the Giorgio Cini Foundation, a non-profit promoting arts and culture.
That Venice Gala appearance was stunning, Dee. Salma, Valentina, and stepdaughter Mathilde Pinal arrived in coordinated, elegant black gowns. Salma wore an off-the-shoulder gown embedded with delicate sparkling stones and loose wavy hair, while 18-year-old Valentina looked sophisticated in an off-the-shoulder semi-transparent gown with a leg slit, silver heels, and straightened honey blonde hair.
And Mathilde Pinal looked fantastic too, wearing a long-sleeved gown with a midriff cutout and gold necklace. They posed for photos alongside distinguished cultural guests, including Zoe Saldana and her husband, Marco Perego. Valentina stood out not just as a daughter accompanying her parents, but as a young woman confidently developing her own public style.
Balancing privacy, growth, and public life requires genuine trust, and Salma and Valentina seem to have found a wonderful rhythm built on humor and clear boundaries. Which brings me back to our viewers at home. Would you trust your teenager to manage your social media blocking list, or do you keep your digital settings entirely in your own hands? Jump into our live chat right now and tell us.
Well, Rachel, if my teenager had control of my blocking list, half of my family might end up blocked by mistake. But joking aside, whether we are talking about global royalty like Prince Harry and Princess Catherine rebuilding trust, or Hollywood royalty like Salma Hayek sharing style tips with Valentina, the clear pattern here is that boundaries are everything. If you open up private family matters to the world, you risk blowing up the bridge permanently. Once those private family moments are broadcast to the whole world, you cannot just press an undo button and pretend everything is back to normal over a single weekend tea party.
You are so right, Bianca, and that is precisely what is happening inside the royal family right now. While King Charles hosted Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, Archie, and Lilibet at Highgrove House on July 10th for their first visit in 4 years, the situation with Prince William and Princess Catherine is completely different.
Help us understand that dynamic, Dee. King Charles is 77 and Queen Camilla is 79, so having 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lilibet at Highgrove House was a huge moment for him as a grandfather. But William and Catherine are taking a much more cautious path, aren't they?
Absolutely, Rachel. Sources close to the palace emphasize that while King Charles has always hoped the family could begin repairing the damage built up over recent years, his willingness to reconnect does not automatically reflect everyone else's feelings. The Prince and Princess of Wales firmly believe that reconciliation has to be earned through actions over time. Their verdict is that trust was broken, and rebuilding it cannot happen overnight simply because everyone shared the same roof for a few days.
And honestly, Rachel, who can blame Catherine when 41-year-old Harry and 45-year-old Meghan stepped back from senior royal duties in 2020? That was already a massive shift. But then came the televised interviews, the documentary series, and Harry's memoir, Spare. Those were not minor misunderstandings. Those were deeply personal family details played out on the world stage.
What are the specific conditions Catherine is looking for, Dee? Is she completely closing the door to a reunion?
Not at all, Rachel. People close to the situation say Kate has never been someone who enjoys confrontation or family feuds. Wherever possible, she would rather draw a line under difficult situations and move forward. However, she feels this situation is different because of how public it became. Her main condition for any meaningful reconciliation is total confidence and assurance that private conversations, family moments, and personal exchanges will remain strictly private. She believes forgiveness does not automatically erase the hurt or restore the level of trust that existed before everything became public.
That is a key distinction, Dee. Forgiving someone in your heart is one thing, but opening up your inner circle again requires proof that your privacy will be respected. You cannot just erase years of public commentary with one afternoon meeting.
That brings us to an interesting viewer message that just came in on our live interaction screen.
Hi everyone, I am Marco from Chicago. I really think family should always come first, no matter what was said in public. So Kate should just give Harry and Meghan a second chance, for the sake of the kids. Life is too short to hold grudges over old books and interviews.
Oh, Marco, I love the optimism, but running a high-profile family under a global spotlight is not like settling an argument over a holiday dinner. When personal exchanges are published for millions to read, you cannot just turn the page because 4 years have passed. Trust requires continuous action, not just good intentions.
And we have seen this pattern play out in other famous families as well. Bianca, look at what happened with Brooklyn Beckham. Back in January, 26-year-old Brooklyn posted a 6-slide statement on his social media stories, detailing his side of his family's feud.
Remind us of what Brooklyn revealed in that statement, Dee, because that caused quite a stir online.
He spoke about feeling controlled by his parents, Victoria and David Beckham, for most of his life, and suffering from overwhelming anxiety until he stepped away. He claimed that since stepping away, his anxiety disappeared and he found peace with his wife, Nicola Peltz. He even alleged that at their April 2022 wedding, his mother hijacked his first dance with Nicola in front of 500 guests.
That is exactly my point, Rachel. When a family member puts explosive allegations on social media or in print, it creates wounds that time alone cannot erase. That is why Catherine is so insistent on seeing proof of privacy before moving forward with Harry and Meghan.
It really comes down to how different families manage boundaries and public exposure, which makes me wonder about our viewers. Do you think trust in a family can ever fully be restored after private issues become public knowledge? Chat with us live right now.
Well, Rachel, if you look at Salma Hayek and her daughter Valentina Paloma Pinal, they seem to have figured out how to maintain strong family privacy while still navigating public life.
They really have, Bianca. Salma, who is 59, recently did a joint interview series with her daughter Valentina, who turned 18 on September 21st. Salma admitted that because she was late to social media and not tech-savvy, 18-year-old Valentina actually takes an active role in protecting her mother online.
How does Valentina do that, Dee?
Salma revealed that Valentina started going through her mother's Instagram account and blocking questionable accounts for her. Valentina was protecting her because Salma did not know how to do it herself. While Valentina keeps a private account with automatic teen protections, she also teaches Salma about new music, internet trends, and how to stay relevant in her universe.
I love that dynamic, Rachel. Salma gets to stay young and connected to her teenager, and Valentina acts as her mother's digital shield. But what really gets me is their humor when they go shopping together.
Oh, that boutique shopping outing was hilarious, Bianca. While they were looking at clothes, Valentina turned to Salma and bluntly said, "I am cooler than you." And instead of getting defensive, Salma agreed. Salma told Valentina how lovely it has been to watch her grow, change, and investigate her own taste and artistic style through the years.
Even when Valentina immediately turned around and critiqued Salma's shirt choice, That banter shows such genuine comfort and trust between them.
It really does, Rachel. And you can see how that confidence translates to their public appearances, like at that stunning gala in Venice organized by the Pinal family and the Giorgio Cini Foundation.
That was such an elegant appearance, Bianca. Salma, Valentina, and Salma's stepdaughter, Mathilde Pinot, all coordinated in dark, elegant black dresses, alongside Salma's husband, François-Henri Pinot. Salma wore an off-the-shoulder gown embedded with delicate glittering stones, while Valentina wore a semi-transparent dress with a leg slit and silver heels, with her honey blonde hair straightened.
And Mathilde Pinot looked fantastic too, in a long-sleeved gown with a midriff cutout and gold necklace. They even posed for photos alongside cultural guests like Zoe Saldana and her husband Marco Perego.
What strikes me, Rachel, is how Salma describes Valentina as her dream daughter. Salma had Valentina later in life, and she credits her daughter with keeping her youthful, grounded, and savvy in the digital age. But notice the key difference between Salma and Valentina's relationship and the other family situations we have been talking about.
The difference is total mutual respect and keeping private moments private, Bianca. Salma and Valentina can poke fun at each other on video, but when it comes to personal boundaries, safety, and family trust, they are completely aligned.
That balance between humor and strict digital boundaries seems to be the golden rule for Salma Hayek. But when you look at the blunt critiques Valentina gives her mother during shopping trips, it raises the question of how parenting styles evolve as kids turn 18.
That evolution happens the second kids realize they have leverage. When a teenager hits 18, just like Valentina Paloma Pinot did this past September, the entire dynamic shifts. You go from telling them what to wear to having them look at your shirt in a boutique and tell you point blank that it does not work. But what saved Salma Hayek is that she leaned right into it. She embraced being a mother later in life, admitted she was completely lost with technology, and let her daughter teach her the ropes without any ego involved.
And that digital protection piece is so fascinating. Salma, who is 59 now, openly admitted that she was getting strange messages on social media and did not even know how to stop them. It was 18-year-old Valentina who stepped in, took her phone, and started blocking accounts left and right to protect her mother. Valentina still keeps a private account herself, and with those built-in safety settings for teen accounts, Salma can breathe easily. They built a wall around their personal life while still having fun on camera during that boutique shopping trip.
That is the exact core of it, Dee. It is about knowing where the public persona ends and where private family trust begins. Salma and Valentina can joke around, do a shopping series, and attend a gala in Venice with Mathilde Pinot in matching black gowns alongside cultural figures like Zoe Saldana. But their private conversations remain completely behind locked doors. And that contrast brings us directly back to the British royal family, because privacy is the one non-negotiable boundary Kate Middleton is holding on to right now.
And frankly, who can blame the Princess of Wales? Let us look at the facts here. King Charles, who is 77, opened the doors of Highgrove House on July 10, 2026. Prince Harry, 41, and Meghan Markle, 45, brought 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lilibet over to spend time with the King and Queen Camilla, who is 79. It was the very first time in 4 years that those children set foot in the United Kingdom together since Harry and Meghan stepped down as senior working royals in 2020. Naturally, everyone online started shouting that the royal rift was officially over.
But reports from palace insiders paint a completely different picture when it comes to Prince William and Kate Middleton. While King Charles has always held out hope that time would help repair the damage that built up over recent years, there is a clear distinction between the King's willingness to reconnect and where the Prince and Princess of Wales stand. A source close to the situation revealed that William and Kate firmly believe reconciliation has to be earned through actions over time. Their stance is crystal clear. Trust was broken, and sharing a roof for a few days at Highgrove House does not fix years of public fallout overnight.
What did you find in terms of Kate's personal mindset on this, Dee? Because we know her public image has always been very calm and conflict avoidant.
The insiders emphasized that Kate has never been someone who enjoys family feuds or confrontation. Under normal circumstances, she would much rather draw a line under a difficult situation and move forward. But this was not a normal family argument over Sunday dinner. This was deeply personal family business played out on a global stage. From that explosive sit-down television interview to their 6-part streaming documentary series, right down to Harry's 2023 tell-all memoir, Spare. Those releases left deep wounds that simply do not vanish with the passage of time.
You cannot ring a bell that loud and then expect people not to hear the echo. You put private text messages, palace arguments, and internal family grievances into books and documentaries, and then you expect William and Kate to just sit down over tea and chat like nothing happened? Kate's condition is not unreasonable at all. She wants absolute 100% confidence that if they speak in private, those private family moments and personal exchanges stay inside those 4 walls.
I want to put this directly to our viewers at home. If you were in Kate Middleton's shoes, would you demand a long track record of proven privacy before opening the door to family reconciliation? Head over to our show's official page right now and let us know what you think.
Look, forgiveness is one thing, but trust is an entirely different bank account. You can forgive someone in your heart, so you do not carry bitterness around. But that does not mean you hand them the keys to your house the next morning. And this is not just a royal problem. We saw the exact same pattern play out with the Beckham family earlier this year.
Oh, absolutely. Back in January, 26-year-old Brooklyn Beckham posted that dramatic 6-slide statement on his Instagram stories. He publicly condemned his parents, Victoria and David Beckham, claiming he had been controlled for most of his life and suffered from overwhelming anxiety until he stepped away from the family. He talked about finding peace with his wife, Nicola Peltz, whom he married back in April 2022 at that high-profile Palm Beach ceremony.
And remember what Brooklyn claimed triggered so much of that pain. He alleged that during his wedding, his mother hijacked his planned first dance with Nicola in front of 500 guests, after Mark Anthony called him to the stage for what was supposed to be a romantic moment with his bride. Whether you agree with his perspective or not, posting a 6-slide public statement on social media guarantees that the bridge between you and your parents gets scorched in broad daylight.
That is the core theme running through both of these massive stories, Bianca. When family grievances are published, whether through social media slides, streaming docuseries, or tell-all memoirs, it fundamentally alters the trust dynamic.
It destroys the foundation. Salma Hayek and Valentina show us the healthy route. You banter in public, you have fun. You talk about fashion, but you keep a private account. You block bad actors, and you protect your inner circle. Brooklyn Beckham and the Sussexes went the opposite route. They took internal family tension and broadcast it to millions of spectators. Once you do that, you cannot be surprised when people like Kate Middleton say, "Hold on, actions speak louder than words, and we need time to see if you can keep a secret."
And that is precisely why royal sources are stressing that Princess Catherine is not acting out of malice or grudge holding. She is not opposed to reconciliation in theory. She just refuses to pretend that forgiveness automatically erases the hurt or restores the exact level of trust that existed before everything became public property. For Kate, rebuilding trust requires consistent, proven privacy over an extended period.
How do you balance family compassion with self-protection when the stakes are that high, Bianca? It really highlights the difference between King Charles' role as a grandfather wanting to see Archie and Lilibet, and Prince William and Kate's role as the future of the monarchy, protecting their personal boundaries.
You balance it by setting firm rules. King Charles can host his son and grandchildren at Highgrove House for a private weekend. And honestly, good for him as a grandfather who missed 4 years of watching those kids grow up. But William and Kate are looking at the long game. They are saying, "You want a relationship with us? Prove that our personal exchanges won't end up in a volume 2 or another interview next year." It is basic emotional self-defense.
Let us take another look at what our audience is saying about this online. We are seeing a huge divide in the comments. Some viewers are saying families should forgive no matter what happened in the past, while others are standing firmly with Kate Middleton, insisting that privacy must be guaranteed before any real healing can begin. What is your take on where the line should be drawn? Keep writing in on our show's feed.
What is also worth noting from the reporting is that the July 10th meeting at Highgrove House was strictly between King Charles, Queen Camilla, Harry, Meghan, Archie, and Lilibet, Prince William and Kate Middleton were not present at that gathering. So while the king took that first step to reconnect with his California-based grandchildren after 4 years of separation, the Waleses deliberately maintained their distance until real progress on trust is made.
And that distance speaks volumes. It shows that inside the royal estate, there are two distinct approaches. Charles is approaching this as an older father and grandfather who wants peace in his 70s, while William and Kate are thinking about the integrity of their immediate household and their future roles. You cannot force two people who felt deeply exposed on the world stage to suddenly act like best friends just because a weekend visit happened in Gloucestershire.
Exactly. And when you examine how deeply personal family issues played out, from the sit-down television interview to the streaming documentary in Spare, it becomes clear why a single weekend at Highgrove House is only the very first step in a very long journey.
And that journey is made so much harder when those personal details were broadcast globally, Rachel. You cannot just press undo on a sit-down television interview, a multi-part streaming documentary, or a tell-all memoir sitting on millions of bookshelves around the world.
Exactly, Bianca. And Dee, when you look at what sources close to the situation are revealing about Catherine's exact stance, what is the core condition she is standing firm on?
It really comes down to one non-negotiable principle: privacy and proof of actions over time. Sources close to the palace have shared that while Catherine is naturally conflict avoidant and generally prefers to draw a line under difficult situations and move forward, she feels this situation is fundamentally different. Deeply personal family issues played out on a world stage, leaving wounds that simply do not disappear just because time has passed. For her, any future step toward rebuilding a relationship requires complete confidence that private family moments, intimate conversations, and personal exchanges will remain strictly private.
Which is completely reasonable, Dee. If every single time you sit down for tea or a holiday with family, you have to wonder whether your private comments are going to end up in a published chapter or a streaming special, you cannot have a genuine relationship. You are forced to stay on guard every single second.
That is precisely what the reporting emphasizes. The sources noted that both Prince William and Catherine firmly believe reconciliation cannot happen overnight, simply because everyone shared the same roof at Highgrove House for a few days. They believe trust was broken and that rebuilding it has to be earned through continuous actions over time.
And looking back at the timeline gives so much context to why they feel this way. Prince Harry and Meghan stepped back from their roles as senior working royals back in 2020. Over the 4 years that followed, the rift expanded through high-profile public statements, starting with that sit-down television interview, followed by their documentary, and then Harry's memoir, Spare, in 2023. So when Harry, who is 41, and Meghan, who is 45, brought 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lilibet to meet 77-year-old King Charles and 79-year-old Queen Camilla at Highgrove House on July 10th, it was a huge step for the king. But for William and Catherine, 4 years of intense public exposure cannot be wiped clean in one single weekend.
Look, forgiveness is one thing, but restoring total trust is another thing entirely. You can choose to forgive someone in your heart for the sake of peace, while still keeping your personal boundaries completely intact. Catherine isn't saying she is against reconciliation forever. She is saying that forgiveness does not automatically erase the hurt or restore the level of trust that existed before everything became so public.
That distinction between forgiveness and total trust is so important, Bianca. And for everyone watching us live right now, we want to hear your perspective on this. Head over to our show's official page and let us know. Do you believe family trust can be restored after private matters are shared publicly, or do strict boundaries need to stay in place?
Oh, I know so many people watching at home can relate to that exact dilemma, whether your family drama happens in a group chat or on global television. We have seen how airing private grievances publicly creates years of friction in other high-profile families as well.
You are thinking about the Beckham family timeline we discussed earlier, right, Bianca?
Exactly, Rachel. Think back to January 2026, when Brooklyn Beckham, who was 26 years old, posted that 6-slide statement on his social media regarding his parents, Victoria and David Beckham. He spoke openly about feeling controlled for most of his life, about dealing with overwhelming anxiety and about the tensions surrounding his April 2022 wedding to Nicola Peltz in Palm Beach. Once private family grievances are put out there for millions of people to react to, rebuilding that safe space becomes an uphill battle that takes immense time.
That parallel really highlights why Catherine's insistence on guaranteed privacy is so central to these high-profile family dynamics. When every detail of your life is scrutinized by the world, private trust becomes the only foundation you have left. If you do not have absolute certainty that private conversations will stay private, moving forward is nearly impossible.
That theme of family trust and navigating public life brings us to a very different yet equally fascinating mother-daughter dynamic that everyone is talking about right now. Dee, what are the details surrounding Salma Hayek and her daughter, Valentina Paloma Pinol, in that recent digital interview episode?
It is such a delightful contrast, Rachel. Salma Hayek, who is 59, and her daughter Valentina, who turned 18 in September, appeared together in a boutique shopping episode on August 4th for a digital interview series focused on parent-teen relationships. And what jumps out immediately is the genuine warmth, humor, and digital teamwork between them.
Oh, Valentina was giving her mom tough love right in the middle of the store, Dee. During that shopping trip, Valentina looked at Salma and casually said, "I'm cooler than you," and then immediately started critiquing the shirt Salma was holding up. I loved every second of it. You have an Oscar-nominated movie star, and her 18-year-old daughter is giving her unfiltered fashion critiques in public.
But Salma embraced it completely, didn't she, Bianca? Salma agreed with her, saying how much she loves discovering new style trends through Valentina and watching her explore her artistic taste over the years.
Absolutely, Rachel. Salma openly admitted that she was never tech-savvy and got into social media quite late in life. She shared how her kids make fun of how far behind she is with modern technology, but she actually enjoys it because it gives them a way to tease each other and keeps her connected to their universe, understanding their music, trends, and daily conversations.
And beyond the playful banter and boutique shopping, there is a serious element of digital protection happening in their relationship. Salma revealed that when she first started navigating social media, she did not even know how to filter or block unwanted accounts. It was actually Valentina who took her phone and started manually blocking questionable accounts to protect her mother online.
Having your teenage daughter step in as your personal digital security guard is such a modern twist, Dee.
That is modern parenting reversed. Rachel, Salma is raising Valentina, but Valentina is actively shielding her mom from dodgy internet messages and unwanted social media interactions.
Exactly, Bianca. And Salma also mentioned that while Valentina maintains a private social media presence, the automatic built-in protections on teen accounts offer real peace of mind. It allows teenagers to explore their personal style and identity safely without feeling overwhelmed by public attention.
We saw that incredible style transformation and poise on display when the whole family stepped out together in Italy, didn't we, Dee?
We really did, Rachel. At that luxury gala in Venice, organized by the Giorgio Cini Foundation alongside François-Henri Pinault, the family made a rare joint appearance. Salma, Valentina, and her stepdaughter Mathilde Pinault all coordinated in stunning dark outfits. Salma wore a fitted off-the-shoulder dress embellished with delicate glittering stones, while Valentina wore a matching off-the-shoulder silhouette with a side slit and silver heels, with her honey blonde hair styled straight.
They look like royalty themselves, Dee! Posing alongside major stars like Zoe Saldana and her husband Marco Perego, Valentina looks so grown up and confident.
It really marks a new chapter for Valentina at 18. If you are watching us right now, head to our show's page and tell us, how do you handle technology boundaries and social media advice with your own kids or parents?
Because having your teenager clean up your digital inbox is a perk every parent needs to know about, Rachel.
And what makes Salma's perspective so charming is that she had Valentina later in life, and she credits her daughter's digital savvy and energy with keeping her feeling young and engaged every day.
It is all about finding that balance between public exposure and personal boundaries. Whether you are managing royal family expectations or parenting in the digital age, And speaking of those boundaries, Dee, that contrast couldn't be sharper when you look back at the royal family situation we were discussing earlier.
Absolutely, Rachel. For anyone who is just joining our live broadcast right now, we have been breaking down the massive royal developments after Prince Harry and Meghan Markle brought 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lilibet to visit King Charles at Highgrove House back on July 10th.
That was their first trip back to the United Kingdom together as a family in 4 whole years. But if anyone thinks one quiet weekend under the same roof instantly fixes 4 years of deep-seated tension, Princess Kate is here to set the record straight.
Exactly, Bianca. The reporting coming out today gives us a very clear look at where Kate Middleton really stands regarding a potential reconciliation with the Sussexes. While King Charles is hopeful that time can heal the damage built up over recent years, William and Kate firmly believe that reconciliation has to be earned through actions over time.
That is the exact verdict from the palace insider, Rachel. Kate is known for her calm demeanor and for being conflict avoidant. She usually prefers to draw a line under difficult situations and move forward, but sources reveal that this situation feels entirely different to her.
And you can completely understand her point of view, Dee. We are not talking about a minor misunderstanding over Sunday lunch. Deeply personal family issues were played out on the world stage for everyone to dissect.
Precisely. Between that explosive interview with Oprah Winfrey, the 6-part streaming documentary, and Prince Harry's tell-all memoir, Spare, intimate family moments were exposed to the public. The source noted those left wounds that simply haven't disappeared with the passage of time.
That brings us right to the heart of Kate's stance, Bianca. She isn't necessarily opposed to reconciliation, but she believes forgiveness does not automatically erase the hurt or restore the level of trust that existed before everything became so public.
Hi panel, my name is Clara from San Antonio. I feel like Kate is being way too tough here because life is short. King Charles clearly wants his family back together. So why can't everyone just forgive and move on?
Oh, Clara, bless your sweetheart, but forgive and move on is a lot easier said than done when your private phone calls end up printed in a global bestseller.
That is really the core of what Kate is asking for, Bianca. The reporting stresses that Kate's one strict condition before any meaningful relationship can return is complete confidence and total assurance that private conversations, family moments, and personal exchanges will remain strictly private.
That makes total sense, Dee. Ever since Harry and Meghan stepped back from their senior royal roles in 2020, that core element of trust was shattered. You cannot rebuild that overnight simply because everyone shared a roof for a few days in Gloucestershire.
Exactly, Rachel. King Charles, who is 77, naturally wants to spend quality time with his grandchildren, Archie and Lilibet, especially after 4 long years apart. But William and Kate are looking at the long-term impact. You can be polite, but real trust requires continuous proof over time.
And remember, Charles and Queen Camilla were delighted to host the family at Highgrove House, but as the insider pointed out, the king's willingness to reconnect does not automatically reflect the feelings of everyone else in the royal family.
It really highlights how damaging public family feuds can be, Dee. Once personal grievances are shared with millions, rebuilding privacy becomes almost impossible.
We see this pattern everywhere in high-profile families, Rachel. Look at Brooklyn Beckham posting those 6 slides on social media condemning his parents, Victoria and David, saying he felt controlled his whole life. Once you put those private complaints out into the world, you change the relationship dynamic forever.
That comparison is so accurate, Bianca. Brooklyn, who is 26, made those public statements after marrying Nicola Peltz back in April 2022, alleging issues with his mother during their wedding dance. When personal issues play out on a global stage, healing requires time and total discretion.
Whether in high fashion or inside royal palaces, the lesson remains the same. Public statements leave long-lasting scars. If you are watching us live right now, head over to our show's page and tell us, do you think Kate is right to demand total privacy before rebuilding trust? Or should family move past the drama?
Because privacy isn't just a preference, Rachel. When you live in the spotlight, strict boundaries are the only way to protect your family.
Exactly, Bianca, and that is precisely where Kate Middleton is drawing the line. While King Charles opened the doors of Highgrove House on July 10th to welcome Harry, Meghan, Archie, and Lilibet, Kate is taking a much more measured approach. Dee, what are insiders saying about how Princess Catherine is processing all of this?
They are saying her position is crystal clear, Rachel. Kate has never been someone who enjoys confrontation or holding family grudges. Historically, she prefers to draw a line under difficult situations and move forward. But those close to the situation emphasize that this specific feud is different because deeply personal family issues were played out on a global stage. We are talking about the Oprah interview, the Netflix doc happened overnight.
That makes total sense, Dee. Think about what happened after Harry and Meghan stepped back from senior royal duties back in 2020. The trust was completely shattered. When you feel like every word spoken in private might end up in an interview or a published chapter, how can you ever relax? Kate is protecting her nuclear family, her husband William, and their children. That is not being cold, that is being practical.
It really brings up a massive question about family boundaries after public fallout. If you are watching us live right now, jump onto our show's page and tell us, do you agree with Kate that trust must be proven through privacy over time, or do you think families should reset the clock after a face-to-face meeting? Let us know what you think.
It is fascinating because when Harry and Meghan visited Highgrove House on July 10, 2026, it marked the very first time King Charles, who is 77, spent extended time with 7-year-old Archie and 5-year-old Lilibet in 4 years. Queen Camilla, who is 79, was there hosting alongside Charles. It was a huge step for the king, but as our sources pointed out, Charles's open door does not automatically wipe the slate clean for William and Kate.
Because the stakes are totally different for William and Kate. Charles is a grandfather wanting to see his grandkids, which is very human and understandable. But William and Kate are looking at the long-term integrity of their daily lives and future roles. If there is no ironclad guarantee that private chats remain private, why would Kate open up? You cannot just hit a reset button after years of public exposure.
And that contrast between public exposure and personal boundaries is something we see across so many high-profile families, even when the context is completely different. Take Salma Hayek and her daughter Valentina Paloma Pinal, for example. They have built such a healthy, protective dynamic around privacy, but in a very warm, modern way. Dee, you were looking at how Valentina handles digital boundaries for her mom.
Oh, it is such a fun dynamic, Rachel. Salma, who is 59, admitted that she had her daughter later in life and was never tech-savvy to begin with. She joined social media quite late. But Valentina, who turned 18 on September 21st, has essentially taken on the role of her mother's digital protector. Salma revealed that when questionable accounts started popping up, Valentina immediately stepped in and started blocking them on the spot.
I love that! Valentina is literally working security for her mother's online feed. It is hilarious because usually parents are trying to monitor their teenagers' digital lives. But in the Hayek-Pinot household, 18-year-old Valentina is keeping Salma safe from online weirdos.
It really shows how tight their bond is. Bianca, Dee, they also did that joint shopping appearance back on August 4th for a digital series, didn't they? What was that interaction like?
It was full of humor and lighthearted teasing, Rachel. They went boutique shopping together, and right out of the gate, Valentina looked at Salma and playfully said, "I'm cooler than you." She even immediately critiqued a shirt her mom picked out, but Salma just beamed with pride. She talked about how lovely it has been to watch Valentina grow, explore her artistic taste, and redefine her style over the years. Salma even credits Valentina with keeping her young and teaching her about modern music and trends.
See, that is pure mother-daughter energy right there. You can tease your mom about her fashion picks because the core of love and trust is completely solid. And notice how Valentina manages her own digital footprint. She keeps her private account secure, making use of built-in protective features. Salma knows her daughter is artistic and grounded because they built that mutual respect early on.
Absolutely, and we saw that artistic flair on full display in Venice when the entire family stepped out together for that high-profile cultural gala. Dee, remind us of that stunning appearance.
That was incredible, Rachel. The gala was organized in Venice by the Pinal family, led by Salma's husband François-Henri Pinal, alongside the Giorgio Cini Foundation to support culture and the arts. Salma, Valentina, and her stepdaughter Mathilde Pinal all coordinated in breathtaking black gowns. Salma wore an off-the-shoulder gown studded with sparkling stones, while Valentina chose a semi-transparent off-the-shoulder dress with a leg slit and silver heels, sporting her straightened honey blonde hair.
They look like royalty themselves! Mathilde was in that long-sleeved gown with the cutout midriff, and they took photos alongside guests Zoe Saldana and her husband Marco Perigo. But what stands out to me, Rachel, is how cohesive they look as a family unit. Whether they are teasing each other in a clothing boutique or posing on a red carpet in Venice, there is an effortless confidence there.
If you are watching at home, drop a comment on our show's page right now. Does your teenager help you navigate technology and critique your wardrobe? Or are you still the fashion boss in your house? We want to hear your family stories.
What is so sweet is how Salma talked about staying relevant in her daughter's universe. She admitted her own parents never had to deal with social media or digital trends, but she embraces it because it keeps their daily conversations fun and connected. Whether it is making fun of each other's style or sharing new music, they have found a way to bridge the generation gap without losing that mutual respect.
Exactly, Dee! Salma isn't trying to pretend she knows everything about modern tech, and Valentina isn't afraid to step up and say, "Mom, let me block these accounts for you." That is healthy communication. When boundaries are respected inside a family, everyone feels safe, whether you are dealing with online comments or major life events.
And that brings us right back to the central theme of trust. Whether you are navigating royal protocols or Hollywood red carpets, protecting your inner circle is paramount. Dee, looking at how the royal family moves forward from here, what are sources saying about the timeline for William and Kate?
They are saying there is no rush timeline at all, Rachel. William and Kate are holding firm on the belief that trust is built through consistent actions over time, not overnight fixes. While King Charles remains open to healing past wounds, the Prince and Princess of Wales are prioritizing long-term stability and complete privacy before taking any major steps forward.
Which is the smartest thing they could possibly do. You cannot rush healing when public trust was broken. Actions speak louder than words. And until there is absolute certainty that private moments won't become public news, holding that boundary is the only sensible move.
It really shows that no matter how much public interest surrounds these families, the personal boundary remains non-negotiable. Dee, do we know if there are any upcoming events where these paths might cross again, or are things completely quiet for now?
Right now, things are quiet on the official front, Rachel. The Highgrove House meeting in July was a private family gesture by King Charles, and no future joint appearances have been scheduled. The focus remains on quiet, behind-the-scenes consistency.
And honestly, keeping it quiet and behind closed doors is the only way it ever works. The moment details start leaking again, you know the trust is back at square one.
That is so true, Bianca. And as we see across all these stories today, maintaining those boundaries is what keeps relationships intact under the spotlight.
Boundaries are everything. But speaking of boundaries being completely pushed, look at what just landed on our screens right now.
Oh, hold on. Dee, what is breaking on the wire right this second?
Rachel, a massive feud is erupting after a radio interview in Atlanta. Boxing champion Claressa Shields is locked in a public battle with radio host Ms. Shyneka Richardson. On air, the host asked Claressa how much longer she was willing to be in a relationship with somebody's husband.
Somebody's husband? Oh, she went straight for the hot button on live radio.
She really did. Papoose and Remy Ma are still legally married while their divorce remains pending. But Claressa clapped back instantly, explaining that Papoose filed for divorce because he is serious about their relationship, and she completely rejected that label.
But the back and forth did not stay inside the radio studio, did it, Dee?
Not at all, Rachel. After leaving, Claressa posted videos unloading on the host's appearance, career, and former marriage. She claimed the host waited until she left to keep criticizing her, and she even accused the host of cheating on her ex-husband with a barber.
Wow! Talk about throwing low blows outside the ring. That is a full-on verbal brawl over a radio question.
Bianca, this went from a routine promotional appearance to deeply personal fast.
Because if an interviewer asks a tough question on air, you answer it right there. Going online afterward to bring up ex-husbands and barbers? That is where you completely lose control of the narrative.
And now, major names are stepping into the ring. Former model Eva Marcille publicly told Claressa to keep it cute, warning that nobody in Atlanta plays about Shyneka. Prima Donna also stepped in, praising the host as a credible journalist and radio veteran.
Dee, how is Shyneka responding to all of this backlash?
Shyneka is now alleging that people from Claressa's camp sent threats her way, and she is teasing an upcoming interview with Remani. Meanwhile, Claressa posted that she is focusing on peace and happiness while preparing for her next fight.
Teasing an interview with Remy Ma? That is absolute top-tier drama. If that interview actually happens, the whole internet is going to collapse.
Audience, how do you feel about personal relationships being brought up during professional interviews? Send us your comments right now. Bianca, Claressa is a two-time Olympic gold medalist who just signed a historic multi-fight deal worth at least $8 million over 2 years. Why get drawn into social media arguments?
That is exactly what bugs me, Rachel. You just secured an $8 million contract with Salida Promotions. Papoose is creative director at the co-promoting record label. You are making history. Why waste energy arguing about radio host rumors?
To be fair, Claressa has always been someone who confronts conflict directly. Remember her holiday toy giveaway in Flint, Michigan. She confronted an online troll right at the front of the line and told her to leave, though she later expressed regret after learning about the family's unhoused situation. She simply does not filter herself.
That is very true, Dee. She brings that champion intensity everywhere. But Bianca, with pending divorces and co-promotional deals involved, can this kind of personal drama mess with the business side?
It completely overshadows the work. When you are the highest paid female boxer in history, the headline should be your $8 million purse, not online bickering over who said what after an interview.
And the situation is far from over. With allegations of threats and that teased interview with Remy Ma looming, the heat is only rising.
Dee, do we know if Papoose or his team have issued any official statement about these claims being made on both sides?
Papoose's team has stayed completely silent so far, Rachel, but other public figures are jumping straight into the fray. Former reality star Eva Marcille publicly warned Claressa to keep it cute, saying nobody in that town plays around when it comes to that radio host. On top of that, entrepreneur Prima Donna stepped up to defend the interviewer, praising her as a credible broadcast veteran who is simply doing her job.
Because Claressa had every single opportunity to say all of this live on air during the interview. Instead, she waited until she left to post videos taking aim at the host's career, appearance, and past marriage, even accusing her of cheating on her ex-husband with a barber. That was Eva's exact point. There was plenty of space during the broadcast. So why bring all this extra aftermath energy now?
To be fair to her, Bianca, Claressa was very direct on air about where she stands. She stated clearly that Papoose filed for divorce because he is serious about their future, and she insisted that Papoose's ex should be held to the exact same standard regarding her personal life.
Stand or no stand, you do not go after someone's entire background over a straightforward question about a pending marriage.
Hi, I am Marcus from Chicago, and I have been tuned into the show all morning. I feel like Claressa is just passionately standing up for her relationship. But why are all these other public figures jumping into someone else's personal drama?
Marcus makes an interesting point about how quickly these celebrity disputes attract outside commentary. But Dee, look at what just broke on this story right now.
Look at what just landed here. The radio host is now alleging that people from Claressa's camp actually sent threats her way. And to make matters even more intense, she is actively teasing an upcoming interview with Papoose's estranged wife.
Wait, actual threats alleged? Dee, if there is any truth to that, it moves completely out of online bickering into serious territory.
It really does, Bianca. Remember, Claressa is currently under a record-breaking $8 million promotional deal for 4 fights over 2 years.
That contract includes a $3 million signing bonus, and Papoose's own record label is co-promoting those fights with him serving as creative director. There is massive corporate money tied up in this relationship.
Exactly, Dee. You are 17-0, an undisputed champion, the highest paid female boxer in history, and your partner's company is co-promoting your multi-million-dollar purses. Why risk any of that professional standing over radio drama?
Interestingly enough, Claressa posted shortly after that she is focusing on peace and happiness while preparing for her next fight in the ring.
Peace and happiness? You cannot throw fuel on the fire on social media, make accusations about someone's past marriage, and then act like you are meditating.
But Bianca, thinking back to her Flint holiday giveaway, where she sent that online critic away and later felt regret, do you think Claressa is starting to see how quickly these public feuds can backfire?
Seeing it and changing how you react are two completely different things, Rachel. When you are at the top of your sport, you cannot let personal internet drama shadow the work.
And if that teased interview with Papoose's ex-wife actually airs, the fallout is going to be massive.
Dee, do we know if the station has officially confirmed a broadcast date for that interview yet?
No official broadcast date has been confirmed by the station just yet, Rachel, but they are teasing that the conversation with Papoose's estranged wife is coming very soon.
And you know everyone will be glued to their screens when that drops. But let us not gloss over how this escalated after Claressa left the radio studio.
That is right, Bianca. Dee, walk us through what happened right after the interview wrapped, because that is when Eva Marcille jumped into the comment section.
Exactly, Rachel. After Claressa posted videos calling out Ms. Shyneka and claiming the host cheated on her former husband with a barber, Eva Marcille stepped up to defend the interviewer. Eva told Claressa to keep it cute and warned her that neither she nor the entire town plays when it comes to Ms. Shyneka.
And Prima Donna backed her up as well. She publicly praised Ms. Shyneka, calling her a credible journalist and a true Atlanta radio veteran. When established industry figures rally around a host, it shows that going after someone's past marriage online is not going over well.
Bianca, from a career standpoint, Claressa has an enormous amount at stake right now to be getting bogged down in internet feuds.
Absolutely, Rachel. We are talking about an undefeated champion with 17 wins and 0 losses who just signed a historic $8 million promotional deal for 4 fights over 2 years. That agreement includes a $3 million signing bonus. Why endanger that kind of massive momentum over radio questions?
And let us not forget that Papoose's label, Win Records, where he serves as creative director, is co-promoting those upcoming fights alongside her longtime promotional team. So their personal relationship and professional business are completely locked together now.
What do you think at home? Do you think personal social media feuds can distract an elite athlete from preparing for an $8 million fight deal? Share your take with us on our show handle.
It is an absolute distraction. Look at her history with public confrontation, Rachel. Think back to her annual holiday giveaway in Flint, Michigan. Claressa sent an online critic and her children away from the front of the line because the woman had trolled her on social media. Claressa later expressed regret after learning that the family was unhoused.
That situation showed how quickly social media drama can lead to real-life regret. Claressa admitted herself that she might have handled the Flint giveaway differently if she had known their living situation at the time.
Exactly, Dee. And now Ms. Shyneka is alleging that people from Claressa's camp have sent threats her way after the interview aired. Alleging actual threats moves this far beyond standard celebrity back and forth into very serious territory.
Those remain unconfirmed allegations, Bianca, as neither representative has verified those claims beyond the online posts. But Dee, where does Clara say her focus is right now as fight preparation continues?
Claressa posted that she is focusing on peace and happiness while training for her next bout in the ring, holding on to her undefeated record.
Peace and happiness sounds lovely, Rachel, but throwing allegations about someone's former marriage after walking out of an interview is not how you find peace.
Dee, do we know if Papoose's team or Claressa's representatives have issued any formal statement regarding those alleged threats?
Neither representative has released a formal legal document yet, Rachel, but the public response from industry friends is blowing up. Eva Marcille jumped directly into the comments to defend the radio host. Eva warned Claressa to keep it cute, pointing out that there was a whole lot of aftermath energy considering Claressa had plenty of space and opportunity on air during the live interview to say whatever she wanted.
And Eva was completely right, Rachel. Why remain quiet on air when asked point blank about dating someone whose divorce is still pending? only to post a series of videos hours later attacking the host's appearance, career, and former marriage.
That post-interview rant is what turned this into a massive topic. Bianca, in those videos, Claressa claimed the host waited until she left to continue criticizing her romance, and then Claressa alleged that the host had cheated on her ex-husband with a barber.
That personal attack brought prima donna into the conversation as well, Bianca. Prima donna publicly defended the radio host, praising her as a credible journalist and a respected veteran in Atlanta media who was simply doing her job by asking the question on air.
Look, Claressa insists that Papoose filed for divorce because he is serious about their relationship, and she even said his former partner should be held to the exact same standard regarding her own romantic life. But D, when you are in a high-profile relationship, answering tough questions comes with the territory.
What do you think at home? Do you think public figures should answer personal relationship questions directly on air or handle them on their own social platforms afterward? Send us your thoughts. But Bianca, this fiery response is very much aligned with how Claressa handles conflict when she feels targeted.
It really is, Rachel. Remember her annual Christmas giveaway in Flint? A woman who had been trolling her online and making personal comments showed up in line with her kids. Claressa walked right up to her, smiled in her face, and told her to leave. She later expressed regret after learning the woman was unhoused, but her initial reaction was pure confrontation.
Exactly, D! Her instinct is to fire back immediately, whether in the ring or online. But Rachel, from a career perspective, she is managing a history-making $8 million promotional contract for 4 fights over 2 years, which includes a $3 million signing bonus. She tested the market as a free agent specifically to prove her value and bust the myth that she could not sell tickets with her 17-0 record.
And Papoose's record label, where he serves as creative director, is co-promoting those fights. Bianca, so mixing heavy personal drama and radio feuds with a major multi-million-dollar business partnership is a huge risk for everyone involved. But wait, look what just landed on my screen right now.
What just came through, Rachel? Is there a new update from their teams?
A new response has just been posted regarding Eva Marcile's warning to keep it cute.
Do not tell me Claressa is firing back at Eva Marcile now, Rachel, because that entire town will step in.
She did not fire back at Eva directly yet, Bianca, but she completely unloaded on the radio host in a series of post-interview videos. She went after the host's appearance, her career, and even brought up her former marriage.
Oh, come on! She had all the space and time in the world while on air to address those questions, and now she is doing post-broadcast commentary? That is exactly what former model Eva Marcile pointed out.
That is right, Bianca. Eva jumped right into the conversation and warned her to keep it cute, saying neither she nor the entire town plays when it comes to that radio veteran. And prima donna joined in as well, defending the host as a credible journalist who deserves respect.
What really escalated the situation, Rachel, is that the boxing champion actually accused the radio host of cheating on her former husband with a barber.
Accusing her of cheating with a barber, D? She is pulling personal past details out of nowhere just because she did not like being asked about her relationship status.
Remember, the whole spark was the host asking on air how long she planned to stay with someone's husband, since the divorce between Papoose and his former partner is still pending in court.
Exactly, Rachel, and the champion immediately clapped back, insisting she is not with anyone's husband because Papoose filed for divorce, specifically because he is serious about their relationship. She even demanded that his former partner be held to that exact same standard regarding her personal life.
But running to social media after leaving the station to post videos saying, now after the fact you have all this lip, is just messy. You have an $8 million promotional deal on the line for 4 fights over 2 years, including a $3 million signing bonus. Focus on your 17-0 record.
Hold on, speaking of our audience following this live, we just got a message sent in.
Hi everyone, I am Marcus from Chicago, and I have been watching the show all afternoon. I just think when an interviewer asks tough questions on air, you answer them right then and there. But bringing up someone's past marriage on social media later is going way too far.
Marcus is completely right. You do not go after someone's personal life on social media hours after the microphone is turned off.
But wait, Bianca, the radio host is now making even bigger claims. She is alleging that people from the champions camp were actually sent to threaten her.
That is a very serious allegation, Dee. Has there been any official confirmation or statement from law enforcement or their teams regarding those alleged threats?
No official statement or confirmed police report yet, Rachel, but the host teased that allegation right before dropping hints that an exclusive interview with Papoose's estranged wife might be coming next.
Oh, that is top-tier radio drama! If she actually brings the estranged wife on air after these threat allegations, the entire internet is going to explode!
Meanwhile, Dee, what is the boxing champion saying now after all these public warnings from Atlanta personalities?
She posted that she is choosing peace and happiness now, Rachel, and refocusing entirely on her training for her upcoming fight.
Choosing peace now? That pattern sounds very familiar, Dee. Remember what happened at her annual holiday giveaway in Flint, Michigan?
Where she asked that online commenter to leave the toy giveaway, Bianca?
Exactly! She confronted a woman who had been trolling her online, told her to leave the line, and then later expressed regret when she found out the family was actually unhoused. She always reacts in the heat of the moment and then tries to pivot back to peace when the fallout starts.
But with Papoose's record label acting as co-promoter for her multi-million-dollar fights, can they really afford this level of personal drama mixing with business, Rachel?
That is the real risk, Dee. When a major commercial contract depends on smooth commercial relationships, throwing personal jabs at high-profile radio personalities can turn messy very quickly. When you have an $8 million multi-fight deal over 2 years, Dee, with $3 million guaranteed right up front as a signing bonus, every single public move comes under a massive microscope.
Exactly, Rachel. And remember, Papoose's record label, where he works as creative director, is coming on board as a co-promoter for those major fights. So when personal drama spills into the public arena like this, it directly touches the business side of her career. And that is precisely why Eva Marcille stepped in. The former America's Next Top Model winner posted a direct message telling Claressa to keep it cute, emphasizing that neither she nor the entire city of Atlanta plays around when it comes to Ms. Shyneka.
Eva hit the nail on the head, Dee. She explicitly called out what she termed a whole lot of aftermath energy. Because during that live radio broadcast, Claressa had all the space and opportunity in the world to address the host directly to her face. But instead, after leaving the building, she uploaded a series of videos attacking the host's appearance, her career, and even bringing up her former marriage.
That post-interview video outburst really escalated things, Bianca. Dee, break down what was actually claimed in those social media videos, because it went way beyond just defending her relationship with Papoose, didn't it?
It went significantly further, Rachel. In those videos posted after she left the station, Claressa alleged that the Atlanta radio presenter had been unfaithful to her former husband with a barber. On top of that, she claimed the presenter waited until she was out of the building to keep criticizing her romance online. But prima donna joined Eva Marcille in jumping to the host's defense, publicly praising Mrs. Shyneka as a credible journalist and a respected veteran of Atlanta radio.
Look! Calling out someone's former marriage and bringing up alleged affairs with a barber on social media after the live interview ended is just wild to me. If you have something to say about the question you were asked on air, say it while the microphone is live. To our viewers watching right now, do you think celebrity guests should keep their grievances on the airwaves during the live interview, or is taking shots on social media afterward completely fair game? Let us know what you think on our official page.
And let us bring it back to what actually triggered this entire fallout in the studio, Bianca. During the live interview, the presenter asked Claressa point blank how much longer she was willing to be in a relationship with someone else's husband, referring to Papoose and Remy Ma still being legally married while their divorce remains pending in court.
And Claressa snapped back immediately, Rachel. She flatly rejected that label, stating on air that she is not with someone's husband because Papoose had already filed for divorce, specifically because he was serious about their relationship. She even demanded that Papoose's estranged wife be held to the exact same standard regarding her own romantic life. But taking it offline to criticize someone's career and looks afterward, that is where she lost the room.
And now the situation has taken another turn, Rachel. Ms. Shyneka is alleging that individuals from Claressa's camp have sent threats her way following those posted videos. Not only that, but the Atlanta radio station is now teasing an upcoming interview with Remy Ma herself.
That potential interview with Remy Ma could add a whole new dynamic to this entire story, Dee. But Bianca, looking at Claressa's history with online commentary, this is not the first time she has found herself in a high-stakes back and forth that spilled over into real life, is it?
Not at all, Rachel. Remember her annual holiday giveaway in Flint, Michigan? She publicly shared how an online commenter had been trolling her for months, saying she was broke, ugly, couldn't dress, and even threatening to spit on her online. When that woman showed up in the front of the line at her charitable event with her children, Claressa walked right up, smiled in her face, and told her to leave.
Though to be fair, Claressa did express genuine regret later on when she learned that the woman and her children were actually unhoused at the time. She admitted that had she known their housing circumstances, she possibly would have handled the interaction differently, instead of reacting purely out of anger from those online comments.
But that is my exact point, Dee. It shows a clear pattern of behavior. She reacts intensely in the heat of the moment, whether it is confronting someone at a charity giveaway in Flint or posting a series of videos after a tough radio interview. And then once the fallout gets heavy, she pivots back to posting about choosing peace and happiness while preparing for her next fight.
She did post recently that her main focus right now is entirely on her peace and happiness while training for her upcoming fight, Bianca. But when you are a two-time Olympic gold medalist and a four-time undisputed world champion who just negotiated a historic $8 million promotional contract after testing the market as a free agent, can you really separate your ring focus from these massive public feuds?
That free agency process was huge for her, Rachel. She met with major promotional companies across the sport, including leading organizations that represent the top female fighters in the world, like the one handling high-profile crossover bouts, and top global promoters. She proved that her commercial value was real, securing that $8 million deal for 4 fights over 2 years with a $3 million signing bonus, making her potentially the highest-paid female boxer in history, with a record of 17 wins and 0 losses.
Which makes this personal drama even riskier, Dee. When you are at the absolute pinnacle of your sport, earning millions and co-promoting events alongside your partner's record label, getting entangled in threat allegations and personal feuds with Atlanta radio royalty like MZ, Shyneka, who has heavyweights like Eva Marcille and prima donna standing up for her, is a massive distraction.
For our audience watching at home, when personal relationships, record label partnerships, and major commercial fight deals collide under the public spotlight, can a superstar fighter truly keep the drama out of the ring? Join the conversation on our official show feed and tell us where you stand.
And with that teased interview with Papoose's estranged wife hanging over the station, Rachel, the public commentary is only going to multiply while Claressa tries to keep her focus locked inside her training camp.
Good luck keeping absolute peace in fight camp when the radio station is teasing a sit-down with Remy Ma D. Because if that interview actually airs, every single word is going to be analyzed by everyone in the industry.
That prospective sit-down could completely shift the timeline of this narrative, because if Papoose's estranged wife actually sits down at that Atlanta radio station, every single detail about their pending divorce and the timing of this new romance is going to be laid out for the public to dissect.
And that is exactly why Eva Marcille jumped straight into the conversation, Rachel. Eva did not mince words at all. She publicly warned Claressa to keep it cute and explicitly told her that neither she nor the entire town plays when it comes to me, Shyneka.
That response from Eva Marcille really escalated the online commentary, Bianca. Eva pointed out that during the live radio interview itself, there was nothing but space and opportunity for Claressa to say whatever she wanted on air. Eva called Claressa's post-interview videos a whole lot of aftermath energy.
She nailed it, Dee! Why wait until you walk out of the studio to start making a series of videos, going after the host's career, her appearance, her former marriage, and her personal life? If you had something to say, the microphone was right in front of your face during the broadcast.
To give the full context of how this escalated, Dee, walk us through what Claressa actually said after leaving the station that triggered such a fierce defense from industry figures like Eva Marcille and prima donna.
Right after the broadcast, Claressa released videos claiming that the radio host waited until she was gone to continue criticizing her relationship with Papoose. Claressa claimed she heard all this extra commentary after the fact, saying, and I quote, "Now after the fact you got all this lip." But then Claressa took it a step further by bringing up the host's personal history, publicly accusing Ms. Shyneka of cheating on her former husband with a barber.
That is where it crossed the line from a tense interview into a full-blown personal feud, Rachel. Bringing up someone's past marriage and making accusations about a barber on social media has absolutely nothing to do with clarifying your own relationship status or defending your partner.
And that personal jab is precisely what brought prima donna into the mix as well, Dee. Prima donna stepped up publicly to defend Ms. Shyneka, praising her as a credible journalist and a seasoned veteran of Atlanta radio who deserves respect for her years of work in the industry.
Exactly, Rachel. Prima donna emphasized Ms. Shyneka's track record and standing in the broadcast community. But while industry figures were coming to the host's defense, the host herself dropped another massive piece of news, alleging that individuals from Claressa's camp had actually sent threats her way following the interview fallout.
That allegation of threats takes this whole situation to a completely dangerous level, Dee. We are talking about an elite, world champion athlete whose entire brand is built on discipline and professionalism. You cannot have people connected to your fight camp alleged to be making threats over a radio interview question.
For our viewers following this saga, when personal disputes spill over into claims of threats and heavyweights in the industry get involved, how far should public commentary go before a star steps back? Weigh in on our official show feed and share your perspective.
What makes this online behavior so recognizable to those who follow Claressa's career, Bianca, is that we have seen this exact pattern of fiery online reactions from her in the past. Remember the situation back in her hometown of Flint, Michigan, during her annual Christmas giveaway?
Oh, I remember that clearly, Dee. Claressa hosted her annual holiday toy giveaway in Flint, and she spotted a woman in line whom she described as an online troll. Claressa explained that this woman had been repeatedly criticizing her online, calling her broke, saying she could not dress, calling her ugly, and even posting that she was going to spit on her.
That is right, Bianca. Claressa had blocked the woman on every platform because of that relentless online behavior. But when the woman showed up right at the front of the line with her children to get holiday gifts, Claressa walked right up to her in front of everyone, smiled in her face, and told her to leave.
And as Dee noted, Claressa later expressed genuine regret after learning that the woman and her children were actually unhoused at the time. Claressa stated publicly that had she known their actual housing circumstances, she possibly would have handled the situation differently instead of letting that prior online hostility dictate her reaction in that moment.
Which proves my point entirely, Rachel. Claressa is an absolute force inside the ring, but her immediate instinct when she feels disrespected or attacked online is to confront it head-on and make a very public point. Whether it is an online troll standing in a toy line in Flint or a radio host in Atlanta asking about Papoose's marriage status, her reaction is immediate, fiery, and completely unfiltered.
But look at what is at stake right now compared to past online squabbles, Bianca. Claressa recently signed a record-breaking, history-making deal with Salida Promotions that is worth at least $8 million for 4 fights over 2 years.
That deal is unprecedented in women's boxing, Dee. That $8 million contract includes a $3 million signing bonus and officially cements the 2-time Olympic gold medalist and 4-time undisputed champion, who is currently sitting undefeated at 17 wins and 0 losses, with 3 knockouts as the highest-paid female boxer in history.
And do not forget who is co-promoting those massive fight events, Rachel. Papoose's music label, Win Records, where he serves as creative director, is coming on board as a direct co-promoter for this multi-million-dollar venture. So Papoose and Claressa are not just dating, they are business partners on paper for this multi-fight deal.
Exactly, Bianca. Before signing that contract, Claressa tested free agency for the first time in her career. She met with major promotional outfits, including Most Valuable Promotions and Matchroom Boxing, proving her immense commercial value and disproving any myths about her ability to sell tickets and headline major events.
So when you are managing an $8 million promotional contract backed by a $3 million signing bonus, Getting entangled in explosive personal feuds with radio veterans and facing allegations of threats from your camp is a massive commercial risk.
It is an enormous risk, Rachel, when you are at the top of your game with multi-million-dollar co-promotional deals linked to your partner's label. You cannot afford to have social media chaos overshadow your athletic achievements or distract from your fight preparation. Sponsors and major networks watch every single public move.
It seems Claressa is trying to pull back now, Bianca. In her most recent social media update, she posted that she is officially choosing to focus on peace and happiness while keeping her mind locked on her training camp and preparing for her upcoming fight.
Choosing peace on social media after you already accused the host of cheating with a barber, and after Eva Marcille warned you to keep it cute, feels a bit like closing the barn door after the horse has bolted. The drama is already out there, and that radio station is still teasing a potential sit-down with Papoose's estranged wife, Remy Ma.
If that prospective sit-down with Papoose's estranged wife actually happens while Claressa is deep in fight camp, can a fighter truly isolate themselves from that level of media noise? Jump onto our official show feed right now and give us your take.
That is the central question, Rachel. Papoose and Remy Ma are still legally married while their divorce remains pending in court. During the live radio broadcast, Claressa defended herself by stating that Papoose filed for divorce because he was serious about their relationship, and she demanded that Remy be held to the exact same standard regarding her own romantic life.
And if Remy Ma sits down with that same radio host to share her side of the divorce filing and address Claressa's public claims, the fallout is going to be explosive, D. Remy is a formidable lyricist and a master of public commentary. If she decides to break her silence on air,
it could completely redefine how the public views the timeline of this whole relationship. Bianca, Ms. Shyneka already has the strong backing of Eva Marcille and Prima Donna, and if a sit-down with Remy Ma actually airs, the pressure on both Papoose and Claressa during this high-stakes fight camp will reach an all-time high.
Right on point, Rachel. Because when you have an $8 million multi-fight promotional deal on the line with Salida Promotions, distraction is the absolute last thing you need in your corner.
That is the crucial context here, Bianca. For anyone just joining our broadcast, let us break down how this entire storm started. World champion boxer Claressa Shields went on an Atlanta radio station for an interview with host MZ Shyneka Richardson. During the broadcast, the host asked Claressa directly how long she intended to remain in a relationship with someone who is still legally married.
And that single question set off an absolute wildfire, D. Claressa immediately rejected that label, explaining on air that her partner, Shamil Papoose Mackey, had already filed for divorce from his estranged wife, Remy Ma, because he was serious about their future together. But it did not stop when the microphones turned off in the studio.
Oh, far from it! Claressa took to social media right after, unleashing a string of videos going after Mizzy Shyneka's career, her looks, and even made a direct accusation claiming the radio host had cheated on her own former husband with a barber. That was when the heavyweights of Atlanta media stepped in to defend their girl.
That is right, Bianca. Former model and television star Eva Marcille jumped straight into the comment section, telling Claressa to keep it cute and explicitly warning her that neither she nor the entire town plays around when it comes to Ms. Shyneka. On top of that, entrepreneur Prima Donna publicly backed the host, praising her long-standing credibility as a veteran radio personality.
And let us be honest, Eva Marcille was completely right when she pointed out that Claressa had all the space and opportunity in the world to address the issue on air, rather than unleashing all that aftermath energy on social media once she left the studio.
Hi everyone, my name is Tasha from Chicago, and I have been watching all afternoon. Honestly, as a massive sports fan, I feel like Claressa needs to step away from the keyboard entirely. When you have so much talent and an $8 million contract, why let relationship headlines and radio commentary throw you off your game?
Tasha, you hit the nail right on the head. Thank you for watching us from Chicago. And Bianca, Tasha raises the exact point everyone in sports commentary is whispering right now.
Exactly, Tasha. Look at Claressa's history. We are talking about an undefeated champion, 17 wins and 0 losses, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, who just secured the biggest promotional deal in female boxing history. 4 fights over 2 years, an $8 million total payout with a $3 million signing bonus. And guess who is co-promoting through his role as creative director at Win Records? Papoose himself.
So their personal relationship and business partnership are completely intertwined, Bianca. And that is why this outside noise is so risky. Ms. Shyneka has now publicly alleged that members of Claressa's camp sent threats her way after the broadcast. Meanwhile, Claressa posted that she is choosing peace and happiness as she prepares for her upcoming bout in fight camp.
Choosing peace, D? We have seen this movie before with Claressa. Remember her annual holiday toy giveaway in her hometown of Flint, Michigan?
Oh, I certainly remember that situation, Bianca. Claressa had a public confrontation with an online commenter who showed up in line at the charity event. Claressa recognized her as someone who had been trolling her online, walked up to her with a smile, and told her to leave on the spot.
Exactly, Rachel. Claressa later admitted on social media that she regretted how she handled that moment after learning the woman and her children were unhoused, stating she might have reacted differently had she known their living situation. But it showed a clear pattern of how deeply social media comments can get under her skin when she feels attacked.
Exactly. She is a fighter by trade. So her natural instinct is to swing back immediately, whether it is online or in person. But when you are dealing with seasoned Atlanta media figures like Ms. Shyneka, plus Eva Marcille and prima donna stepping up to defend her, swinging back online only fans the flames. And now with Ms. Shyneka teasing that potential sit-down interview with Remy Ma.
The stakes could not possibly be higher, Bianca. If Remy Ma decides to break her silence on that very same radio platform,
it would completely shift the narrative, Rachel. Because up until now, Papoose and his team have been controlling the public story by confirming that divorce papers were officially filed. But if Remy steps up to that microphone to give her side of what actually went down in that marriage, every single pair of eyes and ears in the culture will be tuned in to hear her perspective.
And let us not forget how this entire flare-up began during that uncomfortable on-air interview. The radio host directly asked Claressa how much longer she was willing to stay in a relationship with someone else's husband, considering the divorce between Papoose and Remy remains pending in court. Claressa immediately fired back, rejecting that label entirely. She made it very clear on air that Papoose took the formal step of filing for divorce precisely because he is serious about their future together, and she demanded that Remy be held to the very same standard regarding her own romantic life.
that was such a tense moment during the broadcast, Dee. But what really escalated this entire situation was what happened after the microphones were turned off. Claressa went on social media and posted a series of videos claiming the host waited until she had left the studio to keep criticizing her romance with Papoose. She did not hold back at all. She went after the host's appearance, her broadcast career, her former marriage, and even made unconfirmed allegations regarding a barber.
Oh, she went deep into the personal archives. But you cannot just walk into Atlanta media territory, throw personal jabs at a veteran broadcaster, and expect the local community to sit back quietly. That is exactly why Eva Marcille jumped straight into the comment section to put a big red light on the situation. Eva told Claressa point blank to keep it cute, reminding her that there was plenty of space and opportunity on air to say whatever she wanted while she was sitting right there in the studio.
Exactly, Bianca. Eva Marcille specifically wrote that there was a whole lot of aftermath energy being displayed, considering the host gave her total space during the live chat. Eva made it crystal clear that neither she nor the entire town plays around when it comes to that radio host. Shortly after, prima donna also stepped in to publicly defend the host, praising her long-standing credibility as a broadcast journalist and an Atlanta radio veteran.
It really turned into a major industry standoff within hours. But Dee, what is the absolute latest coming from the radio host's side regarding those alleged threats? Because that takes this dispute way beyond standard online back and forth.
Well, Rachel, the radio host posted serious claims alleging that individuals from Claressa's camp actually sent people to threaten her following the broadcast. That alleged escalation is precisely what prompted the host to tease that potential sit-down interview with Remy. On the other side, Claressa later put out a post stating that she is choosing peace and happiness right now, while focusing strictly on preparing for her next fight in the ring.
Choosing peace after dropping multiple video rants is quite a plot twist. But let us be real for a second. Bianca knows a distraction when she sees one. When you are an undefeated world champion with 17 wins, 0 losses, and 3 knockouts, your mind has to be locked into fight camp. To our viewers watching live right now, tell us in the chat, do you think personal drama like this fuels a fighter's competitive edge, or is it a dangerous distraction right before stepping into the ring?
That is the ultimate question, Bianca, especially when you look at the massive financial weight on her shoulders right now. We are talking about a historic promotional contract worth at least $8 million across 4 fights over 2 years, including a massive $3 million signing bonus. D, this is not just any contract. It involves Papoose directly on the business side as well, doesn't it?
It absolutely does, Rachel. This record-breaking deal was signed with her longtime promoter, Dimitri Salita, but the record label where Papoose serves as creative director, Win Records, is officially coming on board as a co-promoter. Claressa actually tested the free agent market for the first time in her career, meeting with major promotional entities across the sport before realizing her true value and solidifying this $8 million agreement. So Papoose is not just her partner in private life. His label is now deeply invested in her promotional earnings and fight event success.
Which makes this whole social media battle even riskier. When your partner's company is co-promoting your $8 million multi-fight package, family life and boxing business are completely intertwined. You cannot have external feuds threatening the promotional rollout or pulling focus away from training camp. But as we know from Claressa's history, turning off the fight instinct outside the ring has always been a struggle for her.
You bring up such a vital point about her history, Bianca. D, we have seen this exact impulsive reaction from Claressa before, haven't we? Think back to what happened at her annual Christmas toy giveaway in her hometown of Flint, Michigan.
I remember that situation clearly, Rachel. During her annual holiday event in Flint, an online commenter who had been trolling Claressa on social media, making aggressive posts and claiming she was going to spit on her, showed up right at the front of the line with her children. Claressa recognized her, walked straight up to her with a smile, and told her to leave the event on the spot to avoid creating a scene.
Exactly! She spotted someone who had called her broke and ugly online and decided right then and there to address it in person. But that is the core issue with Claressa. She operates on raw, immediate instinct. Whether it is a troll in a holiday toy line or a radio host asking tough questions about a pending divorce, her immediate reaction is to swing back with full force.
But to her credit, Claressa later spoke about that holiday giveaway incident on social media and expressed genuine regret. Once she learned that the woman and her children were actually unhoused, Claressa publicly stated that she might have handled the situation very differently had she known their living circumstances at the time. It showed that while her initial reaction is guarded and combative, she does have the capacity to reflect once the heat of the moment passes.
That reflection is essential, D, but in the fast-moving world of celebrity news, you do not always get time for post-event reflection before the narrative takes on a life of its own. Eva Marcella and prima donna stepping in showed that in Atlanta media circles, solidarity runs deep. Bianca, do you think Claressa underestimated how connected these media figures are when she uploaded those post-interview rants?
Oh, 100% Rachel. She thought she was just going after one radio host on her personal phone, without realizing that figure has a whole network of influential friends in entertainment ready to step up and lock arms. When Eva Marcille tells you to keep it cute, that is not just friendly advice. That is a diplomatic warning from someone who understands how the industry machinery works.
For everyone joining our live broadcast right now, drop your thoughts on our show's page. When public feuds involve business partners and media veterans, should celebrity management step in to lock down social media access during major contract rollouts?
It really comes down to protecting the brand, Rachel. With an undefeated record of 17-0, 4 undisputed titles, and 2 Olympic gold medals, Claressa's athletic legacy is completely undisputed. But as she expands into multi-million-dollar promotional partnerships alongside Papoose's label, every public statement carries real financial weight for everyone involved.
And let us see if she actually sticks to that statement about choosing peace and focusing on the gym. Because if that teased interview with Remy Ma actually goes live on air, that bell is going to ring way before her next official bout in the ring.
That teased interview with Remy Ma would be absolute explosive media, Bianca. If that sit-down actually airs on Atlanta radio, the entire narrative surrounding this fight camp completely changes.
And let us break down how we even arrived at this point, because the escalation happened in a matter of hours. Dee, run us through what unfolded immediately after that microphone was turned off in Atlanta.
Well, Rachel, during the actual live radio broadcast, Mrs. Shyneka asked Claressa directly how much longer she was willing to be in a relationship with somebody's husband. Now, Papoose and Remy Ma have a divorce pending, but legally they remain married. Claressa immediately rejected that label on air, stating that Papoose filed for divorce specifically because he was serious about their relationship, and she insisted that Remy should be held to the exact same standard regarding her personal life. But the real firestorm erupted after Claressa left the studio.
Exactly! She waited until she was back on her own social media page to unleash a whole series of videos targeting Shyneka's appearance, her career, and even her past marriage. Claressa claimed Shyneka did not have that same energy to her face and waited until she walked out the door to keep criticizing her. But if you have an open microphone in front of you during a live broadcast, why save all that fire for a phone screen 20 minutes later?
That is precisely what caught the attention of some very prominent figures in Atlanta, Bianca. Former America's Next Top Model winner Eva Marcille stepped into the conversation publicly to tell Claressa to keep it cute. Eva pointed out that there was nothing but space and opportunity to address anything on air, calling Claressa's post-interview videos a whole lot of aftermath energy.
And Eva did not stop there, Rachel. She issued a very clear warning, saying that neither she nor the entire town plays when it comes to Mrs. Shyneka. On top of that, prima donna also jumped in to defend the radio host, praising her as a credible journalist and a true veteran of Atlanta radio.
Look, when you go after a beloved media personality in her home city, the local royalty is going to stand up. But Claressa did not just critique the question. She made some extremely heavy personal accusations, alleging that Shyneka had cheated on her former husband with a barber. That is not addressing a professional interview question anymore. That is throwing personal mud.
Which brings us to the latest allegations that have everyone talking on our show's page today. Dee, what are we hearing regarding the safety concerns and that teased interview?
Ms. Shyneka is now alleging that people from Claressa's camp were sent to threaten her following those videos. And in response to the entire feud, Shyneka teased that she has a sit-down interview lined up with Remy Ma herself. Meanwhile, Claressa posted a follow-up stating that she is choosing peace and happiness as she prepares for her next fight in the ring.
Oh, choosing peace after firing a cannon into the room. Dee, we have seen this pattern before with Claressa, haven't we? She gets triggered by what she perceives as disrespect or online trolling. She reacts with full force, and then she tries to pivot back to being the bigger person.
You are referring to that annual holiday giveaway in her hometown of Flint, Michigan, right, Bianca?
Exactly! Remember when a woman showed up in the front of the line at her Christmas toy drive? Claressa recognized her as someone who had been trolling her online, calling her ugly, saying she could not dress, saying she was broke, and even threatening to spit on her. Claressa blocked her online, but when the woman showed up at the charity event with her children, Claressa walked right up to her, smiled in her face, and told her to leave.
But to be completely fair with the facts, Dee Claressa later expressed deep regret over how she handled that situation in Flint. Once she learned afterwards that the woman and her children were actually unhoused, she admitted publicly that she would have handled it differently had she known their actual circumstances.
Exactly, Rachel. It shows that her initial instinct when she feels attacked is to stand her ground and push back aggressively, whether it is a troll in a toy line or a radio host asking about her relationship status. But when you look at what is at stake right now, the financial figures are staggering.
Let us talk about those figures, because this is not just about social media back and forth. Claressa signed a historic multi-fight promotional contract with Salida Promotions worth at least $8 million over 2 years for 4 fights, including a $3 million signing bonus. She tested free agency, sat down with major promotional companies like Most Valuable Promotions and Matchroom Boxing, proved her worth as a self-proclaimed greatest woman of all time and secured the biggest deal in female boxing history.
And let us not forget the corporate layer here, Bianca. That landmark deal includes Win Records as a co-promoter, the very same label where Papoose serves as the creative director. So when personal disputes spill over onto radio shows and social media feeds, it is directly tied to the business entity co-promoting her multi-million-dollar bouts.
That is why this situation with Ms. Shyneka and the potential Remy Ma interview is so delicate, Rachel. Papoose is not just her boyfriend. He is creative director at the record label co-promoting her fights under this $8 million deal. So when an interviewer asks about the status of his pending divorce from Remy Ma, it touches on the personal life, the management side, and the promotional structure all at once.
And if Remy Ma actually sits down on that radio station to give her side of the story, that is going to overshadow the entire fight buildup. You cannot focus on 6-hour training days in fight camp when every headline is discussing marital timelines and barber allegations.
For everyone following along with us live, jump onto our show's page and tell us, when personal relationships are intertwined with multi-million-dollar business contracts, should athletes keep their personal lives entirely off limits during promotional tours?
It is a tough balance, Rachel, especially when you are a public figure who speaks as candidly as Claressa does. With 17 wins, 0 losses, 3 knockouts, 2 Olympic gold medals, and 4 undisputed titles, her legacy inside the ring is bulletproof. But outside the ring, navigating the media landscape requires a totally different kind of defense.
Defensive footwork is great in the ring, Dee, but on social media, she keeps stepping into the punches. When Eva Marcille and Prima Donna jump into the comment section to back up an Atlanta broadcasting staple, that is a signal that the media community is closing ranks. You cannot just call an interviewer out on their past marriage and expect everyone to stay quiet.
But Bianca, isn't there a valid argument to be made about how interviewers phrase those questions? Claressa felt that asking how long she was willing to be with somebody's husband was a deliberate provocation rather than a standard journalistic inquiry regarding Papoose's pending divorce.
That was clearly Claressa's perspective, Rachel. On the live mic, she pushed back right away, arguing that Papoose taking the legal step to file for divorce showed his commitment to their relationship, and she questioned why Remy Ma was not facing the same level of public scrutiny regarding her own dating life.
Pushing back on the live mic was fine. That is good radio. The problem is, what happened when the broadcast ended? Going on a video spree, attacking Shyneka's looks, bringing up an alleged affair with a barber, and according to Shyneka, having people from her camp send threats. That is where it crosses from a heated interview into an unneeded distraction.
Dee, do we have any official statement from Claressa's team or Salida Promotions regarding these threat allegations made by Ms. Shyneka?
At this moment, Rachel, there has been no official statement from her promotional team regarding those specific claims. Claressa's only public message since the fallout has been her social media post emphasizing that she is prioritizing her peace and happiness as she shifts all her attention back toward her athletic preparations.
Shifting attention back to the gym is easy to say, but when that Remy Ma teaser is floating around Atlanta, peace is going to be very hard to find. If that interview airs, every sports reporter at her next press conference is going to ask about it.
And that is the challenge when music industry dynamics overlap with elite sports promotions, Bianca. When you enter a joint business venture, every personal dispute suddenly has a corporate footprint.
That is right, Rachel. When Claressa explored free agency and met with other major promotional outfits like Most Valuable Promotions, she recognized her immense market value. But sticking with Salida Promotions and bringing in Papoose's label meant taking on a unique partnership where personal lives and corporate branding are tightly woven together.
So when MZ Shyneka brings up the word husband on air, it hits a sore spot on multiple levels. But let us be real. You cannot claim to choose peace while simultaneously releasing multiple videos tearing down the host's former marriage.
That contrast between choosing peace and continuing the dialogue online is exactly what has our audience debating on our show's page right now. Dee, how is the community reacting to Eva Marcial's intervention?
Many viewers are pointing out that Eva Marcial's response of "keep it cute" was a polite way of telling an out-of-town athlete that Atlanta media personalities have deep roots and strong backing, Rachel. Prima donna's public defense of Shyneka reinforced that exact point, emphasizing her long-standing credibility as a broadcast journalist.
Exactly! You are coming into another city's flagship radio station. You handle the question on air, you keep your composure, and you let your undefeated record do the talking.
But when you look at Claressa's career history, Dee, she has always been someone who refuses to let any comment pass without a response.
Absolutely, Rachel. From her early days going undefeated as a two-time Olympic gold medalist to establishing herself as a four-time undisputed champion with a 17-0 record, her fierce competitive spirit is what made her a legend inside the ring. But that same unwillingness to back down can create intense friction outside of it.
And that friction is exactly what MZ Shyneka is leaning into by teasing that interview with Remy Ma. That is chess, not checkers. If Claressa brings up Shyneka's ex-husband and an alleged barber, Shyneka brings out the estranged wife.
Which brings us right back to how personal drama can impact a historic contract. Bianca?
That $8 million deal with Salida Promotions is not just a personal victory, Rachel. It is history. We are talking about 4 fights over 2 years, a $3 million signing bonus, and making her the highest paid female boxer in history. But here is the kicker. Win Records, where Papoose serves as creative director, is coming on as a co-promoter for these fights. So when you start attacking Atlanta radio personalities over Papoose's pending divorce, you are not just dragging your personal life into the spotlight, you are dragging your multi-million-dollar business partnership right into the fire.
And Dee, when Claressa tested free agency before signing this record-breaking deal, she was meeting with major promoters across the board. Lay out what was on the line for her career before these videos started flying.
Rachel, Claressa proved her value in gold, literally as a two-time Olympic gold medalist and four-time undisputed champion, sitting on an undefeated record of 17-0 with 3 knockouts. When she went out into free agency for the first time ever, she sat down with massive promotional outfits like Most Valuable Promotions and Matchroom Boxing. She wanted to prove to the sport that female boxers sell tickets and bring incredible value to the table. And she secured that landmark $8 million deal with Salida Promotions alongside Win Records. But because Papoose is the creative director at Win Records, he is directly tied to the commercial side of her promotional package. When Claressa responds to MZ Shyneka's on-air questions about Papoose's legal marriage by making post-interview accusations about Shyneka's former marriage and an alleged barber, the line between her sport, her business, and her personal life gets completely erased.
And that is where she loses control of the narrative. Look, if someone asks you on air about being in a relationship with somebody's husband, you handle it once, like she did, explaining that Papoose filed for divorce from Remy Ma because he is serious about their relationship. And then you let it rest. You do not go home, pick up your phone, and fire off a series of videos attacking the radio host's appearance, career, and ex-husband. Because now, instead of everyone talking about her historic contract, everybody is watching Eva Marcial hop online and tell her to keep it cute. When former reality stars like Eva Marcial and radio figures like Prima Donna step in to publicly defend Ms. Shyneka as a respected Atlanta radio veteran, you know you pushed the wrong button in that city.
It really shifts the focus entirely away from her athletic achievements. And Bianca, we actually have our audience jumping into this conversation right now. Let us see what is coming in on the live line.
Hi, panel. My name is Jordan from Chicago, and I have been following Claressa's boxing career since her early Olympic gold medal wins. She is an absolute legend inside the ring, but as a dedicated fan, seeing all these social media feuds right before a major fight camp makes me so nervous. Can a world champion really compartmentalize all this outside noise when millions of dollars are on the line?
Jordan, my friend, you are asking the absolute million-dollar question. Compartmentalizing sounds wonderful on paper, but when you are in fight camp, every single drop of your energy needs to go into your training. You cannot be doing 12 rounds on the heavy bag and then coming back to your phone to post multi-part videos, calling out radio hosts and alleged barbers.
And the stress level only rises when claims of outside threats enter the picture, Jordan. Ms. Shyneka is now alleging that people from Claressa's camp were sent to threaten her following those videos. Whether those claims are confirmed or unconfirmed, that adds an extra layer of public relations and legal tension right when a fighter needs total focus. Meanwhile, Claressa posted that she is choosing peace and happiness while preparing for her next fight. But the fallout from the interview is still actively echoing across the industry.
Which leads right into how Claressa has handled online confrontations in the past. Dee, take us back to what happened at her annual holiday giveaway in her hometown of Flint, Michigan, because that really demonstrates how difficult it can be for her to ignore online provocation.
That incident during her annual Christmas toy giveaway in Flint was a massive talking point, Rachel. Claressa was hosting the giveaway for local families in her hometown when a woman came to the front of the line with her children. According to Claressa, this woman had been trolling her online repeatedly beforehand, making posts attacking her appearance, saying she was ugly, saying she could not dress, claiming she was broke, and even threatening to spit on her. Claressa had blocked her on social media. But when she saw this woman standing right at the front of the line at her charity event, Claressa walked up, smiled in her face, and told her to leave.
And look, you can understand the human impulse when someone has spent months harassing you online and threatening to spit on you. But when you step back and look at how it played out publicly, it brought her a ton of online scrutiny for turning away a family at a holiday charity drive.
Exactly, Bianca. And to her credit, after learning later on that the woman and her children were actually unhoused, Claressa publicly expressed regret. She admitted that had she known their living circumstances at the time, the bigger person in her would likely have handled the situation differently. But it highlights a very consistent history. When Claressa feels poked or disrespected, her immediate instinct is to confront it head-on, whether that is in a giveaway line in Flint or on social media after an uncomfortable radio interview in Atlanta.
And that exact instinct is why this current situation with MZ Shyneka, Eva Marcille, and Prima Donna blew up so fast. In the ring, that refusal to back down is what made her an undefeated 17-0 champion. But on social media, that same impetuous reaction gets turned against her. Shyneka asked a tough question on air about Papoose's pending divorce from Remy Ma. Claressa answered it on the show, but then went online afterwards to unload on Shyneka's look, career, and ex-husband. That gave Eva Marcille the chance to jump in and point out that there was nothing but space and opportunity to address it on air during the interview. Eva explicitly warned her that neither she nor the entire city of Atlanta play about MZ Shyneka. And Prima Donna backed that up, praising Shyneka's credibility as a radio veteran.
And the drama is far from over, Rachel. Ms. Shyneka is now teasing an upcoming interview on that very same radio station with Remy Ma. Remember, Papoose and Remy Ma are still legally married while their divorce remains pending. If Remy Ma sits down on air in Atlanta to speak on her marriage, Papoose and Claressa, this personal triangle is going to become even louder right in the middle of Claressa's fight preparations.
That is chess, pure and simple. Shyneka took the post-interview attacks, rallied public support from Eva Marcille and Prima Donna, called out alleged threats from Claressa's camp, and then pulled out the ultimate teaser with Remy Ma. That is how a seasoned broadcast professional turns an awkward morning interview into the most talked about storyline of the week.
And from a business perspective, Dee, Papoose's role as creative director at Win Records means his brand and his personal life are inextricably linked to Claressa's fight promotion with Salida Promotions.
That is the core issue, Rachel. When Claressa tested free agency, meeting with promoters like Most Valuable Promotions and Matchroom Boxing, she proved her star power and secured an $8 million deal with a $3 million signing bonus. Promoter Dimitri Salita even noted that the payout could grow significantly based on event sales. But co-promoting with Papoose's label means that any distraction surrounding Papoose, Remy Ma, and radio feuds can directly impact ticket sales and commercial perception.
Which is why Eva Marcille telling her to keep it cute was the best advice in the room. When you have an $8 million contract secured, you let your undefeated record speak and you leave the social media battles behind. But Claressa has always been a fighter who refuses to let any comment pass without a response.
And as the whole industry waits to see if that teased interview with Remy Ma actually hits the airwaves, the real question is whether Claressa can truly maintain that peace and happiness she promised while training.
Peace and happiness? Rachel, please! You cannot seriously stand in front of millions of people and claim you are focused strictly on peace and happiness when you just spent hours posting video after video, going after a radio host's physical appearance, her media career, and alleging that she cheated on her former husband with a barber. That is not choosing peace. That is taking a small spark and blowing it up into an absolute inferno.
And Bianca, that is what has the entire industry talking today, because during the actual live interview at the Atlanta radio station, the vibe was completely different. When the host asked Claressa point-blank how much longer she was willing to be in a relationship with somebody's husband, Claressa did not back down. She stated very clearly right then and there that Papoose had officially filed for divorce because he was serious about their relationship. She rejected the label of being with a married man entirely, and she even added that Papoose's estranged wife should be held to that exact same standard when it comes to her own personal life.
She addressed it directly on air, D. But then, as soon as she walked out of the building, the aftermath began. D, walk us through how Eva Marcille and Prima Donna ended up stepping into this conflict.
That aftermath energy is what caught everyone off guard, Rachel. After Claressa released those videos criticizing the radio host's looks and past marriage, Eva Marcille jumped right into the conversation to defend the presenter. Eva openly asked if they were even talking about the same interview, pointing out that there was nothing but space and total opportunity to say whatever needed to be said while they were live on air. Eva gave Claressa a very direct warning to keep it cute, stating flat out that neither she nor the entire city of Atlanta plays when it comes to that radio host, and Prima Donna jumped in right alongside her, praising the host as a credible journalist and a long-standing veteran of Atlanta radio.
Exactly! Because when you are talking about Atlanta radio, you are talking about personalities who have built decades of trust with that community. Eva Marcille telling her to keep it cute was not just advice, it was a reality check. When you walk into a major city for media rounds, you do not try to tear down an established broadcaster after the interview is already over, especially over a question about a very public divorce that is still legally pending in court.
And Bianca, that brings up a great question for everyone watching us live right now. When a high-profile guest gets asked a tough question about their personal life, do you prefer when they handle it completely on air, or do you understand why the real reaction sometimes happens afterwards on social media? Weigh in and let us know what you think while we break down where this escalated next.
Where it escalated next, Rachel, is that the claims started getting much more serious. The radio host publicly alleged that Claressa did not just stop at making videos. She claimed that people from Claressa's camp were actually sent to threaten her. And right after those threat allegations surfaced, the host turned around and posted a teaser hinting at an upcoming interview with Papoose's estranged wife.
You see what happens, Rachel? That is the immediate consequence. You turn a tough interview question into a personal feud, and suddenly the host is teasing a sit-down with the very person involved in the pending divorce. This whole situation is spiraling because nobody in that camp is taking a step back to breathe.
It really points to a broader pattern in how Claressa handles public provocation, Dee. We saw a very similar situation play out during her community work back in her hometown, didn't we?
We did, Rachel. During her annual holiday gift giveaway in Flint, Michigan, an incident occurred that divided public opinion. A woman came to the front of the line with her children to receive gifts, but Claressa recognized her as someone who had been repeatedly trolling her online. According to Claressa, this woman had made multiple posts calling her broke, saying she was ugly, claiming she could not dress, and even posting that she was going to spit on Claressa. So Claressa went up to her in front of the line, smiled right in her face, and told her to leave the event, saying she did not want a big scene.
Look, from a personal standpoint, if someone is on the internet saying they are going to spit on you, nobody wants that person standing in front of them at a charity drive. But as a multi-time world champion and a public figure, turning someone away at a public holiday giveaway with kids present is always going to draw heavy scrutiny.
And to her credit, Bianca, Claressa actually showed a lot of reflection after that situation unfolded. Once she learned later on that the woman and her children were unhoused, Claressa expressed genuine regret over how it went down. She stated publicly that if she had known the family's actual living circumstances at the time, she probably would have handled it very differently. It proved that while her initial reaction can be impetuous, she is capable of stepping back and seeing the bigger picture.
But D, it also shows that Claressa is someone who pays close attention to what people say about her online. She reads the comments, she remembers the names, and she has a hard time letting insults pass without a response.
And that is what worries me from a career standpoint, Rachel. Claressa Shields is an absolute icon in the ring. She is a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, a 4-time undisputed world champion, and undefeated with 17 wins and 0 losses, including 3 knockouts. She is literally referred to as the greatest female boxer of all time. She has nothing to prove to internet trolls or radio interviewers.
The financial stakes right now are higher than they have ever been in her career, Bianca. She just secured that historic multi-fight contract with Salida Promotions, worth at least $8 million for 4 fights over 2 years, which includes a massive $3 million signing bonus. And promoter Dmitry Salida specifically noted that the ultimate payout could end up being significantly higher, depending on how well the pay-per-view and ticket sales perform.
And let us not forget, Dee, she earned that historic deal by testing free agency for the first time in her career. She met with major promotional powerhouses like Most Valuable Promotions and Matchroom Boxing, proving to the entire sport that her commercial value and ticket-selling power are undisputed facts.
Exactly, Rachel. She completely shattered the myth that female boxers cannot sell out arenas or draw massive commercial interest. But part of this new deal involves co-promoting with Win Records, the music label where her boyfriend Papoose serves as creative director. So her personal life, her romantic relationship, and her professional fight business are all intertwined in a way they never were before.
Which is why these public spats are so risky. When your corporate business structure is co-promoting with Papoose's label, any public fallout involving Papoose, his pending divorce, or radio hosts in Atlanta directly impacts the brand. When you have an $8 million deal on the line, you let your undefeated record do the talking, and you tune out the noise.
For our audience watching at home, do you think an elite athlete can completely compartmentalize fight training while dealing with public personal drama? Or do these online feuds inevitably drain your energy before fight night? Drop your comments while we keep tracking this live.
That is the million-dollar question, Rachel. Claressa maintains that her mind is strictly on training camp, her physical preparation, and maintaining her peace for her upcoming fight, but with the radio host threatening to drop that explosive interview with Papoose's estranged wife, that explosive interview teaser with Papoose's estranged wife is sending shockwaves across the Atlanta radio scene.
Shockwaves? Let us be totally honest here. Claressa brought every bit of this drama onto herself. On air, she tried to play it cool, but the moment she walked out of that station, she turned on her camera and completely unleashed on Ms. Shyneka's appearance, her radio career, and her former marriage.
And Bianca, that intense post-interview reaction is precisely what pulled Eva Marcel and Prima Donna straight into the conversation.
Exactly, Rachel. Eva Marcel jumped into the commentary without holding back at all. She told Claressa point-blank to keep it cute and warned her that neither she nor the entire city of Atlanta plays when it comes to Ms. Shyneka. Eva brought up a very solid point, asking why Claressa had all this extra energy after the fact, considering there was nothing but space and opportunity to speak her mind live on the air during the actual interview.
Eva hit the nail right on the head. You cannot act quiet while sitting in the studio chair and then go online hours later to do a whole rant on your personal feed.
Prima Donna stepped in right alongside Eva, praising Ms. Shyneka as a highly credible veteran journalist in Atlanta radio who was simply doing her job by asking about the relationship.
What did you gather about the specific personal claims Claressa made against the host in those videos, Dee?
She went directly for personal territory, Rachel. Claressa publicly accused the radio host of cheating on her former husband with a barber. That line came as a direct retaliation to Ms. Shyneka asking her on air how much longer she was willing to be in a relationship with somebody's husband, while Papoose and Remy Ma remain legally married.
Which Claressa completely rejected. She made it crystal clear that she does not accept the label of being with someone else's husband. She explained that Papoose was the one who filed for divorce because he was serious about their relationship, and she even demanded that Papoose's estranged wife be held to that exact same standard when people talk about her personal life.
For our audience watching at home right now, when a broadcast interview turns into personal accusations about past marriages on social media, do you think the interviewer crossed a boundary, or was the athlete simply taking the bait? Share your thoughts in the chat while we keep discussing this.
Oh, she took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. But what really kills me is that right after posting all those wild videos about barbers and past marriages, Claressa posted that she is strictly focused on peace and happiness while preparing for her upcoming fight. Peace and happiness? You just uploaded multiple videos tearing down a radio host. That is the opposite of peace.
And the situation is getting even more intense, Bianca, because Ms. Shyneka is now alleging that people from Claressa's camp have actually sent her threats following those posts. That alleged threat is what prompted the radio host to tease that sit-down interview with Papoose's estranged wife in the first place.
That is a serious escalation, Dee, and it brings us right back to what is at stake professionally. Remember, Claressa is not just protecting her undefeated boxing record of 17 wins and 0 losses. She recently signed the most lucrative multi-fight promotional deal in the entire history of women's boxing.
$8 million! We are talking about an $8 million deal over 2 years for 4 fights, which includes a $3 million signing bonus. And Papoose's label, Win Records, where he serves as creative director, is coming on board as a co-promoter alongside Salida Promotion.
Exactly. She tested free agency, met with top promotional companies across the industry, proved her massive market value, and locked in this historic contract. But this pattern of reacting strongly to personal slights is not entirely new for her, is it, Dee?
No, Rachel. It is part of how she operates when she feels provoked. We saw a similar situation unfold during her annual holiday toy giveaway in her home city of Flint, Michigan. A woman who had been trolling her online, saying she was going to spit on Claressa and calling her names, showed up right at the front of the line with her children to get gifts.
And Claressa walked right up to her in front of everyone, smiled in her face, and told her to leave. Now, to be fair to Claressa, she did express deep regret later on social media after finding out that the woman and her children were unhoused at the time. She admitted that if she had known their living situation, she probably would have handled it differently and let it go.
But it demonstrates how deeply online comments, personal disrespect, or perceived attacks get under her skin, whether she is hosting a charitable holiday event in Flint or walking out of a radio station in Atlanta.
If you were managing an elite athlete with an $8 million contract on the line, how would you advise them to handle public provocations during a fight camp? Drop your comments in the live stream right now.
I would physically take her phone away. When you are a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, an undisputed world champion making millions, you do not let a radio host or an online comment pull you into the mud. You let your hands do the talking in the ring.
But with Ms. Shyneka hinting at that interview with Papoose's estranged wife and claiming threats were made against her,
what happens if that interview actually drops while Claressa is in the middle of training camp?
It creates absolute chaos inside that training camp, Rachel. When you are sitting on an $8 million promotional contract over 4 fights with a $3 million signing bonus already in the bank, you cannot afford to be checking social media comments between sparring rounds.
and the business pressure is double because Papoose is not just her partner who filed for divorce to prove he was serious about their relationship. His music label, where he serves as creative director, is literally coming in as a co-promoter for her upcoming fights alongside her primary promotional team.
For anyone who is just joining our live broadcast right now, let us bring you completely up to speed on what everyone in the industry is talking about. 2-time Olympic gold medalist and undisputed boxing champion Claressa Shields appeared on a radio show in Atlanta. During the broadcast, host MZ Shyneka asked how much longer she planned on being in a relationship with somebody's husband, referring to rapper Papoose, whose divorce from his estranged wife remains pending in court.
Claressa defended herself on air, explaining that Papoose filed for divorce because he was serious about her. But the second she stepped out of that studio, she released a series of videos attacking the host's appearance, career, and former marriage, even claiming the host cheated on her ex-husband with a barber.
That post-interview reaction caused a massive ripple effect across Atlanta. Bianca, former reality star and model Eva Marcille, jumped directly into the conversation to defend the radio host, telling Claressa to keep it cute and publicly questioning why she had all this aftermath energy when she had every opportunity to speak her mind live on air.
Eva Marcille made it clear that nobody in that town plays when it comes to that radio host. And Prima Donna stepped up right alongside her, praising the host as a credible journalist and a true veteran of local broadcasting.
Hi, panel. My name is Taylor from Ohio, and I am loving this live discussion. Claressa is totally right to defend her man and her personal happiness against nosy interviewers. If someone questioned my relationship on a live broadcast, I would post videos and expose their past too.
Taylor, sweetie, bless your heart, but you are not managing a record-breaking, history-making sports career. When you are 17-0 with 4-time undisputed world titles, you do not let yourself get dragged into online spats about barbers. You let your hands do the talking in the ring.
But the situation escalated even further, Dee and Rachel, because the radio host is now alleging that people from Claressa's camp actually sent threats her way. And in response to those alleged threats, the host posted a teaser hinting at a full sit-down interview with Papoose's estranged wife.
What happens if that interview drops right in the middle of fight preparations, Dee? Claressa posted that she is trying to focus purely on peace and happiness while preparing for her next bout, but this distraction is growing larger by the hour.
It threatens to completely overshadow her athletic achievement, Rachel. When Claressa tested the market as a free agent, meeting with major global promotional outfits, she proved that female fighters can command top-tier compensation. But when personal feuds enter the picture, sponsors and co-promoters start getting nervous.
We have seen this impulsive reaction from Claressa before. Rachel, think back to her annual Christmas toy giveaway in Flint, Michigan. A woman who had been trolling her online and threatening her showed up right in the front of the line with her children. Claressa walked right up to her, smiled in her face, and told her to leave.
To be fair, Bianca, Claressa later expressed genuine regret after learning that the woman and her children were unhoused, admitting that if she had known their living situation, her faith and conscience would have led her to handle it differently. But it highlights how quickly her protective walls go up when she feels disrespected.
That same fierce pride made her the self-declared greatest woman of all time in the ring, Dee. But in the middle of an $8 million promotional cycle with Papoose's label co-promoting, every single online reaction carries massive financial stakes.
Exactly! You cannot claim you want peace and happiness while simultaneously dropping commentary on another woman's former marriage.
If that teased interview with Papoose's estranged wife actually airs on the radio, will Claressa be able to block out the noise, or will this feud shatter her training camp focus?
That teased interview is absolute dynamite, Rachel. Because when you bring up another woman's former husband and throw around accusations about a barber, you are practically begging for the ex-wife to step up to a microphone and set the record straight.
And Dee, let us break down exactly how this escalated after that on-air moment, because the timeline here is critical for anyone watching live right now.
Exactly, Rachel. During the broadcast, the radio host asked Claressa point-blank how much longer she was willing to be in a relationship with somebody's husband, referring to Papoose and his estranged wife, whose divorce remains pending in court. Claressa immediately clapped back on air, stating very clearly that Papoose had officially filed for divorce because he was serious about their relationship, and she demanded that his estranged wife be held to the very same standard regarding her own romantic life.
Which was a completely fair point to make right then and there in the studio. But where Claressa lost the plot was everything she did after stepping away from the microphone.
That is where the real storm began, Bianca. After leaving the station, Claressa uploaded a series of videos online accusing the radio host of waiting until she was physically gone to continue talking about her romance with Papoose. Claressa claimed the host had, quote, all this lip after the fact, and then she went several steps further by attacking the presenter's appearance, her career, and making specific claims about her former marriage, alleging that the host had cheated on her ex-husband with a barber.
That is a heavy allegation to throw out on social media, Dee. And that is precisely when prominent figures in the city stepped in to defend the broadcaster.
They certainly did, Rachel. Former top model winner Eva Marcille publicly jumped into the conversation to defend the host, questioning Claressa's reaction. Eva wrote that there was, quote, nothing but space and opportunity on air during the actual interview, calling all the post-show videos a whole lot of aftermath energy. Eva explicitly told Claressa to, quote, keep it cute, and issued a clear warning that neither she nor the entire city of Atlanta plays around when it comes to that host.
I love Eva Marcille for that, because Dee is right. If you have something to say it while you are sitting in the studio chair across from the person. You do not walk out the front door, pull out your phone, and start dragging someone's former marriage and bringing up barbers on a live stream. That is not being tough. That is just being messy after the elevator doors close.
Bianca, do you think Claressa felt cornered by the question about Papoose's legal marital status, or was this just a case of protective pride taking over?
Rachel, it is pure ego. Claressa is an undefeated world champion, an Olympic gold medalist, and she is used to dominating every room she walks into. When a radio host asks a legitimate question about a pending divorce, a divorce that is public record, Claressa feels disrespected. But instead of letting her on-air response stand, which was actually quite solid, she went on a personal rampage. And you cannot do that in a city where media veterans have deep roots.
And it was not just Eva Marcille taking a stand. Dee.
Tell us about the other industry voices coming forward, Dee.
Reality star and entrepreneur prima donna also publicly defended the broadcaster, praising her as a highly credible journalist and a true veteran of Atlanta radio. But the situation took an even more serious turn when the radio host herself alleged that people from Claressa's camp have actually sent threats her way following the confrontation.
Allegations of threats that crosses the line from internet drama straight into legal liability. If members of a professional athlete's entourage are reaching out to intimidate a broadcaster, that is a massive problem for everyone involved.
It raises huge questions about professional boundaries. To everyone tuning in on their screens right now, we want to know what you think about this whole situation. Was Eva Marcille completely justified in telling Claressa to keep it cute, or was the original interview question completely out of bounds? Drop your thoughts on our official show handle right now.
What makes this even more tense, Rachel, is that in the middle of all these online posts and defense statements, the radio station dropped a teaser hinting at an upcoming sit-down interview with Papoose's estranged wife herself.
Oh, you know that interview is going to break the internet if it airs. If his estranged wife sits down at that exact same microphone with that exact same host, every single detail of this pending divorce and the timeline with Papoose is going to be picked apart line by line.
Dee, what has Claressa's official stance been since these threat allegations and the teaser were posted?
Claressa posted a message claiming that she is entirely focused on peace and happiness right now as she prepares for her upcoming fight in the ring. She wants everyone to know that her main priority is her training camp and staying ready for her next opponent.
Oh, please, Dee. You cannot throw firecrackers into a room, lock the door, and then post a graphic about peace and positivity while the room is burning down. You just accused a respected host of cheating with a barber and attacked her career. You do not get to claim the high road 5 minutes after launching personal insults.
But Bianca, from a purely financial perspective, Claressa is balancing a truly historic moment in her boxing career right now. Dee, walk us through the numbers on this promotional deal she recently finalized, because the financial stakes are astronomical.
Rachel, Claressa recently signed the most lucrative multi-fight promotional contract in the entire history of women's boxing. It is a deal worth at least $8 million for 4 fights over a 2-year period with her longtime promotional team. It includes a massive $3 million signing bonus up front. And what makes this story even more interconnected is that Papoose's record label, where he serves as creative director, has come on board as a co-promoter for these events.
Look at that! $8 million on the table! A $3 million signing bonus! And your partner's record label is literally co-promoting your fights! Why on earth are you risking brand deals, promoter relationships, and public goodwill over an Instagram video about a local radio interview?
That is the core issue, Bianca. When your partner is directly involved as a creative director in the label co-promoting your $8 million career, personal drama with his estranged wife and radio hosts becomes commercial drama that impacts sponsors, ticket sales, and promotional partners.
And remember, Rachel, Claressa tested free agency for the first time before signing this deal. She met with major promotional outfits across the sport, proving her immense value and showing that she can sell tickets and command top dollar. She worked incredibly hard to crush the myth that female fighters cannot draw massive revenue, so having online feuds overshadow an $8 million landmark contract is a huge risk.
It is a massive risk! When you are fighting for equal pay and historical recognition in sports, you want the headlines to be about your 17-0 record, your world titles, and your $8 million contract. You do not want sports executives and corporate sponsors reading headlines about online arguments, threat allegations, and personal insults aimed at radio personalities.
D, has Papoose or his record label released any official comment regarding the threat allegations or the teased interview with his estranged wife?
Neither Papoose nor his team have issued an official statement regarding the specific claims of threats or the radio station's upcoming teaser, Rachel. Their focus publicly has remained on the business side of the co-promotional deal and supporting Claressa's fight preparations.
Of course they haven't commented! Papoose is stuck right in the middle of this triangle. On one side, he has his pending divorce and his history with his estranged wife. On the other side, he has his new relationship with Claressa and his record label co-promoting her fights. He is trying to keep the business together while the personal side is spilling out into public radio feud territory.
And D, let us not forget that Claressa has always worn her emotions on her sleeve, both in and out of the ring. We saw that exact same fire during that holiday giveaway incident back home in Flint, Michigan.
That is right, Rachel. Claressa hosted her annual holiday toy giveaway in her hometown of Flint, and during the event, she confronted a woman in line who had previously trolled her online and threatened her on social media. Claressa personally walked up to the woman, smiled, and asked her to leave the event to avoid a scene.
And we remember how that played out. At first, Claressa stood her ground, but then when she found out later that the woman and her children were actually unhoused, Claressa openly admitted that if she had known their situation, her faith and conscience would have led her to handle it differently. That shows she has a heart, but it also proves her first instinct is always to fight back immediately when she feels disrespected.
Exactly, Bianca. Whether it is an online troll in a giveaway line in Flint or a radio host asking tough questions in an Atlanta studio, Claressa's immediate reflex is to throw a counterpunch. But in the ring, a counterpunch wins you a world championship belt. On social media, a counterpunch can trigger public feuds with figureheads like Eva Marcille and Prima Donna.
Spot on, Rachel. In boxing, reacting on instinct is a virtue. In celebrity public relations, reacting on instinct without a filter gets you warnings from whole cities.
If you are just joining our live broadcast, tell us where you stand on this ongoing battle. Do you think Claressa should completely log off social media until her upcoming fight, or does she have every right to defend her relationship on her own platform? Reach out to us right now on our live show feed.
The reality is, Rachel, with the radio station actively teasing that sit-down interview with Papoose's estranged wife, the noise is only going to get louder in the coming days. If that interview drops while Claressa is in the middle of intense fight training, the mental discipline required to ignore it is going to be tested like never before.
Oh, she won't be able to ignore it, Dee. Knowing Claressa, she will have her phone in her hand 5 minutes after the audio clips drop.
But can an athlete carrying an $8 million contract afford to let outside noise breach her camp, Bianca?
That is the multi-million-dollar question, Rachel. When you are the self-proclaimed greatest of all time, you claim you can handle anything. But a radio feud with Eva Marcille backing the host and an ex-wife sitting down for a tell-all interview is a whole different kind of opponent.
And do not forget, Rachel, the radio host's allegations about threats from Clarissa's camp could potentially bring formal legal scrutiny if things escalate further. That is something no promotional company or co-promoting record label wants anywhere near a major fight buildup.
It really shifts the entire focus from athletic triumph to personal confrontation. Dee, what are sources close to the promotion saying about how the fight buildup is being structured alongside Papoose's label?
Sources within the promotional circle indicate that the focus remains strictly on the commercial rollout and ensuring the fight events hit their revenue targets, Rachel. But everyone is acutely aware that every single viral clip, every response video, and every commentary about Papoose's pending divorce creates an unpredictable news cycle around the fight itself.
Unpredictable is the understatement of the century. Half the audience is tuning in to see world-class boxing, and the other half is tuning in to see what happens in the VIP section between Papoose, his team, and the commentary crowd.
And if that radio interview with Papoose's estranged wife actually airs and drops new details about their timeline, where does that leave Claressa's stance that Papoose filed for divorce specifically because he was serious about her?
It puts her right back on the defensive, Rachel. That is why going on social media and talking about barbers was such a tactical error. Because when you leave the studio and wait until you are back on your own phone to bring up someone's former husband and a barber, it looks like you thought of your best comeback 3 hours too late.
That is precisely what Eva Marcil pointed out. Bianca, Eva stepped right into the conversation to remind everyone that there was plenty of time and space live on air to say whatever needed to be said.
Exactly, Rachel. Eva Marcil did not hold back at all. She publicly noted that it was a whole lot of aftermath energy, considering Claressa had the full platform right in front of her during the broadcast. And then Eva added a very direct warning, telling Claressa to keep it cute, because neither she nor the entire town plays when it comes to Ms. Shyneka Richardson.
And that is Atlanta royalty protecting their own. D, you cannot walk into an established market, finish the interview, and then launch a multi-part video series attacking a veteran broadcaster's appearance, career, and personal history. It completely shifts the focus away from her athletic achievements.
It really does, and Prima Donna jumped in as well to defend Shyneka, praising her as a credible journalist and a true veteran of Atlanta radio. So suddenly, Claressa is not just answering questions about her relationship with Papoose, she is facing a wall of industry figures backing the interviewer.
And the situation escalated even further when Ms. Shyneka publicly alleged that people from Claressa's camp have actually sent her threats over this whole situation. Meanwhile, Claressa posted that she is choosing to focus strictly on peace and happiness as she prepares for her upcoming fight.
Peace and happiness? After alleging someone cheated on their ex-husband with a barber on social media? That is not how you cultivate peace, Rachel. That is tossing gasoline onto a bonfire and then complaining about the smoke.
Well, let us ask the people watching at home. If you are following this online feud, do you think stepping onto social media after a tough interview helps clear your name, or does it just create unnecessary chaos right before a major career moment? Send us your thoughts on our channel pages. What did you find regarding the timeline of her public reactions, Dee?
This pattern of public friction followed by a pivot back to peace is something we have seen in Claressa's history before, Rachel. Back during her annual holiday toy giveaway in her hometown of Flint, Michigan, she made headlines after asking a woman and her children to leave the event line.
Oh, I remember that! She recognized the woman from online comments.
Right, Bianca. Claressa explained on social media at the time that the woman had been trolling her online, making posts criticizing her appearance, and even threatening to spit on her. Claressa said she had blocked her on everything, but when the woman showed up at the front of the line for free gifts, Claressa smiled in her face and told her to leave to avoid a scene.
But the crucial detail came afterward, Dee. What happened once Claressa learned more about that woman's actual situation?
Once Claressa found out that the woman and her children were unhoused, she openly expressed regret. She admitted that had she known their actual circumstances at the time, her approach would have been different. So it shows that while her immediate instinct can be very reactionary when she feels provoked, she does reflect on it later.
But in professional boxing at the absolute highest level, reacting first and reflecting later is an expensive habit, Rachel. We are talking about a champion who just signed a history-making promotional deal worth at least $8 million.
Lay out those financial details for us, Dee, because the commercial stakes here are enormous for both Claressa and Papoose.
They really are, Rachel. Claressa signed a groundbreaking multi-fight promotional agreement with Salida Promotions, making her the highest-paid female boxer in history. The contract is worth at least $8 million for 4 fights over a 2-year period, and it includes a $3 million signing bonus upfront.
$3 million just for signing her name on the dotted line!
Absolutely. And what makes this contract so relevant to our current topic is that Win Records, the label where Papoose serves as creative director, came on board as a co-promoter for her events.
That is the crucial link, Bianca. Papoose is not just her partner. His label is actively co-promoting these massive fights that could generate even more revenue, depending on ticket sales and commercial performance.
Exactly, Rachel. So when Claressa gets entangled in social media disputes with radio hosts in major media markets, she is not just defending her personal life, she is creating static around a brand that has multi-million-dollar corporate backing.
And Claressa earned that leverage through pure performance, too. She explored free agency for the first time in her career, meeting with top-tier promotional groups like Most Valuable Promotions and Matchroom Boxing before re-signing. She proved her market value with a stellar record of 17 wins, 0 losses, and 3 knockouts.
Drop your comments on our show's official page right now.
What makes this even more delicate, Rachel, is that Papoose's position as creative director at Win Records puts him right at the intersection of the commercial rollout and the personal drama. If the radio station airs new commentary from his estranged wife, the media attention surrounding their divorce will completely eclipse the fight promotion itself.
And let us not forget MZ Shyneka's allegations about receiving threats from people in Claressa's camp. If those allegations gain more traction, the promotional team is going to have to spend all their time managing public relations damage instead of selling tickets.
Exactly, Bianca. When you have co-promoters working together on an $8 million deal, the last thing anyone wants is legal claims or security concerns overshadowing the athletic event. Claressa posted that her focus is now on peace, happiness, and her fight preparations, but the fallout from those post-interview videos is still unfolding across every platform.
And with Eva Marcille and Prima Donna stepping in to publicly back Shyneka, the pressure from the Atlanta media market is not going away anytime soon. People are waiting to see if that teased interview with Remy Ma actually drops, because that single audio clip could redefine the entire conversation about Papoose's divorce timeline.
It puts Papoose in an impossibly awkward spot, too. He is trying to guide the creative direction of the fight promotion through his label, while his pending divorce is being dissected live on the radio by his estranged wife and the host his current partner just argued with.
And if those radio revelations challenge Claressa's insistence that Papoose filed for divorce solely to be with her, how does that impact her focus inside the ring during training camp, D?
That is the ultimate question, Rachel. Boxers rely on absolute mental discipline during camp, and having your personal life dragged into a high-profile radio feud is the definition of a mental distraction.
Especially when your co-promoter is the very person whose marriage is being debated on air. It creates an environment where every interview during the fight build-up will be about Papoose and Remy Ma, instead of Claressa's undefeated record.
And as the promotional machine for this 4-fight deal rolls forward, every single viral clip and response video adds another layer of complexity to an already tense situation.
Exactly, Rachel. When you have $8 million on the line and a co-promoter whose marriage is being dissected everywhere, you simply cannot afford to feed the fire on social media.
And Bianca, that aftermath energy is precisely what Eva Marcille pointed out. Eva stepped right into the conversation, telling Claressa directly to keep it cute, reminding everyone that nobody plays about veteran radio hosts in that town.
That was a very direct warning, D. Eva made it clear that while Claressa had plenty of space and opportunity during the live broadcast to address everything, coming out with personal attacks afterwards felt completely out of bounds.
Eva did not sugarcoat a thing. She basically made it clear that the city stands behind their broadcast talent, and Prima Donna backed that up immediately, calling out the host's long credibility in the industry.
It really escalated the situation, especially after Claressa accused the host of being unfaithful in her own past marriage with a barber, which prompted all these industry figures to jump in.
But Bianca, what makes this even more explosive are the new allegations that people from Claressa's camp actually sent threats to the radio host after those videos went viral.
Threats? If those claims are true, that takes this whole situation far beyond standard broadcast back and forth. You are an undefeated champion with a 17-0 record. Why would anyone in your circle behave like that?
That allegation is exactly why the radio host turned right around and teased a sit-down interview with Papoose's estranged wife. That teaser sent massive shockwaves through social media.
Talk about raising the stakes. Dee, if that interview airs, it brings the entire marital timeline into the spotlight, right as Papoose is trying to co-promote Claressa's landmark fight deal through his music label.
It is the ultimate pushback. The radio show gets massive attention, and Claressa is left dealing with public fallout right in the middle of training camp.
Wait, everyone, look what just landed on our monitors right now.
What just came through, Rachel?
Claressa has just posted a new update online. She is stating that despite all the recent noise, she is officially choosing peace and happiness while focusing strictly on preparing for her next fight.
Oh, please! You cannot post a series of heated videos bringing up someone's ex-husband and a barber, and then suddenly claim you are all about peace the second people push back.
But Bianca, from a career perspective, walking away from the keyboard might be her smartest move yet. She is sitting on a deal worth at least $8 million with a $3 million signing bonus. Every minute spent arguing online is a distraction.
That is true, Dee, but holding back when provoked has always been tough for Claressa. We saw that exact impetuous streak during her holiday toy giveaway back in her hometown of Flint, Michigan.
Right! An online troll showed up in the front of the line with her kids, and Claressa confronted her face-to-face and told her to leave on the spot.
Though, to her credit, Claressa later expressed deep regret when she discovered that woman and her children were unhoused, admitting she would have handled it differently had she known.
Exactly, and that pattern of reacting in the heat of the moment before seeing the full picture is what Bianca and Dee are highlighting today. When you are the highest paid female boxer in history, those emotional reactions carry huge commercial risks.
The big question now is whether this pledge of peace will hold once that promised interview drops.
What do you think at home? Can Claressa maintain her focus in training camp, or will this feud boil over again? Let us know, and Dee.
What we are seeing unfold behind the scenes right now is a massive escalation that goes far beyond a tense radio exchange.
Dee, bring us up to speed on what happened right after that studio interview ended, because the public reaction spread instantly across social media.
Exactly, Rachel. After Claressa left the studio, she posted a series of videos taking direct aim at the radio host, criticizing her career, her appearance, and making very specific allegations about her former marriage. Claressa claimed that the host had waited until she physically left the building to continue talking about her relationship with Papoose, and then alleged that the host had cheated on her former husband with a barber.
A barber? That came completely out of nowhere, Dee. You go from answering a direct relationship question on live radio to dissecting the interviewer's whole personal history on your story. Talk about taking it to another level.
And that was when other major figures in the industry stepped into the conversation, right, Dee?
Yes, Rachel. Former top model and television personality Eva Marcille posted a public warning to Claressa, telling her to keep it cute and pointing out what she called aftermath energy. Eva explicitly warned Claressa that neither she nor the town of Atlanta plays when it comes to that radio host. On top of that, media personality Prima Donna stepped in to defend the host as a credible journalist and a respected radio veteran in the city.
That aftermath energy phrase from Eva is so accurate, though. Why is it that when the microphone is live and you are sitting right across from the host, you give a measured answer, but the second you get into your car, you suddenly have 20 minutes of commentary about their life? If you have something to say it right there in the studio.
To be fair to Claressa, Bianca, during the actual broadcast, when asked how long she was willing to be with someone's husband, Since Papoose and his former partner are still legally married while their divorce remains pending, Claressa did answer directly on air. She stated clearly that Papoose had filed for divorce because he was serious about their relationship, rejected the label completely, and said his former partner should be held to the same standard.
That is true, Rachel, but the post-interview videos created an entirely new conflict. And now, the radio host is alleging that members of Claressa's team have actually sent threats her way. To top it all off, the radio station just released a teaser clip hinting at an upcoming sit-down interview with Papoose's estranged wife.
Oh, now that is top-tier entertainment drama leaking straight into the sports world. You tease an interview with the ex-wife right after the new partner's team allegedly sends threats? That station knows exactly how to get every single person tuning in.
Let us take a moment to look at what people at home are saying, because a message just popped up on our screen.
Hi everyone, I am Marcus from Chicago, and I watch the show every single afternoon. Honestly, if an interviewer pressed me about my relationship on live radio, I would probably lose my temper too. Claressa is just standing up for her man, so why are all these other celebrities jumping in to attack her?
Oh, Marcus, my friend, let me explain how this works when you step into the public square.
Marcus raises an interesting point, but Bianca, when private arguments are posted online, public reactions are inevitable.
Exactly, Rachel. Eva Marcille did not just jump in out of nowhere, Marcus. She has a long history with that host and deep roots in Atlanta. When you bring up someone's former marriage and start making accusations about barbers, people who respect that host are going to stand up for her. You cannot launch personal attacks on a local media veteran and then act surprised when her friends respond.
And from a business standpoint, Rachel, the timing of all this noise could not be more delicate for Claressa.
Walk us through those commercial stakes, Dee, because the numbers tied to her career right now are historic.
Claressa recently signed a record-breaking multi-fight promotional deal with Salida Promotions worth at least $8 million for 4 fights over 2 years. That contract includes a $3 million signing bonus and makes her the highest-paid female boxer in history. But what makes this personal feud even more complicated is that Win Records, the label where Papoose serves as creative director, is acting as a co-promoter for her events.
So her personal life, her relationship, her record label partnership, and her $8 million contract are all mixed together in one giant stew.
Precisely, Bianca. When your partner is also serving as creative director on the label, co-promoting your historic multi-million-dollar fights, any public friction involving his pending divorce inevitably impacts the commercial brand.
Which is likely why Claressa posted a new statement online just a short while ago, declaring that she is now choosing peace and happiness and focusing entirely on her training camp for her upcoming fight.
Peace and happiness? D, after setting the entire internet on fire with post-interview rants and barbershop accusations, throwing out a quote about peace is like tossing a tiny cup of water on a building you just set ablaze.
But Dee, looking at Claressa's track record, this pattern of an intense emotional outburst followed by a public step back is something we have seen before in her career, right?
Absolutely, Rachel. We saw that exact dynamic during her annual holiday toy giveaway in her hometown of Flint, Michigan. An online troll who had been making negative posts about Claressa showed up right in the front of the line with her children. Claressa confronted her face-to-face, smiled, and told her to leave immediately.
Right, but then what happened afterward?
After finding out later that the woman and her children were actually unhoused, Claressa publicly expressed deep regret, admitting that her temper got the best of her and that she would have handled the situation very differently had she known their actual living conditions.
Exactly, Dee. It shows that while Claressa has an explosive reaction when she feels provoked or disrespected, she often reflects afterward when the full picture comes out or when the stakes become clear.
But reflecting after the fact does not erase the headlines. When you have an $8 million deal on the line and you are in the middle of a rigorous training camp, you cannot afford to waste mental energy on radio feuds and social media back and forth.
And the pressure is not going away anytime soon, Bianca, especially if that teased interview with Papoose's estranged wife actually airs during training camp.
Dee, do we have any confirmation on whether that interview has been fully recorded yet, or is the station just building suspense with those promotional clips?
Official details are still strictly under wraps, Rachel, but industry insiders suggest the footage exists and the station is timing the release to capture maximum audience attention.
Maximize the impact, exactly. If that recorded conversation actually hits the airwaves while Claressa is in the deep end of training camp, the noise is going to be deafening, Dee.
And that is precisely what the station seems to be capitalizing on, Rachel. The chatter behind the scenes is that holding back the full segment creates a pressure cooker environment. Everyone is waiting to hear if Papoose's estranged wife addresses the divorce filing directly, or if she responds to the claims Claressa made about romantic standards.
But look at the timing of how this unfolded. During the actual live broadcast, when the host asked Claressa directly how long she was going to stay in a relationship with someone's husband, Claressa answered it right there. She explained that he filed for divorce because he was serious about their future, and she insisted that his former partner should face that exact same scrutiny. That was the moment to handle it. But then, once the microphones were off, Claressa went on social media and launched personal attacks against the host's appearance, career, and former marriage.
That aftermath energy is what drew Eva Marcille into the conversation, Bianca. Eva did not mince words when she stepped in to defend the radio personality.
She really did not, Rachel. Eva publicly pointed out that there was plenty of space and opportunity to address every single issue while sitting in that studio chair. She told Claressa to keep it cute, warning her that neither she nor the city of Atlanta plays around when it comes to supporting their veteran radio hosts. And Prima Donna echoed those exact same sentiments, praising the interviewer's credibility and long-standing career in broadcasting.
And that is where Claressa loses control of the narrative every single time. She goes from defending her relationship to attacking the host, alleging that the host cheated on her former husband with a barber. When you start throwing those kinds of accusations around, you are no longer defending your relationship. You are inviting an entire city's media royalty to gang up on you.
It completely shifts the focus away from the ring. We actually have a viewer message on this exact point. Daniel from Chicago writes, "When you are an elite athlete, taking the bait on social media after an uncomfortable interview only gives your opponents and critics free footage to distract you before a fight. What do you think, Dee? Is this level of outside noise starting to affect how her team operates?"
It certainly creates a multi-front battle, Rachel. On one side, you have the host alleging that people from Claressa's camp have made actual threats against her. On the other side, you have Claressa trying to pivot on social media by posting that she is now solely focused on peace and happiness as she prepares for her upcoming fight. But when you have serious allegations of threats being thrown back and forth, it becomes very difficult to just step back and claim peace.
Peace and happiness after launching a full campaign against the interviewer. You cannot set the house on fire and then sit back and admire the peaceful flames. Let us not forget, this pattern of reacting impetuously in the moment and trying to pivot later is something we have seen from Claressa before. Remember the annual holiday giveaway in her hometown of Flint, Michigan?
That situation in Flint is such a striking parallel, Bianca. For viewers who might not recall, Claressa was hosting her annual Christmas toy drive when a woman came to the front of the line with her children. Claressa recognized her as someone who had trolled her relentlessly online, making up posts, calling her names, and even threatening to spit on her.
That is right, Rachel. Claressa walked right up to her in line, smiled, and told her to leave. At the time, Claressa felt completely justified because of the severe online harassment. But after the fact, when she found out that the woman and her children were actually unhoused, Claressa expressed genuine regret, admitting that if she had known their living situation, she probably would have handled it very differently.
Exactly! She reacts on pure emotion in the moment, feels the backlash or learns the full story later, and then wishes she had taken a softer approach. But when you are dealing with a historic, multi-million-dollar career, you cannot keep relying on hindsight to clean up the wreckage.
And the stakes right now are higher than they have ever been in her entire career. We are talking about a groundbreaking, record-setting contract that Dee reported on earlier.
That is correct, Rachel. This multi-fight deal with her promotional team is worth at least $8 million over 2 years for 4 fights. It includes a $3 million signing bonus alone, cementing her status as the highest-paid female boxer in history. And what makes this even more complex is that her boyfriend, Papoose, serves as the creative director for the music label that has come on as a co-promoter for these events.
Which means her personal life, her romantic partner, her management, and her commercial promotion are all tied together in one massive knot. Before signing this historic contract, Claressa tested the market as a free agent. She met with major promotional brands across the sport. She proved that her record of 17 wins, 0 losses, and 3 knockouts commands immense market value and respect. So why risk all that leverage over a radio feud?
That business angle is critical, Bianca. When a music label where your partner works as creative director is actively co-promoting your $8 million fight package, every public dispute involving that partner's pending divorce becomes a direct business liability for the promotion.
Absolutely, Rachel. Industry analysts have noted that while controversial headlines can sometimes boost interest, personal feuds involving legal divorces and alleged threats can scare off mainstream corporate sponsors who want clean, focused athletic narratives.
We have another viewer reaching out about the business dynamic. Teresa from Atlanta asks, with so many major eyes on this $8 million deal, can her promotional partners step in and enforce a media blackout for her training camp? Dee, is that even a possibility contractually?
While promoters cannot completely strip an athlete of their personal social media access, Rachel, strong public relations teams often step in during high-stakes training camps to manage handles and filter out distractions. But with Claressa being the self-proclaimed greatest female fighter of all time, she has always insisted on speaking her own mind without a filter.
And speaking your mind without a filter is great when you are sitting on a 17 and undefeated record in the ring, but on the internet, unfiltered statements leave behind permanent receipts. You have veteran figures like Eva Marcille reminding everyone that local media circles run deep. You have radio hosts hinting at explosive sit-downs with estranged wives. If Claressa really wants that peace and happiness she posted about, she needs to lock the gym doors and let her gloves do the talking.
But can she really tune it all out, Bianca, when the radio station continues to release promotional clips teasing that upcoming interview?
That is the million-dollar question. Every time a new clip drops, the internet is going to tag her, people are going to ask Papoose about his pending divorce, and the pressure on her training camp is going to double.
And let us not forget, Rachel, the radio host is still holding the line on her claims that threats were made by people associated with Claressa's camp. If those claims escalate legally or lead to formal complaints, it moves way beyond media banter.
That is the crucial line right there, Dee. If this situation moves from social media back and forth into formal disputes, the impact on that 4-fight deal could be immense. Exactly, because when you look at the financial architecture of that deal, $8 million over 2 years for 4 fights is not just a personal victory, Dee. It is a business landmark.
It really is, Rachel. And remember how that contract is structured behind the scenes. Salida Promotions is the primary promoter, but Win Records, where Papoose serves as creative director, came on board as a co-promoter for this multi-fight package. So when Claressa tested the market as a free agent and secured that massive agreement with a $3 million signing bonus, her personal partnership and her professional business became completely intertwined under one promotional umbrella.
And that is precisely why launching post-interview rants on social media carries so much risk. You are not just a boxer talking trash before a fight anymore. You are representing a co-promoted, multi-million-dollar corporate brand. When you walk out of a radio studio in Atlanta and then immediately start posting a series of videos attacking the interviewer's career, her appearance, her former marriage, and throwing around unconfirmed claims about a barber, you are mixing high-stakes business with messy personal grievances.
And that is where the industry pushback came from so quickly, Bianca, because local media figures and longtime industry veterans stepped right into the comments section to hold the line.
They certainly did, Rachel. Former top model winner Eva Marcille publicly addressed Claressa directly, telling her to keep it cute and explicitly warning that neither she nor the entire town plays when it comes to that veteran radio personality. Eva pointed out the exact same thing we were just discussing on our panel, stating that there was a whole lot of aftermath energy coming from Claressa after the fact, considering there was nothing but open space and opportunity to address every single question live on air during the actual interview.
Eva hit the nail right on the head! On the air, when the host asked her point blank how much longer she was willing to be in a relationship with somebody's husband, Claressa gave a direct answer. She stated on air that Papoose had filed for divorce because he was serious about their relationship. She rejected the label of being with a married man, and she said Papoose's estranged wife should be held to the exact same standard regarding her own romantic life. That was the moment to handle it. But then to walk out to the car, pull out the phone, and start ripping into the host's personal history? That is pure impulse talking.
Prima donna also stepped in to defend the radio host Dee, praising her long-standing credentials as a credible journalist and an Atlanta broadcast veteran.
Exactly, Rachel. Prima donna emphasized her deep respect for the host's long-standing credibility in the market. Meanwhile, the radio host herself went on air alleging that people associated with Claressa's camp have sent threats her way following those video posts. So what started as an uncomfortable live interview question about a pending divorce has now spun into allegations of harassment, public callouts, and legal concerns.
Look, Claressa is an absolute titan inside the ring. 17 and undefeated record, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, 4-time undisputed world champion, the self-proclaimed greatest female fighter of all time. Nobody can question her talent inside those ropes. But outside the ring, whenever she feels provoked, her first instinct is to fire back with maximum emotional force, whether it is online or in person.
You can trace that exact pattern back through her public history, Bianca. Remember what happened during her annual holiday toy giveaway back home in Flint, Michigan?
How could anyone forget that? She was hosting a Christmas giveaway for local families in Flint, and a woman who had been trolling her online showed up right in the front of the line with her children. Claressa recognized her as the person who had made continuous posts calling her ugly, saying she could not dress, calling her broke, and even threatening to spit on her. So Claressa walked right up to her in front of everyone, smiled in her face, and told her to leave the line.
And to lay out the full facts of that story, Rachel Claressa later expressed genuine regret over how that situation unfolded. Once she learned after the event that the woman and her children were actually unhoused, Claressa admitted publicly that her perspective completely shifted and that she possibly would have handled the situation differently had she known their living circumstances at the time.
But that proves my exact point. The emotional reaction comes first, the public confrontation happens second, and then the reflection comes third. In Flint, it was a local confrontation at a charity drive. In Atlanta, it is a full-scale digital feud with a prominent radio personality, right as she is supposed to be locking down her training camp for her next fight.
That contrast is so striking, Bianca, especially when you consider that Claressa just posted online that she is actively choosing peace and happiness as she prepares for her upcoming fight. I want to ask our viewers watching live right now, when an athlete has an $8 million deal on the line and a major fight around the corner, can they truly isolate themselves from public drama once the fire is already lit online? Drop your thoughts in the chat. What do you think, Dee? Can a fighter really just turn off the noise when the radio station continues to tease even bigger sit-downs?
It is nearly impossible, Rachel, because the radio station is actively keeping the promotional momentum going. They have been releasing promotional teasers hinting at an upcoming sit-down interview with Papoose's estranged wife, Remy Ma. If that interview actually airs and delves into the pending divorce or addresses the comments made during Claressa's segment, every single clip is going to go viral instantly.
It is absolute top-tier media drama. You have a veteran radio host asserting her authority on Atlanta airwaves. You have Eva Marcille and Prima Donna standing up for local broadcasting figures. And you have Papoose's estranged wife potentially coming in to give her side of the marital timeline. Meanwhile, Papoose is caught right in the middle as both the creative director of the co-promoting record label and a principal figure in a pending divorce. You cannot write a more complicated web than this.
And Dee, From a reporting standpoint, has there been any official comment from Salida Promotions or Win Records regarding how this public friction might impact the promotional rollout for her upcoming fight?
Their official representatives have not issued formal statements regarding the back and forth between Claressa and the radio station Rachel. Their primary focus remains centered on the athletic achievement of that record-breaking 4-fight deal. But behind the scenes, industry insiders know that co-promoters always prefer clean publicity that drives pay-per-view sales, not personal feuds that generate legal warnings or allegations of threats.
Clean publicity does not exist when you are dealing with unconfirmed cheating allegations about barbers and pending divorce filing. Claressa wanted to defend her relationship and set the record straight about Papoose filing for divorce, but by attacking the interviewer personally, she gave the story a whole second life. Now the radio station has every reason to run those promotional teasers on repeat.
That brings us back to the ultimate question of focus during training camp, Bianca. When an undefeated champion who prides herself on absolute dominance in the ring gets entangled in off-camera feuds, does it motivate her or create a dangerous distraction? To everyone watching at home, we want to hear from you. Do you think personal rivalries like this help build the buzz for a fight, or do they put an $8 million legacy at risk? D, looking at how fast this narrative is evolving.
D, picking up right there, Rachel. The narrative is moving at lightning speed because the radio host is now claiming that people from Claressa's camp have actually made threats against her following those social media videos. On top of that, the station is already teasing an upcoming sit-down interview with Papoose's estranged wife, Remy Ma. The industry reaction was immediate. Former America's Next Top Model winner Eva Marcille publicly told Claressa to keep it cute, warning her that nobody in Atlanta plays when it comes to Ms. Shyneka, and highlighting that Claressa had every opportunity to say whatever she wanted live on the air. Media personality Pramadana also jumped into the conversation, defending the radio host as a highly credible journalist and a true veteran of the airwaves.
For anyone who is just tuning into our live broadcast, let us recap exactly who is involved and how we arrived at this point. Undefeated world champion Claressa Shields, who boasts a 17-0 professional record, 2 Olympic gold medals, and a historic multi-fight promotional contract worth at least $8 million with a $3 million signing bonus, appeared on an Atlanta radio show. Her boyfriend, rapper Papoose, serves as creative director for the music label co-promoting her multi-fight deal, and he recently filed for divorce from his legally wedded wife, Remy Ma. During the radio interview, the host asked Claressa how long she planned to remain with someone's husband. Claressa defended her relationship live on air, explaining that Papoose filed for divorce because he is serious about their future. But after leaving the studio, Claressa posted social media videos criticizing the interviewer's appearance, career, and former marriage, claiming the host cheated on her ex-husband with a barber. Bianca, having major names like Eva Marcille weigh in, shows how far this spillover has gone.
It shows that Claressa completely lost control of the narrative, Rachel. Eva Marcille pointed out what everyone sitting at home was thinking. Why bring all this aftermath energy to social media when you had the open studio microphone right in front of you? Claressa could have kept it strictly about her $8 million contract, her undisputed titles, and her upcoming fight. Instead, she went online, attacking someone's looks and bringing up barbers. You cannot claim you are focusing on peace and happiness for your fight camp while simultaneously posting rants about an interviewer's ex-husband.
Hi everyone, my name is Tasha from Chicago, and I have been watching the live stream all afternoon. Honestly, if an interviewer asked me about my partner on live radio and called him somebody's husband, I would be furious too. Claressa is just standing up for her relationship and her man, so why are all these other celebrities jumping in to attack her for having a reaction?
Tasha joining us from Chicago with a very passionate perspective. Dee, how does the panel view Tasha's defense of Claressa standing up for her partner?
Tasha makes a point about the raw emotional reaction, but in the entertainment and sports world, timing and platform are everything. When you are an undefeated champion with a deal worth at least $8 million co-promoted by Papoose's label, every public statement reflects on your brand. Claressa did state later that she is choosing peace and happiness as she prepares for her next fight, but the aftermath of those videos opened the door for people like prima donna and Eva Marcille to step in and defend the host's long-standing broadcast reputation.
Exactly, Dee. And let us not forget Claressa's history when it comes to online provocation and quick tempers. We saw a similar dynamic during her annual Christmas giveaway in her hometown of Flint, Michigan. A woman who had been trolling Claressa online, calling her broke, ugly, and threatening to spit on her, showed up in the front of the line with her children. Claressa recognized her and told her to leave right then and there.
That Flint incident is such an important piece of context, Bianca. Claressa was protecting her personal boundaries against an online troll, but she later publicly expressed regret when she discovered that the mother and her children were actually unhoused. She admitted that if she had known their housing situation, she might have handled it differently instead of reacting to the online history. D, taking a look at where things stand now as camp continues.
Rachel, it shows that Claressa is someone who wears her heart on her sleeve and reacts instantly when she feels disrespected. But right now, with her contract breaking records for women's boxing and the radio station teasing that Remy Ma interview, the stakes couldn't be higher.